In the sinful barren lands of divine essence, there was an abandoned cultivation planet. More accurately speaking, this was not a complete cultivation planet, but one of its fragmented pieces after that planet had collapsed at some point in time. It might have shattered 10,000 years ago, or it could have shattered a much longer time ago, when the four great true worlds fought against the fifth true world. Whenever this had happened, a fragmented piece had come to be after the planet collapsed. It was larger than a common meteor. Perhaps some time later, it would fall apart and join the meteors that floated by their lonesome in the galaxy. However, right then, this was yet to happen. Su Ming sat on the fragmented piece from the planet that had shattered an unknown number of years ago. There were no signs of life on it, and neither were there any cultivators. It was like a broken world where all manner of living had become still and silent. Su Ming had been meditating there for 3 days. He knew that time was precious. He knew that the possibility of him being discovered at any moment lurked around due to the four great true worlds chasing after him and the greed of the cultivators in the barren lands. That was why every single time he chose a place to heal his wounds, he would only stay in that spot for at most 3 days before he immediately changed his location. Su Ming opened his eyes after a moment, and a hint of fatigue lay in his eyes. He lowered his head and unrobed himself. He looked at the slightly fainter mark of the sword on his chest. In silence, he averted his gaze and lifted his head to look at the sky. 100 world stones, huh? His lips curled up into a cold smirk. There were 2 corpses lying in front of him. Both were thin and dry. These were the 2 cultivators that Su Ming had run into 3 days ago in this place. He had originally decided to leave and avoid them, but those 2 cultivators had discovered his identity and chosen to try and obtain the rewards. One of them then tried to hold him back while the other swiftly retreated in an attempt to call for backup. Su Ming stood up. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm. Immediately, those 2 corpses turned into ashes and disappeared. He took a step towards the galaxy. When he was in space, red immediately shone, and red threads surrounded his body. Once they turned into a red coffin, it charged away with a loud whoosh. Almost at the moment Su Ming left the broken, fragmented piece and flew away. His eyes shone while he was in the coffin. This time it was 5 days. Su Ming could sense a wisp of his presence. He had left 5 days ago on a meteor. This meant that the meteor was destroyed, and it meant that someone had found that meteor while searching for him. Something's not right. Last time, they needed 7 days to discover the presence I left behind. Su Ming frowned. Duke of Crimson Flame, is the secret art you cast on me still around? Su Ming sent that question with his mind. It's still around. As long as your enemies aren't too close to you, it'll be difficult for them to discover you. Your presence will remain in a single spot for 7 days, and it also means that when they discover you, what they see will be the spot where you were 7 days ago. This secret art is almost akin to twisting time and space. If I cast it on someone else, it would not bring about too much effect. But since you're an abyss builder and your inborn talent is controlling time and space itself, that's why such an effect was brought about. The Duke of Crimson Flame said calmly. Su Ming fell silent. As he pondered over this quietly, he kept this problem in his heart. The red coffin charged through the galaxy and disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, the coffin suddenly stopped, and a freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As I thought, the presence I left behind on that fragmented piece has also disappeared. It's only been 3 days since then. Su Ming's face was dark. The coffin where he was immediately melted. He walked out from the coffin and stood in the galaxy. He looked in the direction of the fragmented piece with brightly shining eyes. They should have other methods to locate me besides that blood identification pearl. The secret art worked previously because they had yet to execute this new method of locating me. Now, the time taken to find me is being rapidly cut short. Before long, they'll be able to avoid that span of 7 days where time and space is distorted and be able to locate me instantly. A chilling glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that if he was constantly in a state of being locked on, he would forever be in a state of being pursued. I'm also slightly curious. The secret art hasn't lost its effect. By right, nothing should go wrong, But why do they have a method to cut down the time where time and space is distorted? The Duke of Crimson Flame's puzzled voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. What is the distance between us and Black Ink Planet? Su Ming asked after being silent for a short while. Over the course of the journey, he had been hurrying forward whenever he was not curing his injuries. His destination was Black Ink Planet. Only by leaving this place and stepping into Divine Essence Star Ocean could he shake off the 4 great true worlds coverage of the galaxy and no longer be constantly on the run like right now. I can still shift you twice, but only twice. You will have to wait for 100 years before I'll be able to gather enough power to shift you again. However, even if we shift, there is still a limit. It'll be difficult for us to reach Black Ink Planet within a short period of time. Based on my calculations, after I shift twice, you will still need 70-something years of flight before you could reach that planet, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. Su Ming frowned and swept his gaze across the area. I must find what method they're using to locate me besides that blood identification pearl. Oh! At that moment there were 9 ancient bronze swords charging through the galaxy from a spot a considerable amount of distance away from Su Ming. At the tip of the ancient swords was an illusory projection. There was a blood-red circle in that projection. It looked like a rune, but if someone enlarged it several millions-fold, then they would be able to see clearly that the lines that constructed this circular rune were countless runic symbols packed densely together. That circular rune shone once every 7 breaths. Each time it shone, numerous white spots would appear on it. Those white spots would either be scattered or gathered closely to each other. They concentrated in different spots of the rune. Besides them, there was a crimson-red spot that was incredibly eye-catching. That glowing spot had been moving swiftly, but it had stopped at that moment. Humph, just to kill this person, the 4 great true worlds actually agreed to use the Great Divinity Incarceration rune. All the people who are within this rune will have no place to hide. But this Mo Su is pretty good. He's actually skilled in a rune that can distort time and space, causing us to always be late by 7 days while we've been chased after him these past few months. If we didn't activate this Great Divinity Incarceration rune, it would have been slightly more difficult for us to know where he is. There were many true guards standing on the huge swords. Their gazes were on the red spot on that illusory projection. With just one more day, we'll be able to break that method he uses to distort time and space. By then, this Mo Su will have nowhere to hide. Judging by the direction he's going, he should be heading towards Black Ink Planet. But it's located incredibly far away from this place. He'll need some 200 years to get there, and he won't survive for that long. As those true guards sent their thoughts to each other, the 9 ancient bronze swords sliced through the air, charging swiftly into the distance. Oh! Just what method are they using? A long arc charged through the galaxy. It was a red coffin. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on it. His face was dark. A myriad of thoughts fleeted through his mind as he continued analyzing the situation and deducing what was going on, with his thoughts forming together as if they were raw silk and he was spinning them together into a cocoon. It's a pity that I lost my consciousness and was sealed near the end of the battle. I don't know what the 4 great true worlds had placed in this galaxy over the years. Even after I absorbed Jing Nanzi's memories, I only know the general outline of things, not the details. After all, even with Jing Nanzi's status, it was difficult for him to know the secrets that lay at the core of the 4 great true worlds. The Duke of Crimson Flame was also thinking about this. After a moment, he sighed. Oh well, I'll keep 1 shift on standby. I'll use it when you're close to Black Ink Planet. After all, they should be able to guess where you're going. They will definitely lock down the area around. I'll need to shift you to pass through that lock and step into Black Ink Planet. Besides keeping the amount of power needed for 1 shift, you still have 1 more shift left. I can use it to help you temporarily shake off your pursuers, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. It's useless. Even if I manage to shift farther away, if I don't find the method they're using to locate me besides that blood identification pearl, then even if I buy some time, I'll still be chased down eventually. Su Ming shook his head. Time was trickling by, and a sense of danger was rapidly rising in his heart. If this continued, then Su Ming was certain that, in a few days, he would once again face off a large-scale pursuit. When he thought of the sword aura that destroyed Heavenly Treasure Planet, his pupils shrank. That power was definitely not something that he could withstand. If he took that blow head-on, then even if his physical body was powerful, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Just what is it? As Su Ming mumbled, he lifted his head and looked at the endless galaxy above his head. Every single time he looked at it, he would feel that the universe was boundless, and he was an incredibly weak existence. After a long while, Su Ming sighed. Just as he was about to lower his head, a shudder suddenly ran through his body. He stood up and stared at the galaxy up ahead. Could there be an eye in the galaxy that can look at all regions attentively as if it was monitoring them, and no one can escape from its gaze? Su Ming mumbled. I don't know whether there would be this sort of eye, but when you said that, I remember something now. There are certain gigantic runes that can cover a galaxy and do what you said. All manner of lives under that rune would be monitored. The bald Duke of Crimson Flame manifested beside Su Ming's body and lifted his head to look at the sky with a grim expression. I remember now. Jing Nanzi once executed a method to seal something. At that time, his presence was incredibly great. I could even feel a wave of power descending from the galaxy and sealing off the region based on Jing Nanzi's thoughts. Su Ming's eyes shone, and a brilliant light was revealed within them. The Duke of Crimson Flame's heart shuddered, and he immediately said, "A rune. There is an incredibly gigantic rune in the galaxy. This rune is monitoring the galaxy, and it can see everything that is happening in all of the corners. Then the reason must definitely be this rune. Only by using this method can they avoid the power that distorts time and space and also dodge those misleading presences that last for 7 days, because this rune can instantly find me and locate me immediately." Su Ming glared at the sky above him, and madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Bald crane. Su Ming swung his arm, and the bald crane immediately flew out from his storage bag. Once it manifested beside him, it immediately glared at the Duke of Crimson Flame. It did not dare provoke Su Ming, but somewhere in the depths of its heart, it thought that it could bully this bald man. Su Ming looked at the bald crane and immediately asked, "Can you break this rune that monitors the galaxy?" The bald crane was momentarily stunned. After it looked at the area, it lifted its head to look at the galaxy. Then, without any hesitation, it shook its head vigorously. "No can do, this rune." Before it finished speaking, Su Ming threw out a bag. Once the bald crane caught and opened it, its eyes immediately started shining brilliantly. "Break the rune, and I'll give all of it to you," Su Ming said decisively. The bald crane shuddered and screamed in excitement. "I'll do it! I can do it! Damn it all, even if I use up every last ounce of my strength, I'll deal with this stupid rune. I'll do whatever it takes." As the bald crane screamed in excitement, it seized that bag in a tight grip. There were numerous crystals in there, and many of them were not inferior ones. They were instead stone coins with incredibly high quality, which Su Ming had obtained in Yin Death region. These sparkling things were the bald crane's life. In fact, they were even more important than its life. This was the source that could make it fight and descend into madness. When Su Ming brought out another storage bag and tossed it to the bald crane in a decisive manner, the bald crane's originally excited heart instantly exploded with a myriad of emotions. "I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do it. I'll do it." The bald crane's eyes even turned red as it roared. "Darn it all. I'll give it my all for these crystals. If an animal can die for food, then I will die for money. That little boy Su has never been so generous before. He's even more miserly than I am, and he's being so generous now. I definitely can't miss this chance." The bald crane roared and leapt up to charge towards the galaxy up ahead. "I'll give it my all." A loud bang erupted from the bald crane's body, and it increased several times in size, turning several hundreds of feet big. An endless amount of ripples appeared around it. Those ripples spread out swiftly, as if they were about to fuse into the galaxy. Su Ming looked at the bald crane. He had never seen a rune that the bald crane could not break. He had only seen this sort of talent in Wuxia before, and when he looked at the bald crane, he felt a stab of pain. This was not physical pain, Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was not pain, but a sort of numbness that was born as he recalled past events. Su Ming knew that he was remembering Hu Zi, but this sort of remembrance was not allowed for him, who no longer had any emotions, and neither did he have any pain. By the side, the Duke of Crimson Flame looked at the bald crane entering a frenzy with a dumbfounded look. He had seen avaricious people, but he had never seen anyone so avaricious that they would explode forth with such great life force just for 2 bags of crystals. Judging by the looks of it, the bald crane was clearly in an extreme state of excitement. It can't be. Can't that legendary being, right? I remember that lord. Didn't seem to be so greedy for money. Besides, with its status, these crystals. The Duke of Crimson Flame had always been uncertain about the bald crane. This was his secret, and he had not even asked Su Ming about it. Ah! The bald crane shouted loudly. It swelled up once again and became nearly 1,000 feet big. The ripples around it became even finer. As it continued expanding, it filled the entire galaxy with ripples. They did not spread too far, but instead swept through the area. It was as if the bald crane wanted to use this method to fuse with the galaxy. However, it was as if there were no cracks here, so the ripples could only swirl about but never be able to fuse with the galaxy. Almost at the moment the bald crane demonstrated its power in an attempt to break the rune that had existed for an unknown number of years, having been placed by the powerful warriors from the 4 true great worlds working together to cover the entire galaxy in the barren lands of divine essence except for the depths. 4 of the 19 radix planets in the galaxy used by the 4 great true worlds as their stations instantly erupted with a powerful light. A cold and emotionless voice came from the 4 radix planets. There is a 3rd-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, Sinful Barren Lands. This power will require 970 million years to succeed in fusing with the rune. That aloof voice spread through all areas of the 4 great true worlds, keeping a lookout over the barren lands. It was immediately heard by the true guards on the cultivation planets and the powerful warriors from the 4 great true worlds. However, no one paid any attention to it. Only some would occasionally lift their heads to look at the sky. This sort of act to break the rune was not common, but not rare either. Over the years, no one had ever successfully fused with it and broken the great divinity incarceration rune. In the eyes of true guards, this sort of action was an act of someone overestimating their own abilities. Yet at that moment, the aloof voice suddenly came from the 4 shining radix planets once again. There is a 4th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, Sinful Barren Lands. This power will require 720 million years to succeed in fusing into the rune. That 4th-tier power appeared so soon? But it's completely impossible to break this rune. I wonder which overconfident idiot is trying it. Is Western Ring Nebula where that wanted criminal Mo Su is? Within the endless cultivation planets in the vast galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands were some true guards who were training. Their training was interrupted by the voice that spread through the entire galaxy, but most of them did not pay any attention to it. Oh! Su Ming looked at the bald crane in the galaxy as he stood in Western Ring Nebula. At that moment, the bald crane's body swelled up to several thousands of feet. Roars tumbled out from its mouth, and a large amount of ripples reverberated without stop in that circular area of 10,000 lis. Damn it! What is this rune? How could it be so powerful? Darn it all! Why is a stupid rune so powerful? Isn't this just cheating? The bald crane started cursing loudly. Yet soon, the bald crane's curses fell silent, and it was replaced by heavy breathing. It might be in the galaxy, but the bald crane's breathing still quickened. Because when Su Ming lifted his hand, he threw out 2 more storage bags. The bald crane's eyes turned red, and it descended into madness. As it roared at the sky, its body swelled up once again, and this time it reached 10,000 feet. As it roared, ripples that looked like surging waves spread out from its body and swept through the area. When the Duke of Crimson Flame saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Darn it all! I'm going to duke it out against you. I'll do it for real this time. I'll seriously duke it out. As the bald crane howled, it blinked, then lowered its head to swiftly sweep a glance at Su Ming. When it saw Su Ming taking out another storage bag, the bald crane went mad. Su Ming might not have much of everything else, but as he killed, he never let any storage bags slip through his hands. There might be some that only had few items, but when their numbers accumulated, he still obtained quite the fortune. When the bald crane had an outburst, there was no longer just 4 radix planets shining in the galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands. Instead, brilliant light now shone from 5 of those radix planets that formed that distorted-looking staircase, which was part of the celestial body that was formed by many cultivation planets. There is a 5th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful barren lands. Before that voice could finish its speech, it suddenly stopped talking. Soon after, when it reverberated in the air once again, its words had already changed. There is a 6th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful. The voice stopped once again. After a moment, when it echoed in space once more, nearly half of the true guards in all the cultivation planets within the galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands spotted changes in their expressions. There is a 7th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful barren lands. This power will require 95 million years to succeed in fusing with the rune. Oh! The bald crane's body grew to be several tens of thousands of feet big. The ripples spreading out from its body covered several hundreds of thousands of lis. Its entire body trembled, and its eyes were crimson red. Damn it! Damn it all! This is the most insane rune I've ever seen in my life. It has 900,000 something layers. Darn it! How am I supposed to break this? As the bald crane spoke, it quickly lowered its head to look at Su Ming before quickly putting on a facade that it was panting harshly. Su Ming let out a harumph. When he lifted his right hand, 5 storage bags were immediately brought out. He shook them before the bald crane, and the mouths of the bags fell open. Once the sounds of crystals knocking into each other came from within, he tossed them aside to a spot where there were already 20-something storage bags. The bald crane's heart was filled with ecstatic glee. In its excitement, it looked as if it was motivated once again. Its body increased in size with a bang and grew straight to 10,000 feet. The galaxy was filled with ripples spreading out from its body. These ripples quickly swam around, and for the first time, they showed signs that they were about to fuse with the galaxy. Oh no! I've really done my best. But this rune is just too powerful, too insane. When Su Ming was not paying attention, the bald crane licked its beak and immediately cried out. Without saying another word, Su Ming brought out another 10 storage bags. Once he revealed the crystals inside, he tossed them aside. The bald crane shuddered and let out a roar towards the sky. It became nearly 200,000 feet tall. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He brought out another few storage bags and tossed them aside. A brilliant light shone in the bald crane's eyes, and it started crying out in excitement in its heart. I'm rich! I'm rich! Ha! Little boy Su! Aren't you supposed to be miserly? Heh, I just need to use some tricks, and you'll still end up bringing them all out in the end. He might still have some. Yup. I'll continue squeezing his money out of him. As the bald crane cried out, its body swelled up once again. This time it reached nearly 300,000 feet. Wherever those ripples passed by, the galaxy would shine intensely. The Duke of Crimson Flame's mouth had already fallen open in complete shock. He looked at the bald crane with a dumbfounded expression, the shock in his heart having turned into amazement. It's fighting against the rune that seals an entire galaxy head-on. This crane. Is it truly that legendary lord? Once its body grew to 300,000 feet, the bald crane started wailing again. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I've already done my best. But this thing is just too hard to break. I need motivation. I need to be filled with passion. I need stimulation. As it spoke, it lowered its head and looked at Su Ming with excitement and anticipation. If you need stimulation, then I'll give you stimulation. Su Ming let out a cold harumph, then lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, 3 of the 30-something storage bags flew out, and Su Ming seized them. I will give you the span of 10 breaths. With each breath that passes, I will take back 3 of those storage bags. If you really can't break it, then don't force yourself. As Su Ming spoke flatly, he put away those 3 bags. A piercing scream of pain tumbled out from the bald crane's beak. This time, its eyes were truly bloodshot. All the previous times its eyes turned red was because it intentionally made it so. Its heart was bleeding, and that extreme pain now caused it to truly descend into madness. When it saw Su Ming lifting his hand once again to take back another 3 storage bags, there was pure madness within the bald crane's shrieks. Get bigger, bigger, bigger. Darn it all. Get bigger. With a bang, the bald crane's body exploded in size, and it grew to 400,000 feet, 500,000 feet, until it reached 1,000,000 feet. Break! 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 As it cried out, the ripples around it started spreading out viciously. Wherever they passed by, the galaxy looked as if it was about to shatter. As a shocking boom rang out, layers upon layers of the galaxy were pulled back. A gigantic crimson-red rune that exuded an ancient presence replaced the galaxy, and it appeared before Su Ming's eyes with no end in sight. At that moment, all the ripples fused into the crimson rune. A shocking bang that shook the galaxy came from the rune, and the bald crane, completely fused with this great divinity incarceration rune that the 4 great true worlds had set up in the past. Within the galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands were 6 radix planets with distorted forms that made them look like staircases. At the instant they started shining with a brilliant light, and that light illuminated everything around. 6 aloof voices speaking in unison came from the 6 radix planets. There is an 8th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula. Within, there is a 9th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula. There is a 10th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in Western Ring. There is an 11th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great divinity incarceration rune in. Those voices echoed in many cultivation planets, causing all the true guards within the area that belong to the forces of power within the 4 great true worlds to find their expressions changing. Multiple presences exploded forth, and long arcs flew up from these cultivation planets. Yet at that moment, 9 of the 19 radix planets that filled the galaxy used by the 4 great true worlds erupted forth with a powerful light. Once that light appeared, the aloof voice changed its words. The great divinity incarceration rune is in danger. Based on the divine essence law made by the 4 great true worlds, all guards from the true worlds are to immediately head to the place where the cause of the danger lies. You are to destroy all living beings that are attempting to break the rune. The danger of this power is 13th tier, which will need 23,000 years to break the rune. Loud buzzing sounds came from the galaxy which the 4 great true worlds used as a lookout over the barren lands once that aloof voice spread out. Long arcs charged into the air. Ancient bronze swords appeared in the region where true sacred world were stationed. Anyone who looked would see that there were several hundreds of them, nearing 1,000. There were even a few presences in plain Culpa realm. Their powerful divine senses caused the galaxy to tremble. Abyss dragons roared in the galaxy where the Emperor of Abyss True World was stationed. Figures in black armor appeared on all the Abyss dragons as black smoke spread out from their bodies. A similar sight appeared in the galaxy where True Morning Dao World was stationed as well. All the galaxies where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds were stationed trembled due to the aloof voice. Are the alien races invading us? If not, what sort of power could possibly make 9 radix planets light up at the same time? Could it be that the alien races are really invading us en masse? Or else how could they possibly be able to shake the great divinity incarceration rune? Is war coming? Multiple questions rose in the hearts of the true guards from the 4 great true worlds, and it became a heavy burden on them. Almost at the moment the area where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds trembled violently, 15 of the 19 radix planets began to shine brilliantly. This meant that a shocking change had appeared in the barren lands of divine essence. The power endangering the rune is at the 15th tier. It will require 6,200 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 16th tier. It will require 1,500 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 17th tier. It will require 300 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 18th tier. It will require 5 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 19th tier. It will require 10 breaths to break the rune. The aloof voice coming from the 15 radix planets swiftly spread through space, echoing all around. However, before the true guards from the 4 great true worlds could even relocate, the aloof voice fell silent. Several breaths later, when it spoke up once again, the words it uttered caused the minds of all people in the galaxy to rumble. The great divinity incarceration rune has been broken. 2/10 of the perception from the rune have been lost. As that voice spoke, the area where the 4 great true worlds were stationed instantly fell into dead silence. Oh! In Western Ring Nebula, which was located in sinful barren lands, the bald crane's crazed laughter traveled all around, and there was an endless amount of prideful arrogance contained within that laughter. Well, darn it all. How was that? Weren't you still defeated by me? Haha. Your Grandpa Crane is invincible. No matter what rune it is still just crystals before me. It can't escape. Loud booming sounds echoed in the galaxy, spreading in all directions to cover the crimson rune. The bald crane's body manifested in space. It looked as if it had fused together with the rune and they could no longer be distinguished from each other. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at that sight with a dumbfounded expression. After some time, his heart started trembling violently. At that moment, he was certain by 8/10 that the bald crane was that lord spoken in the legends in the past. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He swung his arm, and all the storage bags in front of him flew up together to charge up. A suction force immediately came from the crimson rune, and those storage bags disappeared without a trace once they were all swept up. The bald crane's excited and smug laughter rang all around once again. Little boy Su, so? Aren't I just great? Heh. This stupid rune is too weak. I've broken runes that are 10 times stronger than this one. When have I broken a rune that is 10 times stronger than this one? Light shone within the crimson rune. The bald crane's body manifested, and it came to stand before Su Ming with a smug expression on its face. It no longer thought about the thing it could not remember from the past. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he said calmly, "Control this rune and cover up its gaze on me. Make it so that no one else can use this rune to find out where I am." "No problem. I've already fused with this stupid rune. If it doesn't listen to me, then I'll get rid of it." The bald crane struck its chest with an incredibly arrogant look on its face. "Ahem, little boy Su, we could actually make a few more deals. Hey, about that, I saw that you took away some storage bags just now. How about this? Give me the crystals in the storage bags, and I'll use the power in the rune and help you perform a short-distance warp." The bald crane licked its beak, and an expectant light shone in its eyes as it looked at Su Ming. "What is this rune?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he asked flatly. "This rune is known as the Great Divinity Incarceration and Sealing Rune. It covers the entire galaxy where the 4 great true worlds are stationed as well as sinful barren lands. It also has a part called Great Space Sealing and Planet Shrinking Rune, Space Sealing Rune for short. It's the protective gate guarding the region where the 4 great true worlds are stationed. It'll be difficult for all those who are not protected by this rune to step into the region where the 4 great true worlds are stationed to a lookout over the barren lands. When these 2 runes are grouped together, they will form Divine Space's first rune in the barren lands of divine essence." The bald crane quickly explained, afraid that Su Ming would not agree to the trade. To it, runes were not important. What was important were crystals. "It's actually the Divine Space rune?" The Duke of Crimson Flame was shocked when he heard it by the side, and in his shock, he had cried out in surprise. When Su Ming looked towards him, a grim expression appeared on the Duke of Crimson Flame's face. A hint of nostalgia entered his eyes, and at the same time, there was also a hint of terror there. Before I was sealed, I experienced the might of the divine space rune set up by the four great true worlds. This rune has infinite power, possesses a law. Calling it a rune might not be too appropriate. It's more like a galaxy, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He waited quietly for the Duke of Crimson Flame to continue speaking. Wherever it is, it can replace the existing galaxy and envelop it in the rune that belongs to it, turning it into divine space world. This rune killed many of the people from the fifth true world in the past. Up to the moment I was sealed, I didn't hear of it being destroyed. Within its divine space world, it will form its own galaxy with rules and laws. It doesn't need any cultivator to control it either, because a rune spirit has already been born in the rune. However, all those who are acknowledged by the rune spirit can use the power of the rune to kill their enemies in divine space world. I didn't expect that the rune would still be around, and it actually executed the divine space rune to cover half of the barren lands of divine essence. All the regions besides divine essence star ocean might belong to the area of divine space world. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at the boundless blood-red rune in the galaxy. There was a solemn tone to his words, along with a deep wave of wariness. In fact, he even instinctively cast a glance at the bald crane as he remembered those rumors from the past. There's a rune spirit? No? I don't see any rune spirit. The bald crane was momentarily stunned. It closed its eyes and sensed the area of the rune carefully before it shook its head. But this rune isn't complete. It seems like it was destroyed in the past, and then it was separated into two parts, one that seals divinities, and the other that seals spaces. Still, this divinity incarceration rune that I've fused with does possess the divine ability you speak of. It formed a galaxy, but the power doesn't feel as terrifying as you said. Besides, most of it can't be brought out. The bald crane scratched its bald head, then cast its gaze at Su Ming once again with eyes filled with expectation. Its power might be much weaker, but performing short-distance warps is incredibly easy for it. So, little boy Su, you want to have a deal? As the bald crane spoke, the Duke of Crimson Flame was stunned for an instant. After a moment of pensive silence, he seemed to have come to understand the situation. No wonder the four great true worlds couldn't use the power of the rune to chase us down. They also needed a large amount of cultivators as true guards, because this rune no longer has a rune spirit. It's difficult for everyone to obtain the rune's acknowledgement, and even then they can't execute its full power. They can only use its basic functions while using the rune to monitor and investigate the area. But why didn't the old monsters who set up the rune in the past mend it? As the Duke of Crimson Flame mumbled under his breath, Su Ming's eyes shone brilliantly. We can make the deal, but besides warping, I want to obtain the rune's acknowledgement. I want to use the power of law controlling this galaxy in the rune. Su Ming looked at the bald crane. He knew that the crane would definitely put on a troubled face and then ask for more crystals, which was why he brought out a few more storage bags and tossed them into space. The bald crane seized the storage bags and checked them with excitement. Once it did so, it instinctively put on a troubled face, but when it saw the dark expression on Su Ming's face, it weighed the pros and cons of the situation in its heart and nodded with a vulgar expression. I'm going to say this first. Warping isn't a problem, but if you want to use the rune's power, then you will only be able to use a small part of it, since I've only fused with 2/10 of the rune. But don't worry, once I fuse with it even more, then I can lend you even more of the rune's power. In fact, I can even help you train, but the key is I will need stimulation. Only when I have powerful stimulation will the greatest force of my life erupt forth, and only then would I be able to fuse with the rune even more, the bald crane quickly said. Bring out the picture of the galaxy here. I want to see just how many people are after my life in this area. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. The bald crane immediately let out a cry, and an illusory projection that only true guards possessed appeared instantaneously before Su Ming. This illusory projection was like a map. Once it spread out, the area shown within it was incredibly large. All the regions in the barren lands of divine essence besides divine star ocean appeared on the map, even the galaxy which the four great true worlds used as a lookout over the barren lands. If the true guards from the four great true worlds saw this, they would definitely be in great shock. Because if it was them, when they used the divinity incarceration rune, they could only see a part of a region. It was difficult for them to see the whole thing. In fact, even the powerful warriors in Plain Culpa realm could not make this sort of projection appear from the divinity incarceration rune. At most, they could only summon a fourth of it. The illusory projection that appeared before Su Ming was incredibly large. It clearly showed half the shape of the gourd. In fact, Su Ming only needed to cast his gaze on a single spot, and all the people and the objects in that place would immediately emerge in his head. This sort of feeling was as if he was in control of this portion of the galaxy. Every life and every existence in the galaxy could not hide from him, appearing clearly before his eyes. Even with Su Ming's indifference, once he noticed this, his heart trembled, and he showed disbelief. He suddenly came to understand the source of the True Guard's might. Besides their level of cultivation, the most critical factor to their strength was the ability to monitor the entire galaxy. Anyone with this projection could basically be undefeatable. He saw an endless number of white spots, countless stars, the four regions within sinful barren lands, the four forces of power from the four great true worlds that were stationed in the galaxies directly corresponding to the four regions. At the same time, he saw the space-sealing rune the bald crane spoke of just now. That rune was like a long river that existed between the four regions of sinful barren lands and the four forces of power from the true worlds stationed on the other side. He also saw Black Ink Planet. This planet that was at the edge of sinful barren lands was marked as a purplish-red spot, and it was incredibly far away from this place. Once Su Ming swept his gaze past the illusory projection, he noticed several strange places. These places were as red as blood on the projection. When a person looked at it, they would be startled, unable to help but feel a strong sense of danger coming from them. Besides, the rune could only cover these spots, not see into them clearly. When Su Ming cast his gaze at those places, the sense of danger turned into a loud bang in his mind, and a vague, powerful suction force appeared, wanting to devour him. There were four such places. They were like seas of blood that filled those spots, and one of them was located in each of the four galaxies of sinful barren lands. The closest spot was not that far away from Su Ming. There's a region like this in each of the four galaxies. Su Ming forced down the powerful sense of danger in his heart. Once he averted his gaze, that sense of danger naturally disappeared. Those are the foreign lands, the Duke of Crimson Flame said softly after looking at the four crimson regions. Su Ming did not immediately reply. Instead, he closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the powerful world paragons he had absorbed through the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. After a moment, his eyes flew open, and his pupils shrank. The four foreign lands. All those who step will almost definitely die. Over the years, the number of people who entered them and returned alive is incredibly low. Even the true guards from the four great true worlds avoid those four regions and regard them as places that end everything, including divine essence star ocean. These places are regarded as the five forbidden regions in the barren lands of divine essence. This was the answer Su Ming obtained from the memories he absorbed. What are the foreign lands? Su Ming looked towards the Duke of Crimson Flame. Before the four great true worlds fought against the fifth true world, this galaxy was known as divine essence. It did not belong to either the four great true worlds or the fifth true world. It was a boundary, a sort of mysterious region. There were plenty of rumors circulating this galaxy. During that time, several of these foreign lands were already in existence. Plenty of people went to investigate them, but very few came back. All those who came back were unwilling to talk about their experiences in those foreign lands. As time passed, the dangers and mysteries of those places turned into an enigma. This lasted till your Abyss Builder ancestor, who is the fifth true world's sovereign, went to investigate a foreign land and came back alive. He might not have talked much about it either, but from then on, the speed at which he increased his level of cultivation was so quick it was terrifying. When he eventually reached the realm where he could control fate, lives, and deaths, he said one sentence: The foreign lands are the beginning of divine essence. Very few know just what are those foreign lands. Even when the fifth true world was at war, the flames of war could not shake their existences. As time had continuously flowed to this day and age, it changed nothing. They still exist. The Duke of Crimson Flame mumbled. He looked at the foreign lands, and his voice seemed to contain an ancient air. It sounded like an old gust of wind blowing forth from the passage of time. Su Ming cast a deep look at the closest foreign land. After some time, he averted his gaze and looked at the other spots on the illusory projection. He saw the main camp of the four great true worlds. Over there, the things he saw the most clearly were 19 blue planets, which were scattered in different locations within the four great true worlds' main camp. There were numerous cultivation planets there and an innumerable amount of glowing spots that signified the true worlds. There was also a rotating vortex at the peripheral of the four great true worlds' main camp. That was the exit from the barren lands of divine essence. It led to the four great true worlds, to true morning Tao world, to Yin death region. Master, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, Berserker's home. Su Ming looked at the vortex that signified the exit, and as he mumbled, sharp pain stabbed his heart once again. He might have lost his sense of pain, but that force that sealed off his senses only had control over his physical pain. It could not destroy the pain in his heart, which was not physical. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the aloof look had returned. When he swept his gaze past the area where the four great true worlds were stationed to a look over the barren lands, a familiar ripple entered his heart. He was stunned for a moment. His gaze fell on one of the true guard's glowing spots, and a picture immediately emerged in his head. Within that picture was a big man with an endless amount of black patterns on his exposed skin. He was dressed in a black robe and was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation planet that was filled with black earth. As he meditated, wisps of black smoke spread out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Venom was contained within that black smoke, causing not only the earth around him to turn black, but also all the plants around to wither and die. Su Ming looked at the picture that emerged in his head and gradually narrowed his eyes. Ji Yun Hai, Su Ming mumbled after a moment. He recognized that person. That man was Ji Yun Hai, the clone he had refined in the past. Madame Ji's appearance in the past had caused Hong Luo to awaken in Su Ming's body. He had brought Su Ming a series of troubles, and at the same time, given him an incredibly huge serendipity. Ji Yun Hai's corpse had then also been refined by Su Ming into a clone. The black beetles in his body allowed that clone to possess incredibly great combat abilities. It was a pity that he had lost his it when he went on his trip to the world of Nine Yin, and up to the moment he left, he hadn't managed to find his missing clone. Yet now he saw Ji Yun Hai in the barren lands of divine essence, and Su Ming could not help but be stunned by it. Ji Yun Hai is only a clone, the real person having died a long time ago in the past. He was killed by Madame Ji, but judging by his current appearance, it's clear that this clone already possesses intelligence. Yet why does he have such dense venom on his person? Su Ming looked at the picture in his head, and the sights from the world of Nine Yin flashed before his eyes. Su Ming had found the poison corpse in the past. Once he brought it out of the world of Nine Yin, he gave it to the fated kin. It became the fated kin's protector, and because of that, Su Ming had a burden lifted off his shoulders. Ji Yun Hai. I couldn't find him in the world of Nine Yin in the past. I thought someone took his away and brought him out of the world of Nine Yin beforehand, but even after I became the god of berserkers and had my Atman sweep through the land of berserkers, I didn't manage to sense his presence. If that is the case, then he wasn't taken away by someone else in the past, but was in the world of Nine Yin, and he left with the ancient bronze sword to head to true sacred Yin world. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly as he analyzed the situation. He's become much stronger. He actually reached the level of a lord of world plane, or else he wouldn't have been able to become a true guard. Interesting. Su Ming swept his gaze past the projection and instantly found his pupils constricting once again. He could clearly see two other glowing spots on the cultivation planet where Ji Yun Hai was. Zhe Longshan, Li Hua, they're still alive. Su Ming stood up swiftly, and a myriad of emotions flashed past his face. After some time, he started looking through each of the galaxies where the forces of power from the four great true worlds were stationed, and he did so in a large scale. Several hours later, Su Ming's gaze focused on a glowing spot, and his expression was a little complicated. Yi Wang. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them a moment later, he averted his gaze away from the galaxy where the four great true worlds were stationed. Once he found the spot where he was located, he looked at the area around him. Through that illusory projection, Su Ming saw several dozens of glowing spots flying about blindly around him. It was as if they could find his general location and were now just looking for the specific spot. Besides these people were 9 ancient bronze swords that were located in the distance. They were charging forward, but in a manner as if they had lost the location of where Su Ming was. They can't use the rune to locate me from a long distance, so it'll be difficult for them to use the blood identification pearl to notify the others of my position. Because of that, the Duke of Crimson Flame's art that distorts time and space for 7 days will become effective once more, making it so the others will be unable to find precisely where I am. Now I will use the power of the rune to know where you are. Since you came after my life, then you will have to pay a price for it. Murderous aura spread out from Su Ming's body. When he lifted his right hand, the crimson coffin under his feet melted into a long spear. Once he held it in his hand, the bald crane let out a cry, and ripples immediately spread out from Su Ming's body. A small crimson rune appeared under his feet, and in a flash, Su Ming disappeared. Several dozens of long arcs were exploring the area all around Western Ring Nebula. These people were all stimulated by the four great true worlds rewards and were desperate cultivators that came to kill Su Ming so that they could obtain the rewards. They cared nothing for death. After all, they no longer had any hope within the barren lands of divine essence. The only desire they had was to make themselves stronger and increase their level of cultivation. That was why it could be said that they eyed these rewards like hungry wolves. However, while the blood identification pearls on their bodies shone, they were leading them to an incredibly far-off place. Yet not too long ago, the blood identification pearls had led them to this region. What's going on? Could it be that this Mo Su used that enchanted treasure of his and shifted into the distance? There was an old man dressed in a blue robe in the galaxy, and he had a dark expression on his face. At that moment, as he moved forward in the form of a long arc, his heart was filled with puzzlement. Just as he was flying forward, his heart suddenly lurched in his chest. When he whipped his head around, he immediately saw a crimson rune appearing in the galaxy not far behind him. There was an indistinct figure in the rune, as if it was covered by ripples on the surface of water. Once it walked out, those ripples vanished to reveal a gray-haired Su Ming. The old man was momentarily stunned, but then his pupils constricted. Killing intent rose in his eyes, along with surprise and bewilderment. He released the presence of World Plane Realm from his entire body without any hesitation. Bang! A blue sea of fog spread out towards the region around him, covering a circular area of several hundreds of thousands of feet. Yet at the instant the sea of fog spread out, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at the old man. "Power of the rune, suppress this person," he ordered coldly. As the old man in blue robes spread out his power of world planes, a thought flashed through his mind. Since he warped before me and there is no fear on his face, then he must be confident in killing me, or else he would have definitely not done this, judging by rumors about how cunning and ruthless he's been when he slaughtered those people in Heavenly Treasure Planet. Once he spread out the power of world planes, he lifted his hands, bent his back, and pushed down on the galaxy without any hesitation. The moment he pushed down, a muffled roar came from many different spots within the blue sea of fog that had spread out over hundreds of thousands of feet. A bow from all directions. That voice sounded as if there were tens of thousands of people roaring at the same time. At the instant it echoed in the area, obscure figures instantly appeared within the sea of fog that stretched to several hundreds of thousands of feet. Those figures occupied the area all around, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. There were men and women, the elderly and the young among these people. Their expressions were apathetic, but their eyes were filled with fanatical zeal. Their bodies were illusory, not real, but when they appeared, they lifted their hands, bent their backs and bowed all together, doing the same posture as the old man in blue robes. Bang! A vast and mighty pressure shook the galaxy. Su Ming immediately sensed a power that was like the might of heaven. It descended on him in an invisible manner, and once it locked down all the spots around him, it turned into a power that tried to flatten him. It was as if a huge hand had appeared around him and wanted to crush him alive. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. As his words of calling the power of the rune echoed in space, a circular crimson rune appeared under his feet. That rune shone brilliantly. It was only about 100 feet in size at the moment it appeared. Yet right away it started expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it grew to several tens of thousands of feet. It resisted head on the pressure which was trying to flatten Su Ming from all directions due to that one bow formed from the blue sea of fog by the old man's power of world planes. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared in the galaxy. A furious wave of impact erupted from the void. The blood-red rune under Su Ming's feet swelled up immediately to 300,000 feet, crashing continuously into the sea of fog that was formed from the old man's power of world planes. Boom! 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 The old man's expression changed. His sea of fog fell apart when it crashed into Su Ming's crimson rune. As the fog fell back, it pushed the old man backwards. Once he was forced 10,000 feet away from where he originally was, a grim expression appeared on his face. Su Ming also moved back due to the wave of impact, but he only moved 1,000 feet. The crimson rune was under his feet. He might not be a lord of world planes, but he had the power of the rune. As long as he was in the area of this divinity incarceration rune, which covered the entire galaxy, then he could endlessly borrow the rune's power. With this power in his hands, Su Ming could bring out a power that was similar to world planes. The rune under his feet began flashing rapidly. Red light surged into the area up ahead. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly, formed a seal with his right hand, then swung his arm in the direction before him. The galaxy above his head immediately shuddered, and a circular blood-red rune appeared again. This rune was positioned vertically, like a wall, and with an extreme speed, it charged towards the old man in blue, who was 10,000 feet away from it. As it swiftly closed in, the vertical, circular, crimson rune began expanding non-stop. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 100,000 feet. If anyone looked over there from the distance, it would not be shocking, but if they looked from a close-up, then that 100,000 feet rune would be incredibly huge, and its speed would also be so quick that it could not be described with words. Right away, it closed in on its target. Disbelief appeared in the old man's eyes. He might not have reached the middle stage of world plane realm, but he was already at the peak of the initial stage. He had seen and experienced many things. When he first saw the crimson rune under Su Ming's feet, he had found it somewhat familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Now that he saw the rune coming straight towards him, a bang erupted in his head, and he remembered. This is impossible. This is the divinity incarceration rune. It's the rune that only the true guards from the 4 great true worlds can mobilize. You are a true guard. This discovery terrified the old man so much that his soul almost left his body. After a myriad of thoughts fleeted through his head, this incredibly absurd notion appeared in his mind. Could it be that this so-called bounty is actually a plot? A plot where the 4 great true worlds want to slaughter us all. But this is... The old man's eyes were bloodshot. He roared loudly, and his clothes puffed up. As the sea of fog that was formed by his power of world planes tumbled behind him, the illusions of the tens of thousands of people manifested behind him, then bowed after wrapping their fists in their palms. Those at the very end started bowing first, and soon the ones at the front bowed too. As they bowed in sequence, they looked like waves that eventually surged towards the old man. He wrapped his fist in his palm, then bowed towards the incoming crimson rune. Boom! The space before the old man shuddered, and a shadow that was several hundreds of thousands of big tall appeared. That shadow was not a person, but a pair of hands wrapped together. Those hands belonged to the old man and all the hundreds of thousands of people behind him. Once the shadow appeared, the instant the old man bowed in the direction before him, it immediately crashed into the incoming rune. Bang! 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 The illusory hands shattered inch by inch. As they tumbled backwards, the old man's hair danced wildly, making it seem as if there was a huge gust of wind crashing into his face. The illusions of the tens of thousands of people shattered and dispersed, and the crimson rune swiftly rushed over. Once it closed in, it crashed into the old man, and during that instant, the crimson rune turned into a huge red net that wrapped itself around the old man to suppress him. At the same time, Su Ming's body began rapidly withering away. In the blink of an eye, he turned into countless shards that charged forward, shooting through the net that was the crimson rune. Those shards rushed straight into the old man's body and began absorbing his memories, devouring his power of world planes, and sucking away his physical power. After a moment, once the old man's body disappeared, an endless amount of shards rushed out into the galaxy and gathered there to turn into Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, his body recovered from its withered state. A thick presence of world planes spread out from him, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. If I absorb one more person's power of world planes, then I will touch the wall separating me from world plane realm. Once the disaster falls on my head and I break through it, my physical body will turn into that of a world paragon. At the same time desire appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he sensed the might of borrowing the power of the rune. It was an overwhelming suppression that did not allow anyone to put up even the slightest bit of resistance. After all, Su Ming could no longer be considered to be the one who attacked during this fight. The one who fought against the old man in blue was not Su Ming, but the divinity incarceration rune that covered the entire galaxy. He might have only used 2/10 of the rune's power, but suppressing a cultivator in the initial stage of world plane realm was a piece of cake for the rune. Su Ming slowly clenched his fist, and a feeling of power he had never felt before filled his heart. This might not be his own power, but at this moment it belonged to him. After Su Ming slowly unfurled his fist and looked at his palm, a bloody battle began in the galaxy. That battle did not last for long, and Su Ming only killed 3 people before he warped and left the place. This was because he had already touched the wall in Heaven Cultivation realm separating him from World Plane realm. The art of swallowing shadows whole had reached a complete state of repletion and could no longer absorb the power of world planes. More importantly, Su Ming could feel that the first disaster from the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole would arrive several days later. He had fought a swift and clean battle against the 3 people. He had a short-distance warping ability by his side which would allow him to arrive at any spot he wanted to be. Even if someone also used a warp to escape with the illusory projection locating them, Su Ming would still be able to catch up to them. The power of the rune allowed Su Ming to possess a blood-red grid that was akin to the power of world planes. So his weakest attribute when he faced off against lords of world planes was mended completely. He borrowed the might of the divinity incarceration rune for the suppression art and had it sweep through the galaxy. This series of fights were not really fair, since the powerful warriors did not die in Su Ming's hands. They died because of the divinity incarceration rune. Once Su Ming killed those 3 people, he left. He did not appear before the 9 ancient bronze swords. Unless he could borrow more of the rune's power, he would not easily come into contact with the sword aura that could destroy Heavenly Treasure Planet. Several days later, Su Ming was seated on one of the meteors charging through the galaxy in a group. The Duke of Crimson Flame was not too far away. With a solemn expression, he protected Su Ming. The bald crane was lying by the side, occasionally grinning foolishly. Clearly, it was thinking about how its crystal count was going to increase, and was feeling incredibly happy. Su Ming had been sitting there for 3 days. He had chosen a meteor as his isolation grounds because a meteor was constantly on the move, and it was not slow either. Because of that, his location would be harder to discover with the blood identification pearls. If he was in a single spot that did not move, then the art that distorted time and space for 7 days would no longer be of any use. At that moment, his body was squirming about. Veins popped up on his skin, and runic symbols could be seen flashing faintly, as if they existed within his blood. As his blood circulated through his body, it looked as if there was an endless amount of runic symbols that were shining and swimming about his body. The first disaster in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole is the disaster of burning flames. Once you get through this disaster, your physical power will experience a great change. You will fuse with the power of world planes and your physical body will become that of a world paragon. However, you will need to search for another clone soon, or else when the second state of repletion comes and the second disaster falls on you, then no matter whether you succeed or fail, your soul will fuse completely with this body of yours, and from then onwards, you will not be able to create another clone. Do remember this, and keep it firmly in your mind. This was the Duke of Crimson Flame's solemn advice before Su Ming isolated himself for the first disaster. Time trickled by. The runic symbols swam faster and faster in Su Ming's body. Faint wisps of flames spread out from all his pores, covering his entire body and burning it. More flames spread out, and gradually, Su Ming's entire body was enveloped in a sea of flames. At the same time Su Ming isolated himself on the meteor to get through the disaster, a notice spread out from through the galaxy from which the four great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands. This notice shook almost all the cultivators, and it was even forcefully sent into the isolation grounds of the old monsters who isolated themselves all year long. Those who kill Mo-Su will be given 1,000 world stones and a cultivation planet that has not been laid to waste and still contains a complete essence of the world. Once this notice shook Western Ring Nebula, not only did it make the cultivators in Western Ring Nebula move out, all the other cultivators from the other 3 galaxies rushed to the place as well. The forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands added the number of true guards from true sacred Yin world that were sent to chase down Su Ming too. Newcomers such as Zheilong Shen, Li Hua, and Ji Yunhai were sent out to search for Mo-Su around Western Ring Nebula. True Morning Dao World and the Emperor of Abyss True World also sent out true guards to join in the chase. Besides the always mysterious 4th True World, 3 of the 4 True Worlds moved out. A long arc was heading towards the main camp from the galaxy where True Sacred Yin World was stationed. There was a young man in that long arc, and he had a dark expression on his face. There was the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He had received an order and was heading to the main camp to tell the 4 great true generals about this matter. He was also to check all the ancient scrolls of the past tens of thousands of years to search for Mo-Su's origins and how he was sent to the barren lands of divine essence, as well as which true world he came from, and what heinous crime he had committed. The barren lands of divine essence were in the shape of a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was where the main camp of the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds that were keeping a lookout over the barren lands were located. This place was filled with a stern atmosphere and was usually shrouded in a deathly silence. Even the true guards from the 4 great true worlds were not allowed to take even a single step into this place unless they were summoned, and it was during the shift changes between the old and new true guards. All those who went against this rule would be considered to have committed a great crime and would be banished to sinful barren lands. Within the area of the main camp was a gigantic vortex. That vortex was constantly rotating, but it never made a sound. From the distance, the brilliant lights from the vortex would make it seem like an ocean of stars. However, if anyone looked from a close-up, then they would see that the things that formed this ocean of stars were planets. It was a gigantic vortex formed by countless stars. All those who saw this would not be able to help but be shocked by it. At that moment, there was a long arc charging towards the main arc from beyond the vortex. Once that long arc closed in, it turned into a young man with the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He had a respectful expression on his face once he stopped beyond the vortex and wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. He remained in that position for a long time and did not straighten his back. Compared to this gigantic vortex, his existence was like that of an ant. He was completely insignificant. Time passed. Soon, several hours went by, but that young man still remained in that bowing position and did not move, nor did he say a word. He simply waited there quietly. Suddenly, the vortex started rotating a little faster before the speed of its rotation increased exponentially. A cultivation planet left its trajectory in the vortex and rushed to the periphery. a presence that could destroy the world charged towards the young man. Once that presence stopped before him, a cold and flat voice came languidly from that cultivator planet. Come. That voice might have only said one word, but it contained a supreme majesty, as if no one in the world could resist it. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows straightened his back at that moment, then turned into a long arc to charge into the cultivation planet before him. After a moment, he stepped on that cultivation planet, and before him was a vast desert. He could vaguely see a towering hall in the distance. It was brownish-yellow in color and stood alone in the desert. There were whirlwinds roaring and moving around it, sweeping up the sand to form a windstorm. Nearly 100 figures could be seen standing in front of the hall in the desert. These figures were all cultivators. They were men and women, elderly and young. They were lying with their faces against the sand of the desert, slowly crawling forward. These people were dressed in rags, many parts of their clothes tattered, but their expressions were filled with a strange fanatical zeal as they slowly crawled towards the hall. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows looked at the hall in the distance, then slowly crouched down until his body laid on the sand. Then he began crawling forward just like all the other people. It was silent all around him. Besides the moaning of the wind, there was no other sound. All the people on the ground crawling forward were filled with a strange air. However, even if the cultivator crawling right before all the others looked as if he had already gotten close to the hall, he still continued onward, as if he could not see it. It was as if the distance to the hall seemed different for each one of them. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows continued crawling forward, and as he did so, his robes were torn, and they began showing signs of being burnt. His hair dried up, but there was a determined look in his eyes. After spending 2 hours, he finally crawled towards the hall he saw in his eyes while looking completely disheveled. Over there, he sucked in a deep breath. Once he stood up from the ground, he walked into the hall. It was empty. There was only a table there with an oil lamp. The flame on the wick was swaying slightly. A countless number of faces with bizarre smiles could be seen swapping places with each other in the flame. None of the faces would show up again, as if over the countless years in this endless passage of time, none of them had ever been the same. The crackling from the flames echoed in the hall. Besides the oil lamp on the table, there was also a bamboo book by its side. Half of it was laid open, and an ancient presence spread out from it as it lay under the light from the lamp. I, Dao Ren, 9th tier true guard of true sacred in world greet Lord True General Huazhu. The young man knelt down on the ground and placed a hand on the asbestos on the floor before he lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Speak. An ancient and cold voice came from the flames on the wick of the oil lamp. At that moment, the faces on the oil lamp stopped changing, freezing on a woman's face with the ghost of a smile on her lips. We first discovered this person in Crimson Flame Planet. The young man did not dare lift his head. He had it bent down as he told everything that he knew about Mosu without holding anything back. This humble guard would like to search through the ancient scrolls of reincarnation and find this person's origins, then formulate a plan that would lure him out so that he would show himself before us on his own. His voice echoed in the hall. When the young man finished speaking, his voice still echoed in the area and lingered around for a long time. After some time, the woman's face in the flame on the wick opened her mouth, and her ancient and cold voice tumbled out from her lips. This person is not in the cycles of reincarnation. The young man was momentarily stunned. Then his expression immediately changed. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in voice, This humble guard is certain that this person is still in Western Ring Nebula, and is also certain that he has already fused with the divinity incarceration rune with some unknown method. He can borrow the power of the rune, and he uses its power to warp himself and suppress others. This humble guard would like to request that you would lock down all the borders that would lead to the other galaxies in Western Ring Nebula, and shut down the divinity incarceration rune. I will bestow upon you a wisp of the flame from the candle. You will burn your life to keep the flame burning. Fate will lead you to find this person. I will allow you to shut down the divinity incarceration rune once, but the downtime cannot exceed 3 months. Once the ancient and cold voice finished speaking, the flames on the wick of the oil lamp swayed. At the same time, the young man with the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows started trembling violently. Flames immediately burned his body, and these flames started moving over him like flowing water, eventually gathering in his hair, making it dance and look as if it was flames flickering in the air. The mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows also instantly vanished and turned into flames. Your body will be a candle, and your life will be its flames. You may leave now. The young man's body immediately began moving back against his will. He instantly turned into a ball of flames that swept out of the hall, out of the desert, and out of the planet. When he reappeared, he was already in the galaxy. Right before him was the rotating vortex. As for that cultivation planet, it was slowly moving backwards at that moment, until it disappeared into the vortex and became one of the many planets within it. He's not in the cycles of reincarnation, and he is a variable that was sent here using a special method. Wait, why can I sense this presence in the story? That accursed crane that should sink to the depths of the sea of misery for all eternity. That hateful crane that all people cannot help but want to kill millions of times until it is eternally damned. That damnable crane. Once the young man was swept out of the hall. A low roar that was no longer ancient and cold but filled with hate and madness rang out. As that roar echoed in the air, the oil lamp on the table in the hall let out a violent crackle. An endless amount of faces appeared instantly in the flames, and they swiftly spread out, filling the entire hall before going outwards. The flames filled the entire cultivation planet, beginning to burn it right away. Oh! Achoo! The bald crane was on a meteor charging forward through Western Ring Nebula. The bird was lying lazily with sparkling eyes. There was crystal in its claws and a pleased look on its face when it sneezed 3 times in a row. Well, damn it all. Someone must be talking about me. As a crane and as a bird, I have to keep a low profile. I must keep a low profile. I can't have anyone keeping me in their minds. Achoo! Before the bald crane could finish mumbling, it sneezed again. This time it got angry. It stood up, and a fierce look appeared in its eyes as it looked around itself continuously. Damn you all! Who's talking bad about me? I'll make you pay. As the bald crane was enraged, the Duke of Crimson Flame instinctively casted a glance before quickly lowering his head and no longer bothering with it. The more he believed that the crane was the legendary crane, the more he did not dare associate with it. He remembered the series of rumors regarding that creature, and all the people that were associated with it did not end up well. The meteor sliced through the galaxy. As the Duke of Crimson Flame protected Su Ming and the bald crane raged, the fury of the flames on Su Ming's body reached its peak. The flames burned every single inch of his flesh and blood. It did not matter whether it was his skin or the organs within his body. Everything about him was being burned down. His body had already withered up. He looked like a dried-up piece of wood. Another half a month went by. Su Ming did not move. All his skin had become chapped. However, it looked as if there were no longer any flames on him. 7 days ago, the sea of fire on his body had all tumbled back and crawled into him. The presence of death became even thicker on Su Ming's body. One day, his chapped skin let out popping sounds. At this moment, the Duke of Crimson Flame looked towards him with a grave look. Even the bald crane's gaze landed on Su Ming. The chapped skin cracked once again, piece by piece. At the same time, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. When he did so, faint golden light spread out from his pupils, making them look sharp and threatening. They were filled with an awe-inspiring air. When Su Ming opened his eyes, the popping sounds became even stronger. The chapped skin fell off piece by piece to eventually reveal a faintly golden skin. In fact, once all the chapped skin fell off, the faint golden light spreading out from Su Ming's body enveloped his entire person, making him somewhat hazy. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. The galaxy around him immediately started trembling, and a sea of fire appeared around the meteor. The sea of flames burned with a loud whistle and spread out with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it covered a circular area of 50,000 feet. The presence of world plane realm erupted within those 50,000 feet. This time, Su Ming did not borrow the rune's power, but with his physical body alone he had executed the power of world planes. World planes. Su Ming stood up on the meteor. Loud banging sounds came from his body. As Su Ming clenched his fist, the sea of flames of 50,000 feet instantly fell backwards. At the moment he clenched his fist, it was as if the sea of flames within those 50,000 feet was absorbed and gathered onto his palm. This is my own power. My physical body has become that of a paragon. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, when he opened them again, his lips curled up into a smile. However, that smile was a little bitter and sad. If he'd had this sort of power when he'd been in the land of berserkers, then everything would be different now. You have to search for another clone soon. It does not matter whether it is from the 4 great true worlds or the 5th true world. There might not be many whose physical bodies can become those of paragons, but it isn't rare either. More accurately speaking, no one talks about anyone's physical bodies having reached the level of world paragons. In truth, you have not become a lord of world planes. It's only that your physical body can now resist the divine abilities from the initial stage of world plane realms without being injured. You can also use the power of world planes to make your chi be as powerful as the divine abilities of world paragons. You have to continue to use the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole to devour other people's power of world planes. In fact, once you become slightly stronger, you can devour the essence of a world from a planet. But this isn't a long-term plan. A real world paragon is someone who can obtain the acknowledgement of an essence of the world. When he obtains the acknowledgement from 10,000 worlds, a wisp of plain Kulpa's essence would be born within him. This is the true great Tao. Only when your cultivation base also reaches the level of world paragons will you be able to head towards this great path. Your physical body is what will help you to walk even further down this road. When your cultivation base is also refined to the state of a world paragon, then with the aid of your powerful physical body you will be truly strong. Can be said that at that time your foundation would become solid. As you accumulate your strength and let this power explode forth, you can become an incredibly strong warrior within whatever realm you reach. The Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice as he looked at Su Ming. I suggest that you possess a cultivator with great talent as your clone. If you do that, you will not need another identity. You can also speed up your training by using the potential of the person you possessed. Abyss builders rely on their clones to train and grow stronger. The number of clones that each abyss builder can form is different. When the day comes that you reach the limit for the number of clones you can create and find your real body, you will be able to execute one of the strongest divine abilities among abyss builders, the change of abyss builders. With this art, all of your clones will fuse with your real body, and you will be able to bring forth your strongest combat prowess. In my memories, there weren't many who could execute the change of abyss builders among the abyss builders in the 5th true world, and there were also distinctions of strength between each caster. I'm not entirely certain of the details, since I'm not of their race. But I've heard of a rumor that the sovereign of the 5th true world, who is also your people's ancestor, could fight against one of the 4 true progenitors from the 4 great true worlds that could already control fate, lives, and deaths and not be at a disadvantage once he gathered all his clones together and executed the change of abyss builders. That was before he reached the realm where he could control fate, lives, and deaths. When our sovereign reached that realm himself, he executed the change of abyss builders once again and could win against the 4 great true progenitors alone while fighting against all of them. When the Duke of Crimson Flame said those words, his tone was full of excitement. As a person of the 5th true world, he was clearly proud of the glory that his land had had in the past. Su Ming looked at his own fist. As he slowly relaxed his fingers, he listened to the Duke of Crimson Flame's excited voice and cast his gaze into the distant galaxy. The powerful sovereign of the 5th true world and the ancestor of the abyss builders couldn't protect his own home as well, so his people were nearly wiped out. Could there be a realm that surpasses the state of controlling fate, lives, and deaths in this vast galaxy and can determine the lives of all the living? Can that power kill those who can control fate, lives, and deaths? Su Ming looked at the galaxy, and for some unknown reason, this thought appeared in his head. Compared to those people, I am still as weak as an ant. Su Ming fell silent. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, "How many clones did my ancestor have?" "He had 6 great clones, and all of them were incredibly powerful." The Duke of Crimson Flame immediately answered. Su Ming did not speak anymore. He looked at the galaxy, and a powerful light gradually begun to shine in his eyes. An invisible, mighty pressure spread out from his body. The ripples coming from it meant that Su Ming's heart was trembling violently at that moment. Even my powerful ancestor could not protect his people and his home, and there is a possibility that he has already died. The 5th true world has been reduced to a broken world, and countless of its people are suppressed and sealed. Just what reason could have caused the 4 great true worlds to work together and fight against the 5th true world? What reason could have to push them to completely destroy the 5th true world? And by the looks of it, their main targets were the Abyss Builders. I've already had enough of being Fate's puppet. Detion controlled me in the past, that wolf from Death region is controlling me now, and perhaps in the future, there will be other people who will control my fate until I die. I don't want to be controlled anymore. I want to control my own fate. I want my will to not be affected by anything. I want the people I want to protect to forever be safe. I want to be strong. I have to become powerful. Only by making myself stronger endlessly and surpassing the level of my ancestor can I truly protect the people and the home I want kept safe. Only then will I be able to be myself. The brilliant light in Su Ming's eyes grew even brighter. Only after a long while did it gradually disappear, hidden in the depths of his heart, having become his desire. "Let's go. We'll head to Black Ink Planet." Su Ming averted his gaze from the galaxy above his head and sat down cross-legged. The meteor hummed and charged towards the depths of the galaxy. Several days later, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice also reached his mind at that moment. "Su Ming, there is someone who is coming towards us from up ahead. Judging by the looks of it, he doesn't know where we are, but is just heading our way by pure coincidence." Su Ming did not speak. He cast a glance at the galaxy above him and closed his eyes once again. He was not a person who loved killing, and his personality was that if no one provoked him, he would not attack. However, if someone provoked him, then his callous personality would turn him into a cold-hearted person. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a long arc charged forward. It closed in on the meteor where Su Ming was within an instant but did not stop. Instead, that long arc moved straight past his side. Within that long arc was a young man with long hair. He was dressed in a long purple robe. There was a picture of a dragon sewn on his robe with golden threads. That picture of the dragon looked like a word Zhao. Su Ming ignored that person. He continued meditating with his eyes closed, but soon, an incredibly arrogant divine sense swept past the area. Su Ming frowned, and the young man that was about to pass by the meteor swarm suddenly let out a light gasp and turned back. When he was moving at the same speed as the meteor, he looked towards Su Ming. When he looked over, confusion appeared on his face. He then shook his head and swiftly left. He turned into a long arc and left the meteor's side to charge into the distance. There was a hidden hint of excitement and wariness in his eyes. As he charged forward, he immediately brought out a jade slip. "I actually ran into him. He recognized you, and he's about to crush a voice-transferring jade slip so that others will know where you are." The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice traveled into Su Ming's ears as he sat on the meteor. "I know." Su Ming opened his eyes. If the person had pretended to not recognize him but did not crush the jade slip, then Su Ming would have let it be, but since the other had decided to send word, it meant that he was seeking death. Earthen script, become a grave. When Su Ming spoke lightly, his body faded away and he disappeared without a trace. In the distance, at the instant the young man in purple robes was about to crush the jade slip, a sudden powerful sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression changed, and just as he was about to throw caution to the wind and crush that jade slip, bang! A ball of muddled fog appeared around him. That fog instantly froze up, burying the young man within in itself. If anyone saw it from the above, they would clearly see that a tumulus that looked like earth had appeared on the spot where the young man was. There were torn pieces of skin manifesting on that tumulus, and they gathered together to form a tombstone. The buried young man's face was being drawn swiftly on that tombstone. Die! A flat voice stated, echoing in the galaxy. Su Ming's body reappeared on the meteor. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month went by. A bloody presence surrounded a certain meteor, and it was covered in specks of blood. During the past half a month, Su Ming had run into 4 pursuers. The first time there had been 2 people. The second time there were 3 people. The third time there were 6 people. The fourth time there were 10 people. Besides attacking the first 2 times, Su Ming avoided the other 2 battles. As he continuously pressed towards Black Ink Planet, he sensed an increasingly greater threat from the illusory projection. He noticed that there were more glowing spots that were heading towards him from all directions. Duke of Crimson Flame, someone should have broken your art that distorts time and space for 7 days, Su Ming stated calmly. The Duke of Crimson Flame fell silent. He could also vaguely guess this, or else he could not explain why the number of people chasing after their lives kept increasing during the past month. If I was someone of the 4 great true worlds, then the first step I would do is to break the 7 days art. The second step would be, since they can activate this rune, then it is only natural that they can shut it down as well. Since the enemy is using the rune, I would shut it down and make it so that the enemy cannot continue using it. Su Ming sat on the meteor and looked at the faint ripples on the projection before him. An increasing amount of glowing spots flashed about, as if the rune was no longer stable. He then said in a cold voice, after that, when the 7 days art was broken and the rune was shut down, the true guards from the 4 great true worlds will appear en masse, and if I were the true guards, I would use the shortest amount of time possible to lock down the area and destroy the target. Right when Su Ming finished saying these words, the projection before him started shining even more brilliantly, then became dark and disappeared right away. But not a single hint of surprise could be seen on Su Ming's face. Damn it! Damn you all! You despicable rascals! The bald crane was momentarily stunned before it immediately roared in rage. Little boy Su, it's over. It's all because of that mouth of yours. You jinxed it. Everything good you say never happens, and everything bad you say always happens. I can't sense that divinity incarceration rune anymore. It's been shut down. Damn it all, these people cut off my path to riches. How despicable. I'll remember this. I'll remember it. I'm a crane that holds grudges. Sooner or later, I'll duke it out against all of you. The bald crane was filled with deep hatred and resentment. It was not experiencing heartache because of the rune, but because after the rune was shut down, it could no longer extort Su Ming. Could no longer make deals with him. After all, when that rune was around, it was practically a golden goose. Every single time Su Ming used it, he had to pay with crystals. 1,000 world stones, a cultivation planet that has been modified and possesses a complete essence of a world. This will no longer tempt cultivators alone, but entire families. Su Ming looked at the disappeared projection, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He remembered the word Zhao that was sewn on the purple robes on that young man whom he had killed a few days ago. Due to the unique conditions in the barren lands of divine essence, the criminals from the 4 great true worlds live and give birth to their offspring here. Over the years, forces of power that are formed from familial connections will naturally appear. To these families, the temptation of a cultivation planet that has been modified will surpass a world stone. The 4 great true worlds and the pursuers, since all of you insist on killing me, then don't blame me for stepping up and playing big. A cold smirk appeared on Su Ming's lips, and a freezing glare shone in his eyes as he stood up. Bald Crane, do you want to take revenge on the 4 great true worlds? Su Ming asked as he looked at the bird. The bald crane was livid with rage and its heart was aching at that moment. When it heard Su Ming's question, It immediately nodded fiercely, gnashing its teeth in hatred. I'm completely surrounded from all fronts. It doesn't matter whether it's these pursuers or the true guards from the four great true worlds. All of them want to kill me. Su Ming leaped up from one of the meteors. Crimson threads appeared out of thin air and surrounded him before they turned into a coffin that instantly charged into the distance. Su Ming put the bald crane away, and the Duke of Crimson Flame turned into a totem on the coffin. All of them swiftly left into the distance. The crimson coffin traveled incredibly quickly, but right at the instant it left, the galaxy they were in suddenly let out a loud bang, and deep blue ripples suddenly appeared, rapidly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, they covered a circular area of 100,000 feet and caught up to the crimson coffin that was Su Ming. The deep blue ripples turned into fog, leaving the area in a hazy state. At the same time, at the edge of the 100,000 feet area, Su Ming's crimson coffin looked like it had sunk into mud in a river, and his speed was reduced by half. Peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. He only has one step left before he moves into the later stage. What speed? You aren't his opponent. The gap between your strengths is too great. If it wasn't because there isn't enough power of world planes in the barren lands of divine essence, this sort of powerful warrior would have arrived at the later stage of World Plane Realm by now. No matter where he goes, he will be considered the overlord of that area. The Duke of Crimson Flames swiftly told Su Ming. There was an anxious tone to his voice. Almost at the same time he spoke up, a cold harumph echoed from the deep blue fog within that area of 100,000 feet. That harumph alone caused the galaxy to rumble and cracks to appear. It also caused the red coffin to tremble so much that it shattered. Bang! The coffin shattered, and its pieces fell backwards to reveal Su Ming, who was charging forward. Those shards swiftly gathered together into a long red spear, and with a flash, it disappeared into Su Ming's body. Blood trickled out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth. That invisible strike just now had not only shattered the coffin, but also caused a great force to appear all around and within him. As that force exploded along with the coffin, it wounded Su Ming. It was as if that cold harumph could form some sort of resonance so that it would be difficult for one to defend themselves, and the body was instantly heavily wounded. Su Ming could sense clearly that if his physical body had not become like that of a world paragon, in other words much stronger than before, then he would have crumbled into pieces from that cold harumph, just like the coffin. The stranger was powerful. His strength surpassed that of Jing Nanzi and the 9 true guards Su Ming had met in Heavenly Treasure Planet. This was the strongest person Su Ming had run into during his escape. I've run into some people in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but I've never met anyone who could gravely wound me with just one harumph. Is this the power of those who have reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of World Plane Realm? They can completely suppress all the cultivators who are below World Plane Realm, and all the cultivators in Heaven, Earth, and Man Cultivation Realm have absolutely no chance of fighting back. It's like the difference between a baby and a grown man. Even if it's those who have reached World Plane Realm, those who are just in the initial stage will find themselves with a slim chance of survival even if they were fleeing, much less fighting against him. Su Ming did not even have time to wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth. He was not too surprised by this person's appearance, though. He had already made a guess that the moment the divinity incarceration rune disappeared, the true guards and other pursuers would appear right away. It did not matter who came. There was no difference. Besides, after the barren lands of divine essence experienced those things before, the person who appeared to kill Su Ming was much stronger. If the divinity incarceration rune was still around, perhaps I could use the power of the rune to fight against this person for a while, but now I'm not his opponent. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and stomped on space. Immediately, faint golden ripples appeared and spread out with a bang. They covered a circular area of 50,000 feet in the span of a breath, and the presence of World Plane Realm erupted from his entire body. You are just a candle flame. How dare you try to outshine a moon? When the cold voice echoed in space, the fog that spread out to 100,000 feet gathered together into a face that was 100,000 feet in size. The face was ancient and belonged to an old man, and it took up the entirety of the deep blue fog. From the distance, that face that spread across the galaxy was an incredibly terrifying sight, and this was the power of those who had reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of world plane realm. His voice rumbled in the galaxy, while Su Ming was swiftly rushing away from the spot near the center of the face's brows. If I kill you, then my family will be able to possess a cultivation planet with an essence of a world. I, Zhao Tiangang, might not be willing to be used by the four great true worlds, but for the sake of my family, I can only attack you. If you want to blame someone for your death, then blame yourself for not being strong enough. At the instant that rumbling voice shook the galaxy, a sparkle appeared in the eyes of that gigantic face of 100,000 feet. I'm impressed that you're wanted by the four great true worlds. I'll let you die under my second strongest divine ability. Then, at least, you will be able to die a worthy death. 3. The moment Zhao Tiangang said these words, Su Ming's heart trembled, and the area 50,000 feet away from him began shattering. Let me perform a shift. You're not his opponent. If we don't shift, you'll definitely die. The Duke of Crimson Flame's anxious voice traveled into Su Ming's mind. Wait a little longer. I want to see just how great is the disparity between me and a person who has reached the peak of the middle stage in world plane realm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he immediately delivered these words in his heart to the Duke. Are you mad? I can tell you this, the difference between the two of you is like heaven and earth. Before him, you are just an ant. Not only is this person a world paragon in the pinnacle of the middle stage in world plane realm, judging by his words, he is also the progenitor of a family. This kind of person is definitely someone with a great reputation and fame. Even the ordinary true guards from the four great true worlds might not want to provoke him. The Duke of Crimson Flame roared in anger. For the first time, he did not listen to Su Ming's words and was ready to shift to leave the place with Su Ming. The faint golden area began shattering 50,000 feet away from Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, only several thousands of feet were left. The other parts had been torn to pieces in a bizarre manner when Zhao Tiangang had said that one word. Even if there is the distance of heaven and earth between us, even if I am an ant, I will still have the courage to glare at the universe. Even if I am an ant, I cannot flee because I cannot fight back. As long as the difference isn't so great that he can kill me in an instant, then I will definitely attack. Even if I am weak, I must draw my sword. Even if I am not his opponent, I cannot surrender. If I don't fight, my thoughts will not be clear. If I don't fight, I will not reach my goals. If I don't fight, then with what spirit should I reach Solar Culpa realm? The presence of world plane, which was that faint golden light that was previously thousands of feet away, had come to only several hundreds of feet. However, Su Ming's voice reverberated in the Duke of Crimson Flame's heart. It made him stop, just as he was about to perform a shift. It was as if this was the first time he came to know Su Ming. Those words echoed in the Duke of Crimson Flame's heart, and every single word and sentence possessed a determination that could cause hearts to tremble. If I don't fight, then with what spirit should I reach Solar Culpa realm? Su Ming roared towards the sky, and a 10,000 feet illusion manifested behind him. That was his statue of the God of Berserkers. God of Berserkers' three barren arts of heaven, earth, and man. Man barrenness. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He swung his arm, and the statue of the God of Berserkers behind him immediately lifted its hands. Once it pushed them together in the shape of a cross, it pulled its hands apart, with both of them heading towards the galaxy up above. Earth barrenness. The faint golden area that was only hundreds of feet away from Su Ming shattered completely at that moment. At that moment, the statue behind Su Ming lifted its right leg and stomped fiercely downwards. Heaven barrenness. Bang! During that instant, Su Ming's statue of the God of Berserkers shone with an endless faint golden light. Once it covered its body, the statue's right leg completed its act of stomping on the ground, and its body swelled up once more. In the span of a breath, it grew to several hundreds of thousands of feet, and its body fell face forward. With his current level of cultivation and the addition of his power of world planes, Su Ming cast the God of Berserkers' art. Man barrenness was to worship the heavens. Earth barrenness was to step on nothingness. Heaven barrenness was to collapse the sky and destroy the land. The statue's body was the sky. At that moment, when its body fell, a loud bang surged into the sky, and this was the sky's collapse. Boom! 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 A violent sound reverberated in all directions in the galaxy. At the instant Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers fell, Zhao Tiangang's cold voice spoke up again. Flowers! The booming sounds from the statue disappeared. It was as if there was a power that could destroy the sky right as it collapsed down to the earth, forcing the sky to fall apart before it even fell. The statue crumbled, and Su Ming coughed up blood. As he was forced back, he threw his head back and roared. He lifted his hands and began forming seals before he flung his arms backwards. 7 shadows immediately appeared behind him. Those 7 shadows were dressed in long black robes. The faces of those people could not be seen clearly. However, there was an incredibly thick aura of death that swiftly spread through the galaxy. 7 abyssal death seal. Earthen script. Become a grave. At the same time, those shadows in black robes bowed simultaneously towards the galaxy. Su Ming's body instantly became indistinct. A lone grave appeared, and Zhao Tiangang's face was being swiftly drawn out on the tombstone. Destroy! Came Zhao Tiangang's voice from the face that was 100,000 feet big. Bang! The 7 abyssal shadows shattered completely. The lone grave that was Su Ming also crumbled apart instantaneously. The tombstone on it could not even manage to draw out Zhao Tiangang's face. Rumbling sounds came from Su Ming's entire body. His flesh and blood shattered inch by inch, and as he coughed up blood, his body was gravely wounded. However, there was no regret in his eyes. Only extreme brightness could be found. He lost. This was a fight he was bound to lose, but he fought. He dared to fight. He had the courage to still attack and draw his sword even though he knew he would definitely lose. This was a form of determination. It was the most important requirement for a powerful warrior, and the value of this requirement even surpassed potential and serendipities. Duke of Crimson Flame, shift. Let's go. Su Ming licked the blood at the corners of his lips and sent these words to the Duke. The world. These were the 2 final words Zhao Tiangang said. It also marked the completion for his divine ability 3 flowers. Destroy the world. Right at the instant he finished saying these words, the Duke of Crimson Flame's body appeared next Su Ming, who was at that moment falling back while blood gushed out from his entire body. The bald Duke of Crimson Flame swung his arm. While loud booming sounds were surging into space and ripples viciously spreading out, the totem of a flying dragon manifested in space. As those booms continued resounding, that totem shattered. However, by then, the Duke of Crimson Flame had already used the power of his life and shifted. Almost the instant he did so, the area in that part of the galaxy collapsed, stirring up booming sounds that spread in all directions. When it started gradually calming down, the face that was 100,000 feet vanished, and an old man in purple robes appeared in the galaxy. The old man had a dark expression on his face. He looked at the spot from which the Duke of Crimson Flame had taken Su Ming and vanished. He knew that he was definitely going to lose, but he still had the courage to fight against me. This child is a determined person and also a madman. But no matter what, fighting against a powerful person is the best way for your level of cultivation to rise quickly, and also the best way to obtain an epiphany. The difference of power between the 2 of us would be like the difference between me and those in the later stage of World Plane Realm. If I ran into a person like that, would I dare to fight against them? Zhao Tiangang fell silent. If he doesn't die in 10,000 years, he will definitely become a big problem. Zhao family's progenitor. It's Zhao Tiangang from the Zhao family, which is one of the 3 big families in Western Ring Nebula. It is rumored that this person has reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of World Plane Realm 2,000 years ago. He is only a step away from reaching the later stage of World Plane Realm. Humph, the distance of that one step is 10,000 lis. World paragons don't really have that much difference between each other in the beginning, and there is not much difference in power between those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm and those in Heaven Cultivation Realm. In fact, there are several powerful cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm who could fight toe-to-toe against those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm if they had some unique methods and enchanted treasures. However, once one's level of cultivation reaches the middle stage of World Plane Realm, their combat prowess will increase exponentially. A powerful warrior in the middle stage of World Plane Realm can easily kill a person in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. Even if those in Heaven Cultivation Realm have extremely powerful enchanted treasures and they can kill those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm, in the face of those in the middle stage, they cannot hope to compete. That's right. I understand this logic as well. Besides, there are differences among those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm as well. Those in the peak of the middle stage can suppress the others in the middle stage with ease, or else Zhao Tiangang wouldn't have been able to make that Zhao family of his become so distinguished with his own hands. Whooshing sounds mixed with howls were traveling swiftly from all directions before they turned into several dozens of people who were scattered around the area where Su Ming and Zhao family's progenitor had fought against each other. These people had all come after Mo Su's life due to the waves of power that came from this place. Once they rushed to the area, they immediately saw Zhao family's progenitor looking into the distance in silence, but they did not see Mo Su. It's a pity that Zhao family's progenitor was ahead of us. That Mo Su has probably been killed or captured already. A cultivation planet with a complete essence of a world. Zhao family will become even stronger in the future. In fact, there's even a possibility that Zhao family's progenitor will be able to take that step forward and become a monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm. However, he is still only at the peak of the middle stage in World Plane Realm. If he ran into those in the later stage, even those who had just reached it, he would be completely suppressed. Unless he had a method to escape, he would definitely die. It's a pity that there are only 3 monsters in the later stage of World Plane Realm in Western Ring Nebula. Besides Li family's progenitor, who is in isolation all year around and doesn't ever come out, the other 2 are also training somewhere in hiding. It's been a long time since they showed themselves. An increasing number of people arrived to the area. After a moment, there were nearly 100 people there. The eyes of those people in the area shone brilliantly. Once they swept their gazes past Zhao Tiangang's body, they began sending their thoughts to each other to discuss the matter among themselves. After a moment, a layer of ripples spread out from the galaxy in the distance. 9 huge ancient bronze swords appeared slowly, and a powerful and mighty pressure spread out, causing the people in the area to swiftly retreat. As they did so, the 9 big swords gradually stopped moving. Zhao family's progenitor. How did the battle go? A person walked out of the sword positioned right in front of the other swords. That person was dressed in armor, and he was the old man who had escaped after he fought against Su Ming in Heavenly Treasure Planet. The old man's level of cultivation was also in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but based on his tone, it could be heard that he was rather courteous towards the old man from the Zhao family. He did not have that high and mighty attitude he showed when talking to other people in sinful barren lands. After all, while the situation they found themselves in and their positions were important, the thing that truly mattered to cultivators were the levels of cultivation. Those who were weaker would respect those who were stronger. This was the foundation that formed the system of the universe no matter the era and no matter what sort of world the people were in. If the true guard did not execute the power from the ancient bronze swords and Zhao family's progenitor went berserk, he could kill almost all of those on the swords. This sort of power was the source for the respect shown him. He escaped. Zhao Tiangang sighed. He was the person with the highest level of cultivation among those who went after Su Ming's life. His hate towards the 4 great true worlds ran incredibly deep due to his status and his level of cultivation, but as time passed and his family grew, he gradually hid that hate in his heart. For his family, he would squash down his enmity towards the 4 great true worlds and listen to their orders temporarily to chase after Su Ming. The moment he finished speaking, the people around him immediately burst into an uproar. Almost every single person was shocked by Zhao Tiangang's words, because they knew full well the significance behind the act of being able to escape from the hands of Zhao family's progenitor. Zhao Tiangang was not willing to say much. He swung his arm, and an illusion immediately appeared before him. There were endless pictures that shone within that illusion, and they showed his battle against Su Ming. The entire process from start to finish was shown before the group. Then, without a single word, Zhao family's progenitor turned around and left. He had been waiting in this place because he had wanted to explain himself to the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout over this place. Once he did that, he was unwilling to continue lingering around the place. As the people in the region watched the pictures in the illusion attentively, a layer of ripples appeared out of the blue in a spot that was very far away from where the battle was held in the galaxy. As it spread out, Su Ming walked out from space with a single step. At the instant he walked out, he coughed up blood. Was it worth it? You attacked despite knowing that you would definitely lose, and you were gravely injured in return. Was it worth it? The Duke of Crimson Flame manifested beside Su Ming, and as he looked at him, there was a slightly complicated look on his face. It was. Su Ming wiped away the blood with brightly shining eyes. To me, the path of cultivation is filled with mountains. There are plenty of towering mountains ahead of me, and once I move over one mountain, it will mean that my level of cultivation has increased by a level. My enemies are these mountains. I can have my path blocked by these mountains, and I don't mind running into a mountain that I'll never be able to cross in my life, but if I run into this sort of mountain and do not even have the courage to try climbing it simply because the mountain is too tall, then I will start to feel that I am an insignificant ant. Because of that, I will no longer be able to take even a single step forward. By then, what will I even be practicing cultivation for? Su Ming said as he looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. His calm words were filled with determination that made the other's heart tremble. After some time, the Duke of Crimson Flame suddenly asked, "If I wasn't by your side and you couldn't shift, what would you have done?" "I would still have done the same thing," Su Ming answered firmly, without any hesitation. "Since I would have definitely died there. Then between not resisting but waiting for death with my eyes closed and fighting to the death in a grand battle, I would naturally choose the latter." A resolute expression appeared on Su Ming's face. His voice might not be loud, but when it reached the Duke of Crimson Flame's ears, it silenced him. 10 breaths later, the Duke of Crimson Flame asked, "What will you do next?" "I've already used up one of my 2 shifts. The last one is for when you get close to Black Ink Planet, so I can get you straight in." Su Ming brought out some medicinal cores. Once he swallowed them, a freezing glare appeared in his eyes, along with a hint of madness. He coldly said, "Since they intend to make my life miserable, then I will also make theirs a living hell." 3 days later, a shocking bang came from the cultivation planet closest to the spot to where Su Ming had shifted. As the loud booms reverberated in the air, roars from ferocious beasts rang in the air. The presences of those ferocious beasts were incredibly powerful, and there were even some who flew out of the cultivation planet to roar at the galaxy. In fact, once the seals on these ferocious beasts were broken and they tasted freedom, an excited roar came from the depths of the planet before echoing faintly in the air. There was madness and hatred contained in that roar, and it came from the mighty cultivator of the alien race that was sealed in this planet. As the ferocious beast seals were broken, the same sight as the one in Crimson Flame Planet was reenacted. The sealing rune collapsed, giving the mighty cultivator a chance to break free. As for whether he would manage to escape in the end would depend entirely on him. 7 days later, the same booming sounds rang in another cultivation planet that was close by. At the same time they shook the galaxy, numerous roars from various ferocious beasts traveled into all directions. Several days later, a drastic change appeared on the 3rd cultivation planet. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. During this time, a change that caused the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the place to be ignited with rage appeared in more than 10 cultivation planets. An endless amount of ferocious beasts appeared in the galaxy, for the seals within cultivation planets were torn apart. The members of the alien races that were sealed also began showing signs that they were about to escape. Based on how things were going, several years later a force from the alien races that could overturn everything would burst forth in Western Ring Nebula. This was Su Ming's madness, And it was also the big gift he prepared for the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds suppressing the barren lands. He was using this act to take revenge against them for going after his life. The bald crane's excitement was even greater than Su Ming's. Its anger and hatred towards the 4 great true worlds closing down the divinity incarceration rune could be said to burn the skies. It completely approved of Su Ming's plan, and it did not even need him to pay any crystals but helped on its own accord, which was a rare sight to be seen. Bang! Another bang rang out in another cultivation planet. A large portion of the sealing rune on it shattered, and ferocious beasts flew out. As they roared in the galaxy, the crimson coffin swiftly flew up and headed into the distance. The coffin might have shattered because of Zhao family's progenitor in the past, but its core was not damaged, which was why it could still turn into a coffin and fly in the galaxy. Damn you all! Curse you all! How dare you people from the true worlds provoke me? I'll fight it out against all of you. I'll break your seals. Break all of them. Break them. I'll break all of your seals. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking your grandpa Crane, you crooks from the 4 great true worlds. Heh. I'm not that easy to bully. In the past, Luya was forced to his wits' end by yours truly. For great true progenitors. What are you? You're still just puny little birds before me. Am I that powerful? The bald crane's excited cries gradually faded away as the coffin left into the distance. Oh! Kill him. Kill that person called Mo-Su. I don't care how he came to the barren lands of divine essence, but that's the last straw, he must die. An enraged voice shouted out from the place where true Sacredine World was stationed in the galaxy among the other forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. It would have been fine if he had just gone to the other galaxies, but he broke the seals in over 13 cultivation planets within the region that true Sacredine World monitors. He is provoking us. This is revenge for us placing a bounty on his head. The main camp is already displeased and has sent a sealed order. If we cannot solve this problem within a month, then the true guards in true Sacredine World will have to pay the price for this matter. The Culpa Lord has already sent his orders. He will reward those who kill Mo-Su with a treasure. This time, all the true guards from true Sacredine World are to attack, and we are allowed to use the power of our origin essence to shift. The 2 world elders in Lunar Culpa Realm will also attack. We must resolve this within a month. Huge ancient bronze swords shot through the great space sealing rune from the galaxy where true Sacredine World was stationed and appeared in Western Ring Nebula. Anyone who swept their gazes across them would find that no end to them could be seen. Each of the huge swords were 100,000 feet long, and there were hundreds of them. The galaxy rumbled. The notice of an additional reward was sent through the entire Western Ring Nebula, stirring up the attention and greed of cultivators in the other galaxies, including the true guards from the other true worlds. Those who kill Mo-Su will not only receive the rewards originally offered, but also gain an additional reward from true Sacredine World, a Culpa treasure that possessed the presence of Solar Culpa Realm. Culpa treasure. This sort of treasure was rare even among the 4 great true worlds. Most of them were controlled by the old monsters who possessed the power of plain Culpa, and the value of such a treasure was difficult to describe with words. It could be said that to the powerful warriors in Lunar Culpa Realm, this sort of treasure was enough to fight each other to the death for it. Treasures the level of Culpa treasures were rarely created by people. Most of them were naturally born in this vast universe. They were existences that were like the treasures of the world. That was why each Culpa treasure was different, and the might of their divine abilities also had distinctions in strength. However, even the weakest Culpa treasure was enough to make 2 old monsters in Lunar Culpa Realm to have great differences in power. Someone in Lunar Culpa Realm who did not have any Culpa treasure in hand could not hope to win against someone at the same level with one. Only those in Lunar Culpa Realm who possessed a Culpa treasure could be known as being half a step away from Solar Culpa Realm. Treasures of this level could stir up uproars even in the worlds outside, and it was much more so in the barren lands of divine essence. This was enough to even cause a calamity here. This kind of reward could tempt the old monsters in Lunar Culpa Realm who seldom ventured out in the barren lands of divine essence, could make the powerful warriors in the later stage of World Plane Realm go crazy for them, and even true guards would descend into madness for such a treasure. If they killed Mo Su, they would be able to obtain that Culpa treasure. The lure in this additional reward surpassed the World Stones and the Cultivation planet. It became the brightest light within the entire Western Ring Nebula, and countless people went wild for it. The other 3 galaxies were also excited because of this news. All those who believed they had a chance put aside whatever they were doing and walked out of their isolation grounds to rush towards Western Ring Nebula at full speed. There was a region in there that was filled with dust. Bright light would occasionally shine in that place, but not a single hint of sound could be heard. From the distance, it looked like a wasteland. An endless amount of shattered stones floated in the air. Not long after, a long arc charged towards the place from the distance and closed in after a moment. That long arc turned into an old man dressed in a long dark blue robe. His head was filled with white, but his eyes were bright. The presence of world plane realm spread out from his body, showing that he was a middle-stage world paragon. He stopped on one of the barren shattered stone, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed deeply. "Master, your disciple would like to meet you." The old man's voice was loud. Once it traveled through the area, the shattered stones before him suddenly moved and were sucked together to form a gigantic face consisting of an innumerable amount of shattered stones. It could be vaguely seen that this face belonged to a middle-aged man filled with a dignified air. His shut eyes gradually opened. "What is it?" A voice that sounded like thunderous booms spread out through the area and stirred up layers of ripples, because of which the galaxy trembled and all the power of law within the area vanished instantly. "Master, the 4 great true worlds have offered a Culpa treasure as the bounty for one person." The old man lowered his head. His expression was incredibly respectful. He knew clearly just how powerful his master was. He was one of the 3 strongest people in the entire Western Ring Nebula, which was why even though he had reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm, he was still apprehensive when he faced his master. Culpa treasure. The eyes on the face formed by shattered stones suddenly shone, and brilliant light appeared within them. At the same time, in a cultivation planet that looked quite ordinary within Western Ring Nebula was an old man who was dressed in rags and looked as pathetic as a beggar. He was lying sprawled in a forest whose plants had almost all withered. There were a few cultivators by his side. The strongest among these was only at Earth Cultivation Realm, and there were even some of them who were only at Man Cultivation Realm. At that moment, they were staring cautiously at a ferocious beast with the form of a tiger about thousands of feet away from them. Based on the ferocious beast's presence, it was equivalent to those at the peak of Earth Cultivation Realm. On the ground behind it was a 3-colored flower in blossom, and faint wisps of fragrance were spreading out from it. The creature continuously investigated the area around it with low roars and a grim face. Yet at that moment, when the petals from that 3-colored flower fell behind it, sharp whistling sounds came from all directions. About 40-something cultivators rushed out from the forest and charged towards the tiger. The old man was among them. He was also the one making the most noise. "Kill it! That little bitch! Kill that tiger and the treasure will be ours." The old man's eyes shone, and he rushed out with a growl. The tiger let out a furious roar, and a chaotic battle stirred up, but before long, the old man let out a shrill scream of pain. A deep claw mark appeared on his body, and it looked as if his organs were about to be clawed out as well. When he fell to the ground, he did not forget to yell out a sentence. "Ah, I'm dead." After a few breaths, the old man on the ground opened his eyes and blinked. When he saw that the tiger was roaring in madness continuously as it fought against the people, he crawled forward cautiously, getting closer to the 3-colored flower. He was incredibly quick and seemed to be incredibly familiar with this sort of thing as well, a telling sign that he had done this sort of thing quite a number of times before. But when he was right beside the 3-colored flower, someone in the sky suddenly roared. Just where did that old coot come from? He actually faked death to steal the tricolored flower. He's not from our side. Damn it, don't bother with that tiger. First get rid of that old thief. He's not from our side either. Furious shouts came from the sky. Some of the cultivators even moved past the tiger to charge towards the ground. Right then, The old man seized the three-colored flower with an anxious look on his face and quickly got up. In desperation, he swiftly ran away. The rays of light from enchanted treasures charged towards him from the back. There were even divine abilities chasing after him. The old man's face was filled with excitement. As he ran, he suddenly frowned and brought out a jade slip from his bosom, then checked it while he ran. The moment he did so, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he stopped. Almost at the instant he stopped, the many enchanted treasures and divine abilities closed in on him altogether. A loud bang reverberated in the air, but the old man continued standing his ground and did not budge an inch. All the enchanted treasures that crashed into him were reduced to ashes. As for the divine abilities, they fell apart completely. Culpa treasure. The old man narrowed his eyes faintly. Once he put away the jade slip, he placed the three-colored flower into his mouth and bit into it before throwing it on the ground. He then whipped his head around to glare at the cultivators who had been stunned by the sight just now. Tricolored flower. My foot. I'm one of the 3 great veterans in the later stage of World Plane Realm in Western Ring Nebula. So what if I snatched it from you? Bah! It's not tasty either. The old man spat a few times on the ground before he charged towards the sky and disappeared without a trace. There were 7 cultivation planets that were forcefully moved to a certain region within Western Ring Nebula. These 7 cultivation planets might have already been reduced to wastelands, but once they surrounded that region, the intimidating force they formed shook the entire Western Ring Nebula. All those with a bit of knowledge within them would immediately think of the strongest family within Western Ring Nebula when they saw the 7 cultivation planets. Li family. Li family's progenitor Yuanhua was already in the later stage of World Plane Realm. His might intimidated everyone around, so the Li family gained a great reputation within Western Ring Nebula and were known as the overlords of the galaxy. It was rumored that Li family's progenitor had long hair that was 30 feet in length, and he had refined that hair into an enchanted treasure. The people who had died due to that hair were countless, and the progenitor had built the Li family's influence based on his bloody fame. Besides the Li family, all the others staying in the 7 cultivation planets were all their subordinates. They relied on the Li family's protection and obeyed its orders. There was a range of tall mountains and a lake on the 7th cultivation planet. The water in the lake was incredibly clear, which was an extremely rare sight within the barren lands of divine essence. There was a wooden house beside the lake, and at that moment, there was a middle-aged man standing outside the wooden house. He had his head lowered, and there was zealousness amid the respect on his face. That is how it happened. The 4 great true worlds have brought out a culpa treasure as a reward. I understand, you may leave now. After a moment, a gentle voice came from the wooden house. The zealous look on the middle-aged man's face became even greater, and he bowed once and left. Culpa treasure. This sort of treasure will definitely attract Tian Huangzi's attention, who is always willing to mix around with the small cultivators and doesn't have an ounce of a powerful warrior's mannerisms. Even Xianxia will definitely go wild over this as well. But, culpa treasure. Huh? Humph. If that young Mo can cause the 4 great true worlds to bring out a culpa treasure, then I mustn't underestimate him. The gentle voice slowly spread out before it gradually calmed down. The entire Western Ring Nebula had gone mad for the reward of a culpa treasure. Endless long arcs were charging through the galaxy. Everyone was doing their best to search for Mo. Occasionally, people would cross over the boundaries of Western Ring Nebula from other galaxies to join the chase as well. 3 dragons charged through the galaxy. Behind them were black longships. There were plenty of cultivators in black armor sitting on them. They all had their eyes closed in meditation as they remained still. A young man in a sacred constellation robe stood on the head of the dragon that was situated between the other 2. There was a person in white sitting cross-legged beside him. That person's face was as white as jade, but it held an incredibly cold and indifferent expression. The man looked like a sharp sword that had been drawn out of its scabbard calm, but with an outstanding presence. Yi Wang, if you become my follower, then I will assist you with all my abilities in destroying Mo and help you obtain that culpa treasure. In the future, I will definitely make your sect the strongest among the immortals. No need. The young man in white was naturally Yi Wang. Once he answered flatly, he closed his eyes, hiding the strange glare that appeared in his eyes when he heard of Mo Su's name. Mo Su, what a familiar name. Could it be you? If you aren't him, then fine, but if it's truly you, then I don't care how you came to this place. But our fight hasn't ended. Over the years, you were the only one who could fight me to a tie, the only opponent who I can remember up to this date. You cannot die, because the only one who has the right to kill you is me. Yi Wang muttered quietly in his heart with his eyes closed. Among the hundreds of ancient bronze swords in Western Ring Nebula was Zhe Longshan, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating among the crowd. He looked into the distant galaxy, and Mo Su's name emerged in his head. He was not the only one. Li Hu looked calm by his side, but a figure had also surfaced in his heart. That figure, too, was of a young man named Mo Su. Is it you? Li Hu shook his head. These two people did not notice Ji Yunhai, whose body was trembling lightly as he sat right beside them. The farther they went, the more he could feel a faint call affecting his body in an unseen manner. Mo Su, Su Ming. In the past, you didn't have the capability to detect that I had a wisp of divine sense left in my body. You refined my body into your clone and became my master. Who could have expected that we would now run into each other here? Well then, it's time that we change our roles. A freezing glare shone in Ji Yunhai's eyes. There were 3 ancient bronze swords in the lead of the other hundreds of ancient swords from True Sacredine World. They formed the 3 points of a perpendicular triangle. There was a person standing on the tip of each of those 3 swords. The person standing at the tip of the sword located in the middle had the mark of a ball of flame at the center of his brows. He was dressed in a long red robe, and he was naturally the 9th-tier True Guard, Dao Ren, who had been given a wisp of Huaju's power when he visited the main camp. His eyes burned brightly. There were no flames spreading out of his body, but the area where he stood was incredibly hot. In fact, the sword under his feet was melting slowly. Mo Su. Dao Ren narrowed his eyes, and killing intent appeared within them. This Mo Su was the one who had utterly humiliated True Sacredine World, and the main camp was also displeased. If they could not solve this problem within a month, then all of them would have to receive punishment. The other 2 people on the tips of the other 2 ancient bronze swords in the lead were sitting with their legs crossed and meditating. One of them was an old man and the other was a short boy. Not a single ripple of power was spreading out from their bodies. But if anyone took a closer look, they would discover to their shock that there was not a single hint of the universe's law around them. It was as if the area around them was a void, as if even the galaxy wanted to avoid wherever they were. Dao Ren turned his head around and looked towards the boy on the sword to his right and asked calmly, Senior Han Tongzi, how much longer will you need to locate Mo Su? Even though based on the presence Dao Ren was exuding he was only at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, the same as Zhao family's progenitor, but there was not a hint of respect within his words when he spoke to the boy. Instead, he was addressing him as his equal. He would definitely not have done so in the past, but it was different now since he was no longer just a True Guard. He had a status that surpassed the True Guard's Huaju's messenger. The boy opened his eyes. When his gaze landed on Dao Ren, he said calmly, I will need 4 more hours before I can locate him. 4 hours? Mo Su, with just 4 more hours. I will make it so that it will be impossible for you to escape anymore. Killing intent shone in Dao Ren's eyes. Oh! At that moment, Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on the crimson coffin within Western Ring Nebula, leaving a cultivation planet. The booms from behind him were still echoing in the air, and waves of violent, murderous presences burst out. Some of the ferocious beasts even flew out of the planet. Oh yeah! The bald crane cried out in excitement by his side. During the past few days it had been unusually excited. Every single time it broke open the seals in a cultivation planet, it would think that it had taken revenge on the 4 great true worlds, and this feeling made it fall in love with this action. Su Ming, where should we go next? Let's break all the seals in the barren lands of divine essence and make the 4 great true worlds angry. The angrier they are, the more trouble they will be in, and the happier I will be. The bald crane was so excited that it began shuddering before it looked at Su Ming with expectant eyes. A culpa treasure as a reward for killing me, huh? Su Ming ignored the bald crane. His expression was incredibly dark. When he left the cultivation planet just now, he had learned about the 4 great true worlds adding another reward for his head. Su Ming, we can't continue anymore. We must leave immediately, and the further get away, the better. I didn't expect that the 4 great true worlds would bring out a culpa treasure as a reward. The Duke of Crimson Flame was by Su Ming's side. He looked at Su Ming with an anxious expression on his face. What is a culpa treasure? Su Ming asked. Once the Duke of Crimson Flame finished making his explanations, Su Ming's face turned even darker. He clenched his fists instinctively, and even the bald crane no longer made any more noise. Clearly, it had been scared by the 4 great true worlds' actions. Aren't they thinking too highly of me? Culpa treasure. Even I am tempted. Su Ming's eyes shone. His mind moved quickly, but he did not find any way for him to resolve this series of dangers. Right from the start, this was destined to be a disaster that would cost his life. If the 4 great true worlds wanted to kill him, then with their power, even an old monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm would not be able to escape death, much less him. The only method for him to escape was to head to Black Ink Planet. That place was where the 4 great true worlds had the weakest influence. Once he stepped into Divine Essence Star Ocean through Black Ink Planet, then the 4 great true worlds would be helpless to chase after him, and as time passed, this matter would be forgotten and resolved naturally. However, Black Ink Planet was too far away, and he would not be able to reach it in a short period of time. This sealed off his only method of survival. During the past few days, Su Ming had tried stepping into the dimension of the black stone fragment, which had fused into his soul, but it wasn't much use. He could get in, but his body could not. Only his soul could do so, and if he was truly forced to this extent, then it would be the same as giving up on his physical body, and he would have to do everything from the beginning once more. This method was not a perfect solution for him to avoid this disaster that would cost him his life. He would still eventually need to show himself, and once he showed up and revealed any hint of himself, he would be absolutely powerless to fight back, since he would no longer have a physical body, just a soul. Besides, abandoning his physical body and his power was something Su Ming did not want to choose. In silence, the crimson coffin charged through the galaxy. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Ming's eyes flashed, determination shining there. Oh well, with my current level of cultivation, there's no way that I will be able to survive this disaster. Besides, I don't really need to hide in the dimension in the fragment for long. I won't believe that the 4 great true worlds will choose to seal off the divinity incarceration rune of the barren lands of divine essence forever. As long as the rune is activated and the divinity incarceration rune is in operation once more, I will be able to use the rune's power to warp, and no seal would work on me. At most, they will shut it down for a year, but it's likely to be even less, just a couple months or so. Else, it's completely impossible for them to give up on the divinity incarceration rune of the barren lands of divine essence just for me. If that is the case, then I will only need to hide for a period of time. During this period of time, as long as my physical body is safe, I will not suffer any injuries. It's a pity that from the tests earlier, I can't bring anything into the dimension besides my soul. I can't even bring my storage bag into the dimension. It wasn't like this when I was in Death region. Perhaps this is the strangeness of the barren lands of divine essence. Ha! Su Ming shook his head, and a glint appeared in his eyes. The speed of the crimson coffin beneath him increased exponentially and changed direction, charging straight towards the cultivation planet he had just left. Most of the seals in this cultivation planet have been broken. They will only send someone to form the seals again, but there should be only few people who could manage to figure out that I haven't left and am still around. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment, the crimson coffin under his body rushed into the cultivation planet, broke the top layer of wind in the planet, and disappeared without a trace instead of descending. There were multiple barren hills on this cultivation planets, as well as quite a large number of swamps. At that moment, Su Ming was sitting near one of the swamps. He had thought about several locations carefully and eventually chosen this one. It wasn't entirely remote. Occasionally, some of the cultivators in the planet would pass by, because there was a strange spirit herb growing in this region. It contained a small wisp of spiritual energy. There might not be a lot of it, but it was enough to cause the cultivators in this planet to search for it. I have a treasure that can hide my presence. Once my presence disappears, bald crane, protect my physical body and don't come out. Hide in the swamp and wait for me. Duke of Crimson Flame, I'll have to rely on you here. I will only come out half a year later, and when my presence is no longer around. As Su Ming was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Right at the instant this happened, the Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his head swiftly to look at the sky, and his expression instantly changed drastically. Don't enter the treasure that hides your soul. Damn it, this is the Eye of Solar Culpa. The Duke of Crimson Flame immediately cried out anxiously. The sky was originally dark. The moment the Duke cried out, the darkness in the sky disappeared and turned into a dim sky with faint light. Black snow floated down, and the sky instantly turned white. Within that white sky, an illusory black sun appeared. It was a mere illusion because this was not the real solar culpa. This was the illusory sun of lunar culpa realm. Perhaps more accurately speaking, it was a moon. This illusory black sun that looked like the moon but did not look like the moon at the same time caused the black snow to spread out once it appeared in the sky. During that instant, an eye appeared in the black sky. This was an eye that contained wisdom and age. Right when it appeared, eyes appeared in the endless black snow floating down from the sky. Each flake of snow was an eye. Lunar culpa realm, and there's not just one. There are at least two people who are executing this at the same time, and this is the long-distance Eye of Solar Culpa that can only be cast after people possess culpa treasures of powerful might. They can locate everything within the area which they see. Su Ming, hurry up and give up on your physical body to hide. I don't know what method you have to hide your soul, but if you're confident, then use it. Hurry. Don't bother about us, your physical body. It and I can't escape from being located. You are my people's hope. You must remember your promise to me. You have to find my people's abyss soul flag. When you have the powers of an abyss builder, revive my people. Don't be attached to your physical body anymore. Even if you can leave via shifting, it's useless. Under the Eye of Solar Culpa, we can't escape anywhere. It will be able to instantly locate us again. I will use the remaining power I saved for that shift to detonate my divine sense, which will help to cover up the hiding of your soul. Su Ming, take care. The Duke of Crimson Flame was almost screaming. At that moment, booming sounds were echoing from the sky. Endless amount of eyes in the form of snow danced in the air. Powerful presences descended into the area. Cracking sounds came from all directions in the world. All the regions in the area had been frozen, as if they had been encased in ice at that instant. This scene was even clearer up above. The moment the sky was turned into a layer of ice, ancient bronze swords shifted into the area. As the shadows of people appeared in flashes, a loud booming sound reverberated in the galaxy where forces of power from true, sacred world were stationed. An endless amount of ripples spread out. Those ripples formed a wave of impact that circled in the air, and as it did so, a gigantic radix planet slowly flew out from the true sacred world's region. This was the second time a radix planet was sent out during the endless passage of time. The first time was when the anomaly in Black Ink Planet had occurred. At the instant the radix planet came out, it immediately turned into an illusion and faded away, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the galaxy in the area beyond the Cultivation planet where Su Ming was roared. When the entire area was encased in ice, the space within a certain part in the region was forcefully torn apart, and the radix planet descended. This huge celestial body that was formed by numerous celestial planets and looked like a distorted staircase was swiftly manifesting in the air. Half of it had already appeared. As it did so, a huge power that could seal space spread out. This was what the true guards from true sacred world had prepared to prevent Su Ming from shifting. Once the radix planet appeared in its complete form, the seal would be complete. All those below Solar Culpa realm would not be able to shift. They first found where he was. Then the radix planet descended to lock onto his movements so that he could not shift. Once that was done, there was no need to worry that he would escape. Su Ming, what are you still thinking about? Hurry! I can sense that the war radix celestial body from the 4 great true worlds has already appeared. The Duke of Crimson Flame roared. The sky twisted. The shadow of a huge sword appeared, and an endless amount of long arcs manifested in the air. Right at the instant the Duke was about to rush out, a hint of madness suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Duke of Crimson Flame, with your full power, shift. Su Ming's eyes were filled with madness, but his voice was so calm that it was terrifying. The Duke of Crimson Flame whipped his head around and cried out with an anxious look on his face. What? Shift. To Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Most of the radix planet had already descended. Hundreds of ancient bronze swords filled the entire galaxy. Cultivation planets charged through space in the form of long arcs. The huge net where no escape would be possible was about to be placed. All the true guards from True Sacred Een World stationed within the barren lands of divine essence had moved out. They had also brought out the offerings needed to ask the 2 cultivators from Lunar Culpa realm to help them, a telling sign that their desire to kill Su Ming had already become incredibly strong. You still have 10 breaths before the radix planet completely descends. 10 breaths later, even if you can shift, you won't be able to use it at all. An ancient bronze sword that was clearly much bigger than the rest appeared in the galaxy. Dao Ren, who had the mark of the ball of flames at the center of his brows, stood at the tip of the sword. Invisible, burning flames spread out from his body as he stared at the cultivation planet not too far in the distance. Even if you shift now, you won't be able to change the outcome. No matter where you shift, we will be able to catch up to you in an instant, Dao Ren said while laughing coldly. The galaxy was frozen. As cracking sounds viciously spread out, the Duke of Crimson Flame gritted his teeth as he stood on the cultivation planet and stopped speaking due to the determination in Su Ming's calm voice. Instead, as he let out a roar towards the sky, ripples madly spread out from his entire body. Those ripples swept out in all directions before they enveloped Su Ming and the bald crane within. At the instant those endless long arcs were about to arrive, the space around them let out violent, booming sounds. Right at the moment those booming sounds shook the sky and earth and the radix planet completely descended to form the net which would allow no escape. The Duke of Crimson Flame disappeared along with Su Ming and the bald crane. In the blink of an eye, they fused with the ripples and shifted from the place. Su Ming's disappearance did not cause any change of expression on the faces of the true guards that had descended from the sky. It was as if they had expected this much from the start. Almost the instant Su Ming shifted, the radix planet appeared in its complete form in the sky. Waves of powerful light swept through the planet, and all the true guards along with the ancient bronze swords disappeared. There was not a single true guard left within or outside the cultivation planet. It was as if everything had just been an illusion. There was a unique place in Western Ring Nebula, and there was an endless amount of cracks in space there. Freezing wind always blew out from those cracks, and it would moan as it went around. Due to the large number of cracks, this place was surrounded by wind, distorting and turning blurry the sight of anyone who came here. The wind was not strong. In fact, if a cultivator in Earth Cultivation Realm was a little more careful, they could be safe in this wind. However, in this harmless-looking region, there was one of the foreign lands where all the cultivators in the entire Western Ring region and even the entire barren lands of divine essence would freeze in their tracks, and where very few would dare enter. Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. There wasn't much danger from the wind because this place was just the entrance. There wasn't much danger within all the entrances to the foreign lands. However, if anyone entered one of those cracks, that would no longer be so. All of these cracks possessed the power of relocation. No matter what sort of life form stepped into the crack, it would instantly be sent to the foreign land. The true danger would begin after the person was sent in. That was where the nightmare began. At that moment, ripples appeared out of nowhere in this region. As they spread out, Su Ming's body manifested in space. He was alone. The bald crane was not with him, and neither was the Duke of Crimson Flame. The bald crane had been put away by Su Ming, and the Duke of Crimson Flame used up all his strength during that shift and fell into deep slumber. After all, this shift was not like any other. He had used it when the eyes of Solar Culpa were locked onto them, and the power he had to use far surpassed what he would usually need. The unconscious Duke of Crimson Flame turned into a totem on Su Ming's right arm. It was dull, but had a hint of life force within it. He would need time to recuperate before he could wake up. Right after Su Ming appeared, he took a step forward without any hesitation towards the foreign land. He moved so quickly that his body looked like a long arc that charged forward. Almost at the instant Su Ming appeared, the galaxy started roaring violently right where he had manifested moments before. As those roaring sounds reverberated in the air, a gigantic outline appeared in the galaxy, and it looked like a distorted flight of stairs. That was naturally the Radix planet. Once it locked onto Su Ming, no matter where he was, it would instantly shift and chase after him. Once the Radix planet appeared, huge ancient bronze swords manifested within an instant in the galaxy beyond the foreign land. There were hundreds of them, and during that moment countless long arcs also appeared in the area. Foreign land. This is Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Damn it, he shifted here? What does he want to do? Is he thinking about fighting for a slim chance of survival by entering the foreign land because he knows he'll definitely die facing us? Foreign land. The moment those ancient bronze swords appeared, the countless true guards on them stood up altogether. Just as they were about to move out of the swords, they saw their surroundings clearly, and they also saw Su Ming charging into the distance. Zhe Longxin was also in the crowd. He was staring at Su Ming, who was before him, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Complicated emotions also appeared in Li Hua's eyes, who was by his side. Ji Yunhai's pupils shrank. The faint call had grown incredibly strong at that instant, causing him to almost be unable to control his own body and rush forward. As the true sacred in-world's true guards appeared, the ripples in the galaxy spread out viciously. A black sun also manifested high above. A glint appeared in that eye and focused on Su Ming. Su Ming's footsteps halted. He turned around swiftly and looked at the hundreds of gigantic ancient swords, the even bigger Radix planet, and the large number of true guards. At that moment, he had already rushed into the wind in the area. In fact, there was a crack in space less than 30 feet behind him. Weak waves of absorption force spread out, letting Su Ming know clearly that this crack was one of the entrances that would lead him into the foreign land. He finally saw the three people standing on the three swords that were located at forefront. He saw a boy and another person, both of whom did not let out any ripples of power but were powerful warriors that made his eyes sting in pain when he looked at them. Su Ming had seen that invisible mighty pressure spreading out from those people before. The three souls that were sealed in his body when he was in Yin Death region had also been at this realm. These were terrifying existences within Lunar Culpa realm. As the duo stood on the swords, the galaxy around them seemed to have stopped all manner of operation. This was a mighty power that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble in shock. Besides these two people, there was also a young man standing on the sword located in the middle. He had the mark of a flame at the center of his brows. That young man's gaze was filled with powerful killing intent. Su Ming only met that gaze for one moment, and an endless amount of heat immediately surrounded him. There were tens of thousands of true guards in the area, and these three people were the leaders. When Su Ming saw that there were so many people who were mobilized to kill him, a smile appeared on his lips, and it gradually became brighter and brighter, until Su Ming eventually began laughing loudly. He was laughing because he saw that not a single one of those true guards dared to step into the region where the entrances laid, even though there was no danger whatsoever in this place. He was laughing because he saw that the two powerful warriors who made his heart tremble when he looked at them and his cultivation base to freeze, as well as the young man with the mark of the flame on the center of his brows, were frowning. He had even sensed that all the people that came, including that trio at the front, not only did not dare step into the region, They also prevented the ripples of their power from getting close to the area of the foreign land to the best of their abilities. Those ripples only spread to the peripheral edges. He also saw Zheilong Xin and Li Hua, who had complicated expressions on their faces, along with Ji Yunhai, who was staring at him fixedly by their side. This sight let Su Ming know that he had made the right bet. Shifting to the foreign land was great bet, and he had to take it. Even if he had taken the option to hide in the dimension in the fragment when he was in the Cultivation planet, not only would his physical body would have definitely been destroyed, the Duke of Crimson Flame would have also died certainly, and no matter how well the bald crane hid itself, it would also have found it difficult to escape from this disaster. Even if Su Ming no longer had any emotions, he still could not do something like let the companions by his side suffer such consequences for his survival. Besides, even if he had hidden his soul, it still would have been difficult for him to escape being suppressed and sealed. It might have been difficult for him to walk out of the dimension in the fragment at that time, and once he walked out, he would still die. If that was the case, then he might as well take a risk and head to the foreign land that would cause people to pale in fright when they talked about it. He would head there and fight for a chance at survival. That was his choice. As Su Ming laughed, all the true guards beyond the foreign land fell into silence. During the multiple times where I've been chased, the people I saw were all of you from true sacred world of the four great true worlds. If I don't die in the foreign land, then I will eventually return the favor. There was an endless chill to Su Ming's laughter. He took a few steps back, moving to the edge of the crack. If you have the courage, you can continue chasing me into the foreign land and continue coming after my life. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He put into memory all of the faces of the people there, especially the three strongest among them. At the instant he finished his speech, he took a step back and entered the crack completely. Entering the foreign land is the same as entering hell. Forget about you, it is rare even for those in Solar Culpa realm to survive. Since you don't want to die at our hands, you can commit suicide by heading into the foreign land. We can allow this, Dowrin stated flatly, being the one to speak at this moment. Su Ming heard his words, but he did not speak. Before his body disappeared as he was relocated, he cast Dowrin a deep glance, and that one glance caused the man's heart to tremble. He saw a resolve and determination that he had never seen before in anyone else within Su Ming's eyes. That gaze sent forth a message that Su Ming did not say with his mouth, and that message was sent to them incredibly clearly. I will definitely return. Su Ming's body swiftly disappeared in the crack that was like a gaping mouth. Once it devoured Su Ming, it looked as if it was laughing and mocking the people while looking at the same time as if it was waiting for others to enter it as well. Time passed. Dowrin clenched his fists, and a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. The child stepped into the foreign land. He will surely die. There is no need for us to keep the bounty on his head. There is no possibility that he will survive. No one managed to obtain the reward for his life, but we still managed to resolve this, and we can now answer to the main camp. Ripples spread out within the galaxy. Gradually, the hundreds of swords and the endless true guards faded away, slowly disappearing with the Radix planet while immersed in their emotions and silence. When they completely disappeared, many of the true guards who left still remembered Su Ming's gaze before he was relocated. That gaze remained in their heads and did not disappear for a long, long time. Several days later, True Sacred World spread the news of the wanted criminal Mo Su stepping into the foreign land. Once the numerous cultivators who were chasing after his life learned about it, their pursuits came to an end. It did not matter whether it were the cultivators from Western Ring Nebula or those who had come from other galaxies. Once they learned of this news, slightly mixed feelings rose in their hearts. Quite a large number of them went to the peripheral edges of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and as they looked at the region, they chose to leave in silence. It was precisely because they knew of the dangers of the foreign land that even if they had come after Su Ming's life for the rewards, a hint of respect grew in their hearts for that cultivator called Mo Su. He had caused True Sacred World of the four great true worlds to raise arms against him and add an additional bounty over his head. He had also released numerous ferocious beasts in many cultivation planets, breaking open one seal after another, and even forced the 4 great true worlds to shut down the divinity incarceration rune. All of the true guards of true sacredine world were mobilized, and a radix planet had even left its region where the 4 great true worlds stationed themselves to keep a lookout over sinful barren lands. All of these might sound simple, but in truth, over the endless amount of years, besides the change in Black Ink Planet, only Mosu alone was able to do this. In the endless pursuit, not only had this person managed to survive, he had also killed countless pursuers. The difference between a cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane Realm might not be that great from a cultivator in Heaven Cultivation Planet, but no matter what, they were in World Plane Realm. Yet even so, even those in the initial stage of World Plane died when they ran into this Mosu. Only those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm could make this person avoid them. However, in the chase after his life, even Heavenly Treasure Planet had been shattered. Zhao family's progenitor could not detain him, and his achievements time and again had caused him to become famous. He became a subject that almost no one did not know about in Western Ring Nebula, and the things he did were known to almost all. This sort of person deserved respect. This was something all the pursuers that had come after him for the rewards and mostly chosen to remain silent beyond the foreign land though. Several days later, in the area beyond the foreign land, which had become quiet once again, a sigh could be heard. An old man in rags walked out of space with unstable footsteps. There was a pot of wine in his hand. Once he walked out, he drank a mouthful of wine. As he looked at the calm foreign land, a hint of admiration appeared on his face. No wonder he became a wanted criminal by the 4 great true worlds and could cause such a stir in Western Ring Nebula. What courage! He actually dared to enter the foreign land to fight for his survival. If this child doesn't die, then in the future, he will surely become a chosen. The old man drank quietly. After some time, he shook his head, turned around, and left. Mosu, I'll remember your name. If you manage to come out someday, then I will invite you for a drink. Soon after the old man left, an innumerable amount of shattered stones appeared in space from another direction. Right when these shattered stones appeared, they gathered together to form a gigantic human made of stone. That stone human's eyes were cold as he stared at the foreign land. He did not say a word. After some time, he let out a cold harumph and disappeared into the galaxy. 7 days later, a young man in white arrived near the quiet foreign land. That young man's expression was icy cold, and there was a hint of loneliness in his gaze. He looked at the foreign land and remained silent for a very long time. Su Ming, you can't die here, because the only person who has the right to kill you is me. Only me, Yi Wang. If you die here, then I will no longer have any opponents. The young man was naturally Yi Wang. He stood there for several hours before he turned around and left, bringing with him a hint of loneliness. Time passed. Soon a month went by. If the 4 great true worlds had not sent out a new notice, then the matter regarding Mosu would have come to an end, and this matter would just remain in the hearts of all those who'd heard of it. Perhaps it would have remained there forever, or perhaps it would have disappeared several years later. However, the new notice caused an uproar that had never been seen before in Western Ring Nebula and the other 3 galaxies. Even the shock that had been stirred up when the reward of the Culpa treasure was offered could not compare to what was happening at this moment. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. People began to hesitate. In fact, the people who had chosen to leave started shuddering because of this notice as well. Madness appeared in their eyes, along with an intense conflict. The old monsters who had taken action due to the Culpa treasure previously were shocked as well by the 4 great true worlds notice. They were in disbelief. In fact, they could not imagine the reason why the 4 great true worlds would pay so much attention at this person called Mosu. The level of attention they paid him even surpassed the amount of attention gained by Black Ink Planet. The old monsters were not the only ones in disbelief. Even the true guards from the 4 great true worlds were shocked by the contents of the notice, and they were even dumbfounded. This was the 19th tier notice that was sent straight from the main camp. This notice's tier level meant that this was a decision made together by the 19 powerful true generals in the main camp. In fact, the orders of the 2 true divinities within the main camp were contained in the notice as well, else even the 19 true generals would not have been able to offer such a reward. It could be said that the notice represented the main camp's orders, the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over sinful barren lands, and could even be said to represent the will of the 4 great true progenitors from the 4 great true worlds, who were said to no longer care about the matters of the world. Those who enter Western Ring Nebula's foreign land and capture Mo-Su alive will be pardoned of all their crimes and will be free returned to the 4 great true worlds. They will obtain their freedom. This was the content of the notice. There was no mention of world stones, cultivation planets, or culpa treasure. However, the word freedom was the greatest desire among all the cultivators within the barren lands of divine essence, and it did not matter what their level of cultivation was. For freedom, they were willing to give up on everything. Compared to freedom, all treasures were nothing. This was the first time the 4 great true worlds had offered freedom as a bounty for a person within the barren lands of divine essence. The shock caused by this notice was difficult to describe with words. Even the old monsters who usually isolated themselves to train and did not come out all year long within the 4 great galaxies were taken aback. In fact, some of the mighty cultivators who possessed the power of Lunar Culpa Realm were also shaken by this notice. Their desire for freedom was so great that they would even dream of it in their sleep. With such a reward, someone finally stepped into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, becoming the second person to enter after Mo-Su. Gradually, more and more people entered with hearts that were ready to risk everything so that they could fight for their freedom with everything on the line. Oh! The moon in the sky shone with a gentle, luminous light. The light landed on the snow on the ground and reflected a silvery glow. The boundless snow floating down from the sky was like a beautiful song under the moonlight that echoed in the air. The ground was filled with thick layers of snow, and although the wind was not strong, it was very cold. There were some trees there as well. The cold season caused their branches to be empty of leaves, so the only things that remained were dead trees with lots of branches. There was a village in the distance. Under the moonlight were balls of light from the lamps, hidden behind the paper covering windows. Those lights shone with an indistinct glimmering yellow. This was a village with only a few hundreds of people. In this dark night, the village gave people a feeling of peace and quiet. It might be due to the cold in midwinter, but even some of the mutts that were kept in the houses were hunched in corners. Even if a stranger came, they would not be willing to bark. Occasionally, the sounds of babies crying could be heard. Soon after, a mother's soft, comforting whispers offering protection would cause the whimpers to slowly fade away. This was the sight Su Ming saw when he entered the foreign land with a cautious heart and with his cultivation base circulating in his base so that he could bring forth his strongest attack at any time. This was the sight he saw after he was relocated and saw his surroundings. This serenity, this gentleness, this normalcy, these whimpers of the babies, the mother's whispers, and this village stunned Su Ming momentarily. He stood on the snow, and there was plenty of it on his body, too, as he looked at the village in the distance. The tranquility in this place made it impossible for him to believe that this was the foreign land. This was not a place that was filled with dangers, where practically all those who entered died, while the few who survived refused to talk about the things they encountered even after they got out. This was clearly a peaceful place that was like paradise. In fact, when Su Ming spread his Atman outwards, he couldn't sense even a single hint of danger in the area, nor was there any hint of power. All of these things forced Su Ming to believe that this place was just a normal village. There were no cultivators here, and neither was there any danger. How could this be? Su Ming mumbled. There was a huge disparity between this and the foreign land he imagined. In truth, even if he had ran into a place that was filled with endless dangers and countless ferocious beasts charging at him, he would not have been as bewildered as he was at that moment. This sort of ordinary peace sent shivers down his spine. Not only did his guard not lax, it instead became stronger. He looked at the area and eventually, his gaze fell once again on the village. At that moment, he slowly sat down cross-legged. He did not move forward, but instead looked at the village quietly with a huge, dried-up tree by his side. Foreign land. In silence, Su Ming grabbed a handful of snow from the ground. He looked at the snow, absorbing the warmth from his hand before it slowly melted away. As he looked at the melted puddle flowing down from his palm and dripping onto the ground to leave small potholes, he frowned. Could it be an illusion? Su Ming's eyes shone. Gradually, the bright moon appeared in his left eye and the sun in his left. During that instant, his heart became a star. Illusion of star, sun, and moon. This was the illusion-type divine ability that Su Ming had understood on his own. Even those with higher levels of cultivation than his would have their hearts seen through under this illusion. At that moment, Su Ming activated this ability at full force and looked towards the village in the distance. Yet no matter how he cast the illusion, he could not detect a single hint of change. The village was still the village. Snow was still floating down. Everything was so real that it made Su Ming's breathing become a little rapid. Something's not right. The foreign land should not be like this. Su Ming swiftly closed his eyes. After he covered the sun and moon in his eyes, he circulated his cultivation base through his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A strange light appeared in them, and he looked towards the village once again. It was still the same. Su Ming was silent. He felt that the area was filled with a bizarre air, but he did not choose to leave. Instead, with his guard up, he chose to remain still while seated, remaining that way until the sky was no longer dark. Once sunlight shone on the ground and the new day arrived, he still continued to look at the village. Time passed. One day went by and another. Su Ming sat there for half a month, but he did not manage to see a single thing that was off. He examined practically every villager of the hundreds present. Every man, woman, elderly, and young, but they were all mortals. It was the night half a month later that Su Ming's expression suddenly changed as he remained seated. He turned his head around to look into the distance, then averted his gaze. When midnight arrived, the sounds of galloping horses came from the distance. The snow that was sent flying into the air spread out. When bellowing laughter reached Su Ming's ears, he saw a team of horsemen numbering 100, which he had noticed several hours ago. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces that showed their ruthless and brutal nature. As they laughed, they charged towards the village, and even brought out scimitars and battle axes. By the looks of it, they were clearly going to plunder and slaughter the village. Just what secrets do the foreign lands have that most of those who enter will die, and those few that leave will not speak of them? Is it because they don't want to say it, or because of some other reason? Su Ming looked at the bandits getting closer to the village. Once the sounds of horse galloping shook the ground, the dogs in the village that did not want to bark seemed to have noticed danger and started barking almost shrilly, causing the lights that had been extinguished in the village to all be lit up at that moment. Shocked cries and screams of terror came from a village along with the wails of babies. It was chaos. I've been observing this village for the past half a month and found nothing extraordinary. It's just a mortal's village. Since this is not an illusion, then they must be real. This village is built in this place. If bandits frequently appear here, then there's no way they would not have any sort of defenses set up, but I did not see even a single fence. The bandits' arrival is a little strange as well. Why did I see them? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. As a myriad of thoughts turned in his head, he saw the group of bandits less than 1,000 feet away from the village. Dogs were howling there, and children were held by their mothers. And as they shivered, fear and despair appeared in their eyes. The men in the village took hold of any weapon they could find. They might be afraid, but they did not retreat. Instead, in their despair, they let out roars of madness. They were ready to give up their lives to protect their families and home. Kill them. Destroy the entire village. Kill all the men, elderly, and children. Snatch all their food and women and hurry up. Once we destroy this village, we have to rush back. The strongest man among the bandits lifted the scimitar in his hand with a ferocious grin. Then, waving the weapon before them and roaring loudly, all the men charged towards the village with crazed laughter. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 600 feet. Su Ming looking at this scene from the distance. He watched the bandits come less than 300 feet away from the village, watched as the villagers became fearful and despairing, watched the fear in the children's innocent eyes, watched how the men refused to take a single step backwards to protect their home, and watched all the women hold onto their children tightly as tears fell from their eyes. Resolve could be seen there. Su Ming suddenly understood. "I'm hesitating," he mumbled. "When I hesitate, I sink into a situation where I have to make a choice. I can choose to help the villagers or to help the bandits. I can also choose to not do anything and let things happen on their own, or choose to kill everyone here. Perhaps I even have other choices, but this isn't my will. This is the surroundings around me and the development of the situation in this world forcefully dragging me into making a choice. No matter what I do, I will be making a choice. This is the foreign land. The foreign land that is rumored to be incredibly dangerous. I understand now." Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He looked at the bandits that were only 100 feet away from the village, having come to understand the things before him. This was the world and the foreign land setting out the conditions to have him make his first choice. It's like this dried-up tree. There's only one trunk, but the higher it goes, the more branches there will be. Once I choose a branch, I will be faced with more choices later. When I reach the end, I will realize that the end isn't even the end. Su Ming stood up and looked at the tree beside him. "Choice, huh?" A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and swung it at the village not too far in the distance. At that moment, the man leading the bandits into village had lifted the scimitar in his hand with a ferocious smile. Right at the instant he swung down at the head of the middle-aged man in front of him. A shudder suddenly ran through his body. The scimitar he had lifted froze in midair. Wind blew past, and the man along with the horse under him turned into ashes. There was no blood, no torn pieces of flesh. He was simply reduced to ashes and disappeared from the crowd's eyes. While the villagers were stunned, all the other bandits behind the man froze in the mid of their terror, and then all of them turned into ashes as well. This strange sight immediately caused the breathing of all the villagers to almost stop. They stared at the ashes spreading out in the snow with dumbfounded gazes and felt that everything that had just happened was surreal. It was as if everything that happened was just a dream. They remained staring blankly until they saw Su Ming walking towards them through the snow. Then all of them withdrew while trembling. Su Ming, with his gray hair and long white robes, walked towards them through the snow until he stood before the mortal villagers. He swept his gaze past all of their bodies. He saw terror, one that was even greater than when these people had ran into the bandits earlier, and it was all shown in their trembling bodies. Su Ming averted his gaze in silence, then turned around. Just as he was about to leave, the wind lifted his hair. "Lu, sir, you're the legend." A trembling voice suddenly came from the crowd. An old man took a few quick steps forward. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he had the appearance of a person who had one foot in his grave. At that moment, with an excited face, he looked at Su Ming while his body shuddered. "You are the legend of our village. There's no mistake to this. I will absolutely not mistake this. I remember your portrait. You are the legend." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned around and looked at the old mortal. In his excitement, the old man could not even enunciate his words clearly. His franticness made him unable to explain the situation clearly. He quickly pointed towards one of the buildings in the village. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he looked at the building. He walked towards it, and once he pushed open its door, his heart trembled. He did not step in, but stood at the entrance for a long, long time. That building was an ancestral one. There were plenty of memorial plates there, and they belonged to the deceased villagers, who were placed there to be worshipped by their descendants. On the wall behind those plates was a picture. There was a man in that picture. He was dressed in a long white robe, and he had long gray hair. His body was positioned sideways in the snow, as if he was turning around. Wind lifted his hair, and this scene was the exact same as when Su Ming had been about to turn around to leave. "This is the picture to which we give our offerings all year long. In the past, The old man's quivering and excited voice came from behind Su Ming, but he did not hear his words. This was no longer important. The important thing was the picture. He looked at his hair dancing in the wind there, at the scattering snow, and he knew that this was not a picture scroll that had existed for many years. Instead, it was the hymn of just then. Foreign lands. Su Ming mumbled. He lifted his right hand and seized the picture through the air. It rushed at him, and the instant he grabbed it, a vast amount of power spread out from within the scroll and surged straight into his body. Then, an ancient voice appeared in his head. There was an age-old presence to that voice, as if it had traveled through the passages of time from many, many years ago. Due to its age, even just hearing that voice alone would make someone feel a waning presence. I am Sui Chen-zi. That voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. The ancient tone brought with it a presence that could make the galaxy freeze all over. At the instant that voice spread out, the snow around Su Ming stopped moving. All the villagers also lost all signs of life. They stood there, still and unmoving. The buildings around him started disintegrating right before his eyes. Even those people who did not move also started rotting away at that moment. They were not the only ones. Even the snow on the ground, the wind in the air, and the entire sky started slowly fading away, as if they were also falling into decline. In fact, even the picture scroll in Su Ming's hands started disintegrating. It was as if it had been immersed in the eternal passages of time that were constantly flowing away. All the color in the area also faded away at that moment, the only one remaining being gray. Only Su Ming's body alone retained its original color, becoming the only thing that was different in the world. When I was born, the world had already been formed. I've trained in the path of cultivation for a long time, and I've forgotten how long I've practiced it. The universe has 9 heavens, and I am in exclusive possession of one of them. I've reached the end of the path of cultivation. With one thought, I can destroy the heavens. With one thought, I can give life to the universe. With one thought, I can make all lives perish. With one thought, I can give life to all manner of being. There are 9 worlds in the universe. When the cosmos was first formed, the heavens were segregated, and I have become one of them. If I die, then the cosmos will be missing one piece to its whole. If I perish, then the cosmos will be incomplete from then on. Wherever my will is, another cultivator in Plain Culpa realm will be born. So long as I have the thought, a cultivator who has controlled fate will continue walking down the path of cultivation for his entire life. All the lives in the universe, all the lives in my world that practice cultivation are all because I will it to be so. However, the cosmos are damaged, and no one can reverse that damage. If the universe wishes for destruction, no power can fight against it. Those 8 have all failed and perished. They have turned into empty dust, and I alone am left, still struggling. There are 9 worlds in the universe, and 8 have shattered. What use is there even if I struggle? I wish to turn back the universe. If I succeed, I will recreate the cosmos. If I fail, then my dust will appear in the heart of the cosmos. With the empty dust of my 8 friends as my companions, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Before I perish, I will set a law. I, Sui Chen-zi, shall declare this: if this world falls and turns into empty dust, then if the fated arrive, they can obtain my divine essence. Divine essence is the essence of the 9 worlds that were born when the universe was first formed. Only those who have obtained divine essence can become one of the 9 worlds in the universe. Only then can they reach the end of their path of cultivation, and only then can they give form to a world. Those who are fated, I do not know how long it has been in the universe where you are right now, but the number of great true worlds you see will tell you just how many sublime paragons like me there are in the universe right then. Look at the heart of the universe, find how many empty dusts have disappeared, and you will know how many people have become sublime paragons. Su Ming's heart was in shock. This was the greatest shock he had experienced ever since he became conscious of his own thoughts. It overturned all his understanding of the foreign lands. If you wish to obtain my divine essence, then there will only be 3 outcomes. 1, you will be destroyed. 2, you will find yourself with not enough right to possess my divine essence, but you will be able to leave. However, you will not be allowed to say a word about it or you will be destroyed. 3. You will fuse with my divine essence and walk down the path of becoming the sublime paragon. It was as if millions of thunderbolts roared in Su Ming's head at the same time. His body trembled. The world around him disintegrated completely during that instant. The buildings fell apart. The people turned into ashes. The sky disappeared, and the earth turned into nothingness. Only Su Ming alone stood in a daze. The picture scroll in his hand also fell apart at that moment. Once the picture scroll disappeared and the world around turned into emptiness, tall, towering stone monuments appeared before Su Ming. Those stone monuments were all of different heights. Some of them were about several hundreds of thousands of feet tall, while others were only 20 or 30,000 feet tall. Their numbers looked endless when he cast his gaze upon them. There were more than 100,000 of them. Most of their colors were dull. Some of them even had cracks on them. As waves of ancient presences spread out from them, dried-up specks of blood could also be found, which had once seeped out of those cracks. There was a name carved on each of the stone monuments, and because there were more than 100,000 of them, it meant that there were more than 100,000 names there. My divine essence can be obtained by all manner of living as long as they are fated to obtain it. However, the law of the jungle is a law that will never perish. That is why I have left behind 100,000 stone monuments. Each person who comes will bring death to another. This is what one has to understand if they wish to obtain my divine essence. Those whose stone monuments go past the 100,000 feet are the candidates for my divine essence. They may leave temporarily, for 1,000 years. After that time, they can come to this place again. Once they make their stone monument 1,000,000 feet tall, they can obtain another 1,000 years' time, and this will continue every single time they push a stone monument. If they do not come every 1,000 years, then they will be destroyed. This is the second outcome for those who wish to obtain my divine essence. Those who can make their stone monument reach 10 million feet at first try can obtain my divine essence immediately. All the other stone monuments will be completely crushed, and they will scatter away in the form of empty dust. This is the third outcome. As Sui Chunzi's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, he saw a stone monument that was 800,000 something feet away from him. It was riddled with cracks, from which fresh blood could be heard continuously flowing down. In fact, Su Ming could even hear shrill screams of pain and roars filled with unwillingness to admit defeat faintly echoing in the air. No, I won't accept this. I've been trapped here for 23,000 years. Give me more time, and I'll be able to make this stone reach 1,000,000 feet. I won't accept this. Those roars abruptly fell silent. The stone monument before Su Ming was washed in blood. When that voice disappeared, the name that once existed on the stone monument also disappeared without a trace. It was removed. At the same time, a gentle light began to shine. When it surrounded the stone monument, it gradually became smaller. It shrank to only 20,000 feet. Then the light on it dissipated. The surface of the stone monument was smooth, like a mirror. When Su Ming looked over, his reflection was reflected on it. Leave your name. The inheritance begins now, the old voice stated, resounding once again in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming fell silent. He looked at the 100,000 stone monuments around him and understood that he had no room for retreat. The so-called three outcomes were not for people to choose whether they wanted to accept or reject the inheritance before they received it. Instead, right after they stepped into the foreign land and made their first choice, they were destined to tread on the path of inheritance. Su Ming remained silent. His heart was filled with apprehension due to Sui Chunzi's arrangement. He knew that the more irregular things were, the more terrifying they would be. This right of inheritance never gave anyone the chance to choose things on their own. Instead, they were constantly being chosen for them. Perhaps there would be only a few people that came here. Then it would mean nothing to these 100,000 people. After all, once the choice was made, only one person out of 100,000 would die, and the possibility of it falling on them would be very small. However, this inheritance was open to all. Anyone could enter. In fact, during the eternal passage of time, There must have been many periods of time when numerous cultivators arrived here. If 10,000 people came, then it would no longer be 1 out of 10,000 who would die, but 1 out of 10. If 50,000 people arrived, then it would 1 out of every 2 who would die. Similarly, if 100,000 came to this place, then this would turn into a ruthless round of elimination. In an instant, the previous 100,000 would all be replaced. Even if one had just obtained the right and did not have much time to receive the divine essence, death would arrive at their doorstep. This was unfair, but in this world, fairness never existed. Luck was the key to survive in this place. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Once he understood all of this, he knew that he had no way to avoid this. He stared at the stone monument before him, then lifted his right hand to swing it at that stone monument. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past the land. When it landed on the stone monument, it dispersed, and a name emerged among Su. At the instant that name appeared, a rumbling sound came from within the stone monument. A picture was gradually drawn on it. After a moment, when that picture was completely revealed, Su Ming saw a village in a world with wind and snow intertwining with each other, and he saw himself standing before those mortals. This was his initial choice, and it was shown on the stone monument at that moment. Su Ming stared at it. After a long time, he averted his gaze. When he looked into the distance, he saw that there were 1,000 stone monuments that had reached 1,000,000 feet tall. This meant that there were 1,000 people that were fortunate enough to not die after they were trapped for an unknown amount of years, succeeding in making their stone monument grow to 1,000,000 feet, obtaining the 1,000-year period of freedom. There were 500 monuments that were 2,000,000 feet tall. These 500 stone monuments were erected in different directions, and the names on them were shining with a faint light. There were 300 stone monuments that had reached 3,000,000 feet, and 200 that were 4,000,000 feet tall. And as for those that had reached 5,000,000 feet, Su Ming saw only 100 of those among the 100,000 stone monuments around him. There were 20 that had reached 6,000,000 feet tall. There were 10 that had reached 7,000,000 feet tall. Su Ming only saw one stone monument that was 8,000,000 feet tall. It was erected far in the distance, but it was the tallest one in the area and so the most eye-catching presence here. Su Ming looked at the stone monument, and he could vaguely see the name on it. Yun Shan Zi. If you become a candidate for my divine essence, your lifespan will no longer be numbered. Under the power of my law, you will not perish. But if you cannot continue making the stone monument grow, besides being eternally trapped in here, if other people become candidates, your right will be cancelled. The old voice echoed coldly in Su Ming's heart. A merciless round of elimination, Su Ming mumbled. It was clear. If someone managed to make his stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet, then the 1,001st monument of 1,000,000 feet would not appear. Instead, from among the previous 1,000 stone monuments, one would be killed off so that the numbers would forever remain as 1,000. Since there was no pattern, someone would be randomly killed off, making the possibility of being killed for all those within the range to be the same, even if one of them had reached 1,990,000 feet, while the other was just 1,010 feet. One among 1,000 would be chosen. During the endless passages of time, there must have been plenty of those who came to this place. There is no limitation regarding age here, which means that there is a possibility of there being an extremely ancient existences among the candidates. Once someone manages to obtain the divine essence, then all the others will die. The Duke of Crimson Flame once said that the ancestor of my people, the ancestor of abyss builders, once entered the foreign lands and walked out of the place. I might not know into which of the 4 foreign lands my ancestor had went, but since he managed to move out, then it means that he was a candidate in that foreign land but still died in the end. Was it because a person who truly obtained the divine essence appeared in the foreign land he was part of? Su Ming's heart trembled, but he quickly rejected that thought. The Duke of Crimson Flame said that if one doesn't count divine essence Star Ocean, there are only 4 foreign lands. Now, there are still 4 of them. This means that no one has managed to obtain that divine essence. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and a pensive expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my ancestor has not died? Instead, Due to the time limit of 1,000 years, he was forced to return to the foreign land and is still trapped in there. Su Ming frowned. There were plenty of clues, but it was difficult for him to find the true reason. Yet no matter what, there might be thousands of connections between the fifth true world's destruction and the foreign lands. Su Ming sighed. There was only one path laid out before him, and that was to let his stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet. He sucked in a deep breath, then took a step forward towards the stone monument that represented him. He looked at it and lifted his right hand. He had a faint feeling in his heart that if he just pressed his hand on the stone monument, he could join this sort of death match against the 100,000 people. The moment Su Ming was about to press his hand on the stone monument, a boom suddenly echoed in the air. In the distance, a stone monument that was about 300,000-something feet tall shone with a brilliant light. Its height rapidly shot up and reached 400,000 feet. At the same time, a person bathed in light walked out from that stone monument. That person was a big man. His body was incredibly tall and strong, and there was a thick presence of power of world planes filling him. He had already reached the later stage of world plane realm. At that moment, he walked out with an exhausted and apathetic look on his face. He saw Su Ming, but there was not a single hint of care within him. Instead, he looked towards the other stone monument that was about 200,000 feet tall beside him. Hints of gentleness appeared in his exhausted eyes, and it looked as if that stone monument's existence was his only motivation to continue doing this. Su Ming swept his gaze past the stone monument of the man and saw the name carved there. Zhou Kong. Su Ming also saw a Sima Yu carved on the stone monument that was 200,000 feet tall, and at which the man was looking with a gentle gaze. Sima Yu. That should be a woman's name. These people are either very good friends or lovers. Su Ming looked at the man now sitting under the stone monument that belonged to himself. He was completely unbothered by Su Ming watching him and simply ignored him. He closed his eyes and did not speak. In silence, Su Ming did not immediately place his hand on the stone monument. He took a few steps backwards and sat down cross-legged. He did not have too many hints or much experience regarding obtaining the inheritance of this divine essence. If he could glean something from the man, then he would have a little more confidence. Time passed. Neither Su Ming nor the man spoke. About several hours later, Su Ming suddenly turned around and looked in another direction. Right before his eyes, he saw a gigantic blood-red crack appear as the air distorted. A booming sound came from the crack, and soon after, a person walked out. That person was an old man. When he walked out, there was a dazed look on his face. He looked at the area blankly, and there was disbelieving amazement as well as shock amid the confusion on his countenance. Clearly, this person was the same as Su Ming. It was his first time coming here. This scene immediately caught Su Ming's attention. In fact, the man also opened his eyes instantly and stared at the old man. His breathing became slightly hurried. The selection of death was about to start. After a moment, someone from among the 100,000 people would definitely have the shadow of death fall on them, and both Su Ming and the man could be the unlucky one. The Sublime Paragon's inheritance. This is the Sublime Paragon's legacy of his divine essence. This is the foreign land. So this is what actually lies in the foreign lands. As the old man cried out in surprise, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Exhilaration and excitement appeared in his eyes. He had come into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land for freedom, to capture Su Ming alive. However, he did not expect that the foreign land was actually something like this. To him, the chance to receive this legacy was something that he desired even more than freedom. Yet at the moment his laughter echoed in the air, cracks immediately appeared on one of the 100,000 stone monuments. Blood gushed out from those cracks, and wretched cries came out from the stone monument, and it was the usual voice of a person longing for life. Su Ming looked swiftly at the stone monument from which the wretched were coming. Once he clearly saw which one it was, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he instinctively cast his gaze at the man he'd seen before. He was trembling at that moment, his hands tightly clasped on his legs. His eyes were red and tears were falling down his cheeks, turning into voiceless weeps. The stone monument from which the longing for life cries came from was precisely the one with Sima Yu's name carved on it. It was the monument that was right beside the man and was only 200,000 feet tall. He watched as more cracks appeared on that stone monument, watched as more blood poured out from it, as his tears fell harder and harder. "Take care." A frail feminine voice spoke lightly from within the stone monument. That voice was incredibly weak, and the old man that was laughing long and hard in the distance could not hear it. Even Su Ming could only hear it faintly. The only one who could truly hear it clearly was the man. That voice belonged to Sima Yu. She did not know whether the man waiting for her was still alive, but she knew that no matter whether he could hear it or not, this was farewell. Her voice gradually faded away. Light then spread out, wiping her name away, and disappeared from that 200,000 feet tall stone monument. Eventually, the stone monument went down in size. When Su Ming saw the scene, his heart trembled. During the instant just then, at the moment the old man appeared and his laughter echoed in the air, Su Ming had felt a chilling while spreading out and covering him and his stone monument. Once it swept past him, it gathered on Sima Yu. Su Ming could well imagine that if that chilling presence had gathered on him, then the one who would have ended up dead would have been him. "Ha ha! So this is my stone monument, hm?" As the old man laughed, he jumped up and appeared before his stone monument. Then his pupils suddenly narrowed. Clearly, in his exhilaration and excitement, he hadn't noticed that there were other people beside him in the area. His gaze first fell on the man, but when he looked over, the man's tears had already disappeared. His bloodshot eyes had fallen shut, and not a single hint of his emotions could be seen. When the old man looked at his surroundings incredulously, a brilliant flash suddenly appeared in his eyes and he stared fixedly at Su Ming, who was sitting in the distance. The sparkle in his eyes grew even brighter, and a hint of greed appeared within them. "Mo Su." The old man laughed long and hard, and his power abruptly spread out. A thick presence of world-plane realm burst forth from his body with a bang. His level of cultivation was the same as Zhao family's progenitor. He had also reached the peak in the middle stage of world-plane realm. But he did not immediately attack. He was not a fool, since he was able to survive in the barren lands of divine essence up till now and had reached this level of cultivation. In fact, it could even be said that he was a cunning old fox. In this foreign and strange land, he was not certain whether there was a limitation that prevented fighting and killing. That was why he only had his power erupt forth from his body, but did not move forward. Instead, he stared at Su Ming. After all, Su Ming came to this place earlier than he did, and thus definitely knew much more than him. Based on Su Ming's instinctive reactions, he could be able to discover many things. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had guessed long ago that the old man was definitely one of those that came after his life, since he had come to this place after him. He immediately stood up, intending to push his hand on the stone monument to fuse with it and receive the test of the legacy, which could allow him to avoid being killed by the old man. But a thought suddenly appeared in his heart, and he did not choose to do so. Instead, he took a few steps backwards with a grim and wary expression on his face. He had chosen not to fuse with the stone monument because of the man. That man might look calm right now, but Su Ming would never forget the gentle look in his eyes when he looked towards Sima Yu's stone monument. He would not forget the tears falling from his eyes when the stone monument cracked and blood poured out from it. And even less could he forget the two words that came from Sima Yu's stone monument. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely attacked and killed this old man. But not only did this man not attack, he hid his tears away and covered his red eyes. Something's wrong here. Could it be that you can't attack each other here? Su Ming narrowed his eyes while on guard. He was certain that the old man had not left his name on the stone monument, which was why he did not know that Su Ming could fuse with it once he just placed his hand on it. All of this thinking might have seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in reality, this lasted only for a brief moment. Su Ming swiftly showed panic on his face, and as his expression changed drastically, he charged backwards. Su Ming's expression, his act of retreating, and that look of panic were all seen clearly by the old man. When he took note of his swift retreat and looked to be about to escape, some of the old man's doubts faded away, but he still remained cautious. Before he knew clearly whether he could kill others in this place, he would not attack easily. When he took a step forward and killing intent shone in his eyes, looking as if he was about to attack, he kept the man in his peripheral vision. Perhaps he would be able to see some clues from that man. Yet at the instant he swept his gaze towards the man, the other opened his eyes. They were no longer bloodshot, but calm, with a hint of obstinance and unruliness in them. If you want to kill someone, go do so by the side. Don't bother me while I train. Get lost. The man let out a cold harumph. When he spoke, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm at the old man. With it, a vast power of world planes erupted forth with a bang from his body. As he swung his arm, the man's power in the later stage of world plane realm instantly turned into a gust of violent wind that charged towards the old man. The wind traveled incredibly quickly. If the old man did not dodge, even if he did not die, he would be injured badly. This was the difference between the peak of those in the middle stage and those in the later stage of world plane realm. There was no way he would be able to withstand it. The old man's expression changed drastically. He had long since noticed that the man's power ran so deep that he could not tell what level of cultivation he possessed. By his guesses, the man should be at the later stage of world plane realm. But since he had been hesitant about whether he could attack, that was why he had decided to use himself to test this. But he did not expect that the man would be so unruly as to attack. By the looks of it, it was clear that if he had been just slightly slower, he would have been wounded heavily. Besides, when the man attacked, the old man could tell that he was absolutely not faking it. But the old man still forced his body to stop evading and made himself freeze for a moment on the spot. He fixed his gaze on the man. He wanted to test one more time whether this person was truly attacking him or just faking it. When he saw that the violent gust of wind had closed in and the destructive power came crashing towards him with a bang, about to ram into him, he took note that the man still looked as he did before, cold, indifferent, and with an air of unruliness about him. "You can kill here." The old man's expression changed. There was no longer any doubt in his heart. Almost at the instant that destructive gust of wind arrived, he retreated and brought out a jade slip. Right at the moment the gust of wind almost touched him, he crushed the jade slip. Once it shattered, the old man disappeared. When the gust of wind charged past, he appeared thousands of feet away, not too far from Su Ming. This person is incredibly powerful. I can't provoke him. Besides, he might not know that I have a jade slip that allows me to shift and avoid being locked by world paragons in the later stage of world plane realm. Then, Mo Su, you can't escape. The old man turned around swiftly and locked his gaze on Su Ming, who was swiftly running away. As the old man laughed ferociously, his power in world plane realm erupted and spread out. He lifted his right hand and let out a low shout, and an endless number of runic symbols instantly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered in midair and formed a horsetail whisk. As it swept through the air, it instantly appeared in front of Su Ming and flung itself fiercely in his direction. Su Ming paused in his footsteps and turned around swiftly. He did not dodge, but stared at the old man. In fact, he simply let that horsetail whisk close in. He was confident that this strike could injure him, but not heavily so. With him being heavily injured as the bet, he gambled on the mystery of the land. When Su Ming thought of the things he had analyzed previously, he was certain by 8/10 he would win. The man's attack just now had especially made Su Ming certain of his actions. His actions aren't fake. The red and grief in his eyes are incredibly real. This person trembling when that voice told him to take care also explain everything. He might look as if he was attacking, but in truth, I'm certain that this person went to seek death. He will either be successful in his revenge or he will die. He is using his eventual death as a price to make the old man believe that you can attack in this place. Su Ming stopped moving. The horsetail whisk arrived in an instant. This scene made a glint appear in the man's eyes and the old man's expression to change. Within an instant, the horsetail whisk touched Su Ming's body. He was prepared to be heavily wounded, but when it touched him, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This scene caused the old man's expression change drastically, and fear appeared on his face. He knew that he had fallen into a trap, but before shock could register in his heart, a chilling will immediately swept past his body. Then, without any sound, his body instantly disintegrated into ashes. He died. His body and soul were destroyed. The entire area was in dead silence. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. His expression was as calm as usual. He walked slowly towards his stone monument and sat down cross-legged once again. His gaze fell on that man who also looked at him at that moment. Their gazes met in midair. After some time, the man said softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Su Ming replied lightly. The man fell silent. He no longer looked at Su Ming, but instead looked at the stone monument that had once belonged to Sima Yu. Tears fell from his eyes once more, and the grief on his face was incredibly great. It was as if he saw how he and Sima Yu had come to this place many years ago and what had happened after that. She was his everything, and he was also her everything. Yet now he was the only one left. "I will never owe anyone any debt of kindness. You are a newcomer as well, so you definitely have questions. Ask away. I will tell you all that I know and experienced. Think of it as me repaying you for helping me take revenge on that man for killing my wife just now," Zhou Kong said lightly. Su Ming's face turned stern as he looked at Zhou Kong. He had helped him not just because he had wanted to test the mysteries of this place, but more importantly because he wanted to obtain some information about this place from Zhou Kong. This sort of thing was incredibly useful to him. At the very least, it would help him to walk fewer circles, and that would mean that he would be making his stone monument grow to 1,000,000 feet at the fastest speed possible, being able to move before the others. However, unless there was some sort of unique situation, no one would be willing to tell another this sort of information based on personal experience. After all, if someone else succeeded, it would mean that their chances of dying would increase. This divine essence's legacy was in truth a competition. No one would tell someone completely unrelated to them their experiences and let that person gradually walk ahead of themselves. More importantly, those experiences could be said to have been bought with an endless amount of time. They were what the people here have obtained after making numerous circles and walking into various dead ends. The value of these experiences was, in a way, incredibly valuable. Su Ming needed this knowledge because he clearly knew that if one person had appeared in the foreign land to come after his life, then the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence must have certainly increased his bounty. While he did not know what sort of reward was offered this time, it was clearly enough for a person to dare to enter the foreign land at the risk of their life. And if a single person was willing to come here, then it meant that the reward by the 4 great true worlds would definitely bring more people. And as more and more of them entered, the shadow of death would fall on Su Ming's head again and again. If a person comes, then the possibility of me dying will be 1 out of 100,000. If 100,000 come, I might not certainly die. After all, every single time the selection comes, it will choose between 100,000 people, and since it doesn't have any sort of pattern, even those who had just obtained their stone monuments might be chosen. But by that time, the threat of death will reach an incredibly terrifying rate. The only way out of this is to use the shortest amount of time possible to make my stone monument 1,000,000 feet tall. Only by doing so will I have the greatest possibility of avoiding being selected. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He knew that he had made the right bet. With his actions, he would show his sincerity in order to obtain Zhou Kang's experience. This was a trade. What are the details of the inheritances test in this place? How can I make my stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet tall at the shortest amount of time possible? Su Ming asked languidly, his voice relaxed, not showing a single hint of his thoughts and emotions. Zhou Kong did not speak right away. He only looked at the stone monument that had once belonged to Sima Yu. After a long while, as if he was mumbling to himself, he softly spoke up. 3,000 years ago, I was just a cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Since her father entered a foreign land and never came out, that's why I accompanied her to this place. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. During this time, we were constantly struggling here. But it wasn't for that stupid inheritance. Those who obtain the divine essence can become a sublime paragon, but I don't care about that. I only wanted to get out of this place alive with her. We worked hard continuously. My wife, her potential was far greater than mine, but in this place, potential is meaningless. Over the period of 3,000 years, she had only managed to make her stone monument reach 200,000 feet. I didn't want her to be alone in this place. Hence, I gave up 3 chances of making my stone monument reach 1 million feet, so that I could be with her. Because even if I managed to make my monument reach 1 million feet, if I was the only who managed to get out, what use would there be even if I was given 1,000 years of freedom? It'd be completely useless. I gave up those 3 chances and stayed here with her instead. Zhou Kong did not answer Su Ming's question, but continued mumbling to himself. Su Ming listened to him and did not interrupt. He could feel that Zhou Kang's love for Sima Yu had already surpassed the love for his own life. He was also shocked that Zhou Kong had 3 chances of making his stone monument reach 1 million feet, and it had only been 3,000 years since he started. Yu was more intelligent than I am, and she had greater knowledge than me regarding this place. During the first 500 years, we examined our experiences within each of our worlds in the stone monument. Each of us gradually figured out the things that all the seniors of this place valued like treasure and spoke not a word of. They all delighted in watching those who came later to tread the long and winding paths they had taken themselves in the past. We discovered that what we experienced in our worlds was different, but the answer we obtained in the end was the same. This so-called divine essence inheritance is in truth divided into 10 stages due to a person's body. Zhou Kong mumbled softly, and Su Ming immediately began listening even more attentively. Yu and I weren't clear what divine essence was. We only knew that it could grant a person the possibility to become a sublime paragon. The eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and heart are the 5 illusory echelons. The limbs and torso are known as the 5 corporeal echelons. When you add all of them together, you will have the complete 10 stages. With the completion of each echelon, you will be able to make your stone monument grow to 1 million feet. Zhou Kang's voice echoed in the air. When it fell into Su Ming's ears, his heart trembled. Almost all those who come here will receive a vague notice that they need to use their hands to touch the stone monument. Only then can they activate the training from the legacy. Yu and I started like this as well. It was only 500 years later that we noticed something off, but it was already too late. We could no longer turn back and could only continue moving down that path. Because we used our hands to touch the stone monument, that's why the first 5 echelon path we chose became the 5 corporeal echelons. We used our right hand to touch the stone monument, that's why the first thing we had to train was our body's right hand. Then it would be our left hand, and then it would be our entire body. Only once we did that would our stone monument reach 5 million feet. But our guess was that the people who came here didn't necessarily need to first tread the 5 corporeal echelons, because this path was too hard. It did not contain any form of consciousness, and we could only use our bodies to feel our way through. The difficulty of this path is something those who have not experienced it do not understand. It's different for the 5 illusory echelons. They need understanding and a form of epiphany. It might seem even harder compared to the other path, but in truth, if you want to receive a great serendipity, then you must first walk down the path of 5 illusory echelons. After that, you will possess a conscious will of things, and you'll move faster down your path. Zhou Kang's words caused Su Ming's pupils to constrict, and he suddenly said, "Senior Zhou Kang, do you mean that if my body first touches the stone monument, then it will be the first to receive the refinement of divine essence? It'll have to get used to this divine essence or at least come to remember it. Then with the body as foundation, I will have to slowly understand the 5 illusory echelons, and from then, eventually make my stone monument reach 10 million feet? And if I don't take this path, I'll be using my consciousness and my soul to get used to the divine essence first? And once I remember that feeling, it'll have to spread to my entire body? This makes it 2 different paths. In one, a person trains from the outside of their bodies to the internal parts, and the other one is where they train from the internal parts to the external ones." Zhou Kang fell silent. After a moment, He averted his gaze from the stone monument that once belonged to Sima Yu and moved it to Su Ming. This was the guess of my wife and me, and it remained so until 2,000 years ago. At that time, a person sat down before his stone monument and meditated for 300 years. Then, with his own comprehensive abilities, he understood this. His name is Xingyu. Right now, his stone monument has reached 2 million feet. Don't use your body to touch the stone monument. Use your eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and heart to form a faint connection with it. This will make you move in fewer circles, and it will also make your chance of success greater. You might not be very quick, and there is even a possibility that you will be slow. But based on our observations, there were quite a few people who had arrived during these 2,000-something years, and there were quite a few of them who made their stone monuments reach 1 million feet. During this, it is only natural that some people died, but Xingyu is still around. That's why Yu believed that those who walk down the path of 5 illusory echelons will have a much lower possibility of death compared to other people. This is only a guess because only a short time has passed and those who train in the path of 5 illusory echelons are too few in number, so we couldn't contain too much proof. You can choose to believe me or not, Zhou Kong said calmly. His voice echoed in the area. This is what we experienced. Also, no matter what sort of method you use to touch the stone monument, you will still need to fuse with the world there. That is an illusory world, in which everyone's experiences are different. It's born based on your memories. In fact, some of the memories that even you don't know of will be revealed. Based on what I experienced, if you fix your mind on a certain period of time the moment you begin to fuse with the monument, then there will be a high possibility to see the world that belongs to that time. Nostalgia appeared in Zhou Kang's eyes at those words. He lifted his right hand and slowly pressed it against the stone monument. Su Ming might not know the details of the things the man saw, but he could guess that here was definitely a woman in those memories, and her name was Sima Yu. All of these are my experiences. I've told you everything. You take care of yourself. As Zhou Kong spoke softly, his body gradually faded away, and a vortex appeared on his stone monument. A hand suddenly reached out from there and grabbed Zhou Kang's right hand, yanking him inside. The last thing is a guess Yu made 400 years ago. Perhaps it's also the reason for her death. She told me that she suspected that the foreign land was a great scam. Zhou Kong disappeared, but his voice still reverberated in the air. Su Ming sat there with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at Zhou Kang's stone monument, and after a long moment, he sucked in a deep breath. The area returned to silence. However, Zhou Kang's voice still echoed in Su Ming's head. A long while later, a brilliant light shone in his eyes, and his gaze slowly landed on his stone monument, which was right before him. This stone monument was only 20,000 feet tall. Compared to the others, it was really insignificant. No matter what, I still have to walk down this path. I can't believe Zhou Kang's words completely, but there should be some truth to them. 5 illusory echelons. Huh? Su Ming did not choose to use his hands to touch the monument. Instead, he just sat there and stared at it. Aside from using his eyes to look, his heart did not think, his body did not move. All his sensory organs besides his eyes did not do anything. If it's the 5 illusory echelon, then I will start with my eyes. Su Ming sat down and meditated quietly. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, another month passed by. During it, Su Ming rarely blinked. He just stared at the stone monument. His entire mind and body were focused on that sight, and he ignored everything else around him. When he even forgot about time, he saw a vortex appear on the stone monument. He saw a great suction force within it, and once it sucked in his gaze, an eye appeared within the vortex. The moment this eye looked at Su Ming, his body became indistinct. Time after I became the god of berserkers. Location, 9th Summit. When morning Dao Sex Dao Yuan arrived, at the instant Su Ming became indistinct, a blood-curdling murderous intent appeared in his eyes. As his voice echoed in the air, he disappeared. That teardrop all those years ago. Su Ming wanted to kill Dao Yuan, wanted to kill all 5 of those Dao slaves, and wanted to kill all the guards Dao Yuan had summoned later on. He wanted to kill everything, even if it was just an illusion. He wanted to let his current powerful self return to the past. Boom! A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's heart. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, and an intense pain traveled through his entire body, something which he had not experienced for a long time. That's not right. I've already lost my sense of pain. The intense pain made Su Ming's heart tremble, and he tried to open his eyes. But he could not do so. The intense pain in his body gradually disappeared, but Su Ming did not know where he was. He could not open his eyes. It was as if his body did not belong to him. He could not control it. What's going on? Just in which timeline was I thrown? Su Ming could sense that the intense pain in his body was rapidly fading away. After a moment, when the pain vanished, he tried opening his eyes again. But he still could not do so, as if he did not possess the strength to do so. He could sense that his cultivation base was still around. His Atman was also with him, but it could not leave his body, as if it had been restricted and could not spread out. But this was not the most important thing. The main point was that once the intense pain disappeared, Su Ming sensed warmth. It did not come from the body, but from the heart. It came from his soul, and that sort of warmth was unfamiliar to him, because there was a hint of grief in that unfamiliarity. In fact, not even he knew why he was sad. However, this sorrow brought with an urge to cry, caused extreme pain and left him at a loss. Why am I sensing warmth? This warmth feels dear to me, makes me feel as if I'm being protected. Makes me feel as if it's something that I cannot lack in my life, something that I must protect. Where am I? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Just what timeline does this place belong to in my memories? Why do I feel sad and have the urge to cry? Why am I in such a state of sorrow, as if I've lost the most precious person in my life? Time passed. In this warmth and unfamiliarity that was accompanied by sadness, Su Ming gradually calmed down. He immersed himself in this situation and let time pass, until one day, he gradually began to feel that there was something wrong with his body. In the past, when he circulated his cultivation base over his entire body, he only needed an instant to do so. It didn't take much time. However, now, the speed of the circulation of his cultivation base had reached a state which put him in disbelief. In the past, he could complete a cycle of his cultivation base in an instant, but now, he could complete a dozen-something cycles in that same time. This sort of speed stunned him momentarily, and a myriad of thoughts raced in his head. My level of cultivation did not increase. My cultivation base is still that of Earth cultivation realm. If that's the case, then this isn't because of my level of cultivation, but because of my body. Zhou Kong once mentioned that the world in the stone monument is born from a person's memories, which means that there was a period of time in the past when my cultivation base could reach this circulation speed. Just when was it? It's not before or after I became the god of berserkers. I remember that my body was just an illusion that was gathered together. I couldn't reach this sort of speed back then. There's only one explanation to this. This is my real body. Su Ming's heart trembled. The conclusion he came to through his analysis caused the circulation speed of his cultivation base to become even faster. My real self. Darkness. Could it be that this is the time when I couldn't see light and when my body was surrounded by freezing cold, where only Fei Air's voice accompanied me? The period of time which is indistinct in my mind. It should be that timeline. My real body is in the land of immortals. It's sealed up and has become something for other people to absorb. But why is there warmth, unfamiliarity, and sadness? Su Ming could not open his eyes. He could not see his surroundings. He was still uncertain about this guess. I chose the eye from the 5 illusory echelons for the divine essence test I received this time. Right now, I can't open my eyes. Then does it mean that this time, the success of my test depends on whether I can open my eyes? Su Ming was no longer the ignorant boy from the past. After receiving the baptism of time and experiencing many things, he had been refined to the point where he possessed a powerful will and wisdom. With a few clues, he could deduce and figure out many things. It doesn't matter whether this is the truth or not. I will have to continue trying to open my eyes. Su Ming wanted to do so, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve it. He could not control his own body, and so his eyes remained closed. He continued trying, and time gradually passed. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Su Ming lost track of how much time passed. He slowly sensed that the timeline he currently resided in was not the one where he was in the land of immortals, as he had previously guessed. Otherwise, why would he not sense even a single hint of someone absorbing his power? In fact, he had a vague sensation that his body was moving, or more accurately speaking, he was floating. I don't have any memory of this. I don't remember myself floating and being unable to open my eyes like this. Just when had this happened? In silence, time continued to pass, until one day, Su Ming suddenly heard a violent boom. This loud boom immediately made him notice that he could hear. Over the years, this was the first thing he'd heard. In the mid of that booming sound, a loud whistle shot through the air, causing Su Ming to immediately draw a picture in his head. Within that picture was a long arc that was slicing through the air. The whistles that were stirred up crashed into the invisible space, and that booming sound was created. It became louder in Su Ming's ears with each passing moment, seemingly endless. Once it became deafening, his heart trembled. He realized that his theory had been wrong. The thing was not a long arc, but a gigantic longship. That sound means that the longship is traveling at an incredibly fast speed, and this speed is impossible within a cultivation planet. Could it be that this is the galaxy? Su Ming's mind immediately wiped off the previous picture, and he replaced it with a gigantic longship. The background was a galaxy. The longship was charging closer with a piercing sound in its wake, like a sharp sword that sliced through space. This sort of sound was familiar to Su Ming. He remembered that he had heard something like this before. A sword. This is the sound of a sword slicing through space. This is a sword, an ancient bronze sword. It's the sound of a gigantic ancient bronze sword of true, sacred world when it charges through the galaxy. If Su Ming could breathe at that moment, it would have definitely quickened. The picture in his head had already become complete, and many speculations rose in his mind. In the vast galaxy, a gigantic ancient bronze sword was traveling. Right in front of it, within the endless galaxy, was dust, and in that dust there was a corpse floating about. There is a corpse here. There's no mistaking this. This is the corpse that's been spreading those waves of mighty power. We're lucky today. We actually managed to find a powerful warrior's corpse. An awe-inspiring voice reached Su Ming's ears. It was rather familiar, and Su Ming almost immediately managed to recognize its owner. At that instant, a loud bang rang out in his heart and mind. This is the voice of the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor. Corpse, ancient bronze sword. This is the time when the spirits of Nine Yin were ordered to look for corpses of powerful warriors and managed to find a baby in the galaxy. That baby is me. The booming sounds in Su Ming's mind were like thunderbolts striking and echoing in the air. His heart trembled, but the next few words that reached his ears caused Su Ming's heart to almost break during that instant. There's not just one corpse, but two. When the voice that belonged to the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor reached his ears, several powerful divine senses immediately swept towards him and gathered on his body. There's a baby held in the corpse's arms. It's a pity, but the baby is dead, too. By the looks of it, he hasn't been born for long. This woman should be his mother. Seems like she wanted to protect the child even as she died, hoping to use her body to protect him. It's an instinctive act of not wanting her child to be injured. This woman must have been incredibly powerful when she was alive. Look at her tears. They're frozen on her face. Even those that have fallen on the baby's body are also frozen. Only the tears of powerful existences can possess the power of plain culpa, gaining the ability to become eternal teardrops. Those teardrops are treasures. If we refine them into enchanted treasures, their might will be incredibly great. All right, separate the two corpses and store them separately. Once we find a few other, we'll be able to go home. A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's heart. This time, that bang could no longer be described as the sound that would be heard when thunder struck the ground. This was the greatest sound Su Ming had heard in his life. The loud bang made him tremble. And it was not his heart that trembled, but his body. He could not describe what he was feeling now. His mind was blank. Only the voice of the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor continued echoing in his head, and it became increasingly louder. Due to it, Su Ming began shivering even more, until it became a powerful craze that urged him to open his eyes. He understood why he felt warm now. That was because he was in the woman's embrace. He also understood why he had that sense of unfamiliarity. That was because he had never met this woman before. He had never seen her. He too understood why he was sad. That sorrow that came from his soul was due to the woman's tears having frozen on his body. Mother! Su Ming's heart was torn. Boundless grief brought extreme pain with it. If he did not learn who this woman was right now, then he would be a failure of a son. He wanted to open his eyes, not for anything else, but to simply catch a glimpse of his mother who had protected him even during the final moments of her life, with tears falling from her eyes even though he was a stillborn. He wanted to open his eyes and see her face, then use his entire life to remember her, protect her in his memories. His body trembled, his heart roared, his soul grieved. All of these things gathered together into a power that shook the sky and earth during that instant, causing Su Ming's body to continuously tremble and gather together the power that would allow him to open his eyes. At that instant, his eyes flew open. He then saw the ancient bronze sword and the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor along with a few people behind him walking over. He also saw a pair of warm arms holding on to him. Su Ming turned his head around, finally seeing a beautiful woman. Her eyes were closed, as if she was asleep, but there was reluctance to part and an expression of love on her face, as well as frozen crystalline teardrops on her cheeks. All of these things etched themselves into Su Ming's mind. His body trembled, and tears fell from his eyes. Boom! Everything before Su Ming's eyes vanished. He wanted to lift up his hands and seize it, but the only thing that he managed to catch was emptiness. There were only endless stone monuments around him. The one that belonged to him let out a booming sound, and at that moment, from 20,000 feet, it shot up to 100,000 feet. Even though the 1,000 feet stone monument stood tall before Su Ming, there was no joy in his heart, much less a hint of emotion that was stirred due to the gigantic size of the stone monument. He sat in front of it with a blank gaze, tears falling soundlessly down his cheeks. There was no expression in his eyes, but if anyone looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of light flickering with sudden flashes of brightness and darkness in his right eye. That light belonged to a runic symbol that was swiftly forming at that moment. If someone extracted that runic symbol from his eye, then anyone who looked at it would sense an ancient presence. It seemed to only exist in the endless passage of time, almost impossible to find in the current day and age. Before Su Ming had fused with the stone monument, that runic symbol did not exist. It instead naturally appeared once he did that, and his stone monument rose to 100,000 feet. As time passed, the runic symbol became clearer in Su Ming's right eye, until it completely replaced his pupil. Right then, if anyone looked at him at that moment, they would definitely be shocked by the sight of his right eye. It seemed as if the changes of the universe's law and the supreme truth that no words could describe were contained within the runic symbol that had replaced the pupil. However, Su Ming paid no attention to all of these, not caring for it one bit. He stared at the stone monument in front of him blankly, while tears trailed down his cheeks before falling on his robes, but they could not seep into it. Instead, they trailed down and eventually fell on the ground. The sound of tears falling on the ground could only be heard if someone listened with their heart. This sound was soft, and it echoed in Su Ming's heart before turning into warmth, unfamiliarity, and grief. It did not fade away even after a long time had passed. Su Ming had always thought that the baby had floated alone in the galaxy until he was taken away by the spirits of Nine Yin. Yet now, he realized that the truth was quite different. Quite different. He did not float alone in the galaxy in the past, but instead was a child held in his mother's arms. Even though both mother and son had died, her warmth and tears now etched themselves into Su Ming's mind for all eternity. Sharp stabs of pain that intertwined with each other shot up his heart. His face turned pale, and he immersed himself in sensing this pain. His face was filled with anguish as he remembered the scenes within the spirits of Nine Yin's ancient bronze sword. So she was that close to me at that time. Ma! Su Ming mumbled. His eyes gradually filled with red, and a trickle of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. This was the blood from his heart. It was blood that flowed out of a person's body when their emotions were rife and when great waves of happiness as well or sadness had injured their heart and soul. Those droplets of blood were the symbol of that face that would remain eternally within Su Ming's memories. A crazed ball of fire alighted in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly into fists. This might be the first time he saw his mother, and that familial love between them might be unfamiliar. But his mother's tears, her action of protecting his infant self before she died, and everything else brought a warmth that Su Ming had never experienced. He remembered the story second senior brother had told him, one that had happened many, many years ago. He recalled a married couple and all the things that had happened to them in True Morning Dao world. This world shall be built for Abyss. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. His hate towards True Morning Dao world was originally one that could not be resolved. And right then, another great layer was added to that hatred. Su Ming would definitely not rest until he took his revenge. True Morning Dao world. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he forced down the emotions in his heart. When he opened his eyes once again, the sadness was hidden in their deep recesses. No one could see it. Only when he was lonely and missed his family would he experience that past grief that was thicker than blood once again. The parental love was greater than anything else in the world. It might come suddenly and be unfamiliar, but once it entered one's soul, how could they forget or cast it aside simply because it was unfamiliar to them? Su Ming sat quietly before his stone monument, looking at it. The monument was no longer an icy cold presence in his eyes, no longer something that forced others to inherit its legacy and killed at random, but had become a path for him to regain his lost memories. Compared to retrieving the lost memories, making the stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet was no longer important. Su Ming looked at it while the time slowly passed around him. He lost track of it soon. Then, a booming sound echoed around him, and 3 huge cracks appeared in the empty air in the distance. 3 people charged out. Once those 3 people appeared, their faces were filled with shock and confusion. At the same time, 3 of the 100,000 stone monuments began shining with an intense light. As that light shone, shrill screams filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat rang out before quickly fading away. The 3 new people had arrived and taken the right of their predecessors. Almost the moment the 3 people appeared, a vortex emerged from the stone monument before Su Ming. An eye protruded out of the vortex, and it met his gaze. Su Ming's body slowly faded away until he completely disappeared, fusing with the stone monument and vanishing without a trace. This time, there was no darkness before Su Ming's eyes. He saw a dim piece of sky, blue waves on the sea, breathed in the air of the land of berserkers, and felt the familiar waves of power. He lowered his head and saw a pretty young woman with a face that was unforgettable. This woman was grabbing onto a big yellow mutt beside her as if she was angry and was scolding it non-stop. That big yellow dog had a look of suffering on its face. Its head drooped down as it simply allowed the woman to hold onto its fur. Occasionally, it would let out a few moans. As Su Ming looked at the woman, a gentle expression gradually appeared on his face. "You Xian," Su Ming whispered. The woman turned her head around and looked at him in surprise. Little dummy Su, what did you say?" "Ah, you actually spoke to me on your own accord? You called my name of your own free will? You." The woman was momentarily stunned, and disbelief appeared on her face. She no longer bothered with the big yellow dog and went up to Su Ming's side, lifting up her hand to touch his forehead. Su Ming's expression was gentle. He did not dodge, but simply allowed the woman to place her hand on his forehead. The woman saw his expression and saw him not evading her actions. Her expression instantly turned strange, and she instinctively took a few steps back with a dubious and disbelieving expression. She remembered how Su Ming had been cold towards her just moments ago, with an expression of impatience as he spoke with her. Yet now, this sort of change had appeared, and it immediately caused her heart to be on guard. It was especially due to Su Ming's gentle expression. The woman was absolutely unused to it. She quickly took a couple more steps back, and when she saw him standing up from his seated position, she quickly spoke up. You shouldn't treat the marriage your second senior brother spoke about seriously. Your expression is really weird, Ack. Before Yu Xian could finish speaking, her mouth fell open. She was too stunned to speak, as if her body had been frozen. She looked at Su Ming with a stupid look on her face. This was because the instant he stood up, he took a step forward and appeared right next to her and gave her a hug. Yu Xian was completely dumbfounded by this action. Her heart thumped loudly against her chest. She was too stunned to move. She simply let Su Ming hold onto her, while her mind was completely blank. She was not the only one feeling this. Even the big yellow dog beside her was stunned, unable to grasp what was happening even after a long time had passed. The bald crane that was peeking from not too far away also blinked a couple times, disbelief evident on its face. Yu Xian, thank you. Who are you? She instinctively cried out. She had a feeling that the person in front of her was no longer the person she liked to tease. Su Ming just shook his head, his gaze moving to his second senior brother, who was sitting and meditating not too far away. He also saw Hu Zi, who was snoring on the ground, as well as his eldest senior brother, who had turned into a statue. This was the 9th summit. As he looked at the scenery around him, Su Ming found that he was brought to the place where he had wanted to be previously, the time before Dao Yuan appeared. I can't change what has already happened, but I can change what happens now. Even if it's futile, I will still change it, Su Ming mumbled. He did not know just what exactly the test of the 5 illusory echelon within the stone monument was, but if he could return to the past in his memories, then he wanted things to no longer be like what had truly happened in reality. Su Ming's gaze moved into the distance, a woman dressed in white looking at him quietly. She was Bai Su, and she had a smile on her face as she looked back at him. Su Ming had understood the meaning of that smile in the past, but he had chosen to avoid it. Yet now, when he saw that it again, the memory of him being unable to catch that piece of cloth when Bai Su had died all those years ago resurfaced in his mind. It was almost symbolic. Since he had chosen to avoid, he could not catch her in the end, only able to let that piece of cloth dance in the air as it left into the distance. I'm truly happy to be able to see all of you again. Su Ming hid away his sadness regarding his mother and let happiness into his heart. It wasn't fake either. This was the happiness that came straight from the depths of his heart when he saw his old friends and family once more. There are 2 ways to cherish something in this world. One of them is when a person never places any importance on a certain thing at first. Only once they lose it do they begin to value it more as they think back on it during the endless passage of time. The other is when the person always values a certain thing, and even after losing it, they still persistently care about it. As time passes, this kind of cherishing gathers together and becomes greater, until it reaches an extreme state and turns into nostalgia, making the person treasure the thing even more than they did in the past. Su Ming was the latter. He looked at those familiar faces at 9th Summit, at his home, at the people in the distance, who chose to stay in the 9th Summit in the past and who spared no pains and chose to self-destruct just to save Su Ming during danger. His smile was incredibly happy and joyful as he looked at all of them. He smiled faintly, even if that smile made Yu Xian skeptical, stunned by Su, and even surprised the yellow dog that was the Abyss Dragon. They simply did not understand. Bang! As Su Ming smiled, a muffled booming came from the distance, followed by the ripples of the rune in this area being torn apart. Su Ming had sensed these ripples in the past, and now, when he sensed them again, he slowly turned his body around. Gradually, his smile faded away. Gradually, a heinous intent of murderousness appeared in his eyes. Dao Yuan, I've waited for you. For an entire cycle of life and death. Not much explanation was required for this sort of hate. Perhaps some people would understand, but it was just as likely that no one would. Su Ming lifted his foot. The moment the crowd around him was shocked by the booming that came from the rune being torn apart, he took a step forward. With it, Su Ming instantly disappeared. His disappearance did not surprise the people, because in their hearts, he was always the strongest in this place. But the pupils of the abyss dragon by the side shrank at that instant in disbelief. It watched the spot where Su Ming had disappeared with a blank look in its eyes. During that instant, it had sensed a powerful presence of world planes. In fact, it even sensed danger. This was a sense of something that could threaten its existence, and this brought disbelief to the abyss dragon. Bang! In the distance, Dao Yuan and the 5 Dao slaves stepped through the barrier around the island. The arrogant look on Dao Yuan's face had just appeared. But before the words he had prepared could leave his mouth, the expressions of the 5 Dao slaves around him suddenly changed drastically. Almost at the instant this happened, Su Ming walked out. He had an apathetic look on his face, but the murderous intent in his eyes was monstrous. At the instant he appeared, he charged towards Dao Yuan without any hesitation. A powerful warrior, a powerful world paragon. Damn it! Why is there a powerful world paragon here? Protect the young master. The stench of blood on this person is incredibly thick, and his power of world planes is great. This is the bloody aura of someone who has killed numerous people in the same realm. As the expressions of the 5 Dao slaves changed, one of them immediately grabbed Dao Yuan to charge backwards. The other 4 turned into long arcs and rushed towards Su Ming. When they closed in, their cultivation bases erupted at full force, but it was a pity. While they were world paragons in the initial stage of world plane realm, in the land of berserkers, their power of world planes was restricted. The combat prowess they could bring out was capable of pushing Su Ming into the depths of despair in the past. But now, he charged forward and instantly crashed into the 4. A loud bang that shook the world reverberated in the air when Su Ming's right fist landed on Dao Slave 19's body. The man's eyes instantly went wide. His body started shattering inch by inch, and his flesh as well as his blood fell to pieces. When faced with the current Su Ming, he was instantly killed. The destructive power of world planes surged into his shattered body, tore apart his nascent divinity, and wiped away his soul. His body and spirit were destroyed. At the same time, all the divine abilities from the other 3 Dao slaves landed on Su Ming's body. But to their shock, they inflicted absolutely no damage. In fact, their divine abilities did not even manage to make Su Ming slow down for a moment. They could only watch wide-eyed as Dao Slave 19 was instantaneously killed. Forget the fact that you can't even activate your power of world planes. Even if you were capable of doing so, you're just merely in the initial stage of world plane realm. It wouldn't be difficult for me to kill you then, while now, it's as easy as breathing. Su Ming turned around, and monstrous hatred flashed in his eyes. His voice was like a chilling gust of wind that blew past, causing the hearts of the 3 Dao slaves to shudder. In the distance, Dao Slave 51 held onto Dao Yuan as he fled. Shock could be seen on the young lord's face, along with fear. The 3 Dao slaves before Su Ming immediately retreated. His might bring great pressure to them. In fact, when his words fell into their ears, they did not feel a single hint of conceit from him. It was just as he said. Even if they did execute the power of world planes, they still might not be his opponent. They felt this was certainly right based on that murderous aura about him, which made them incredibly apprehensive. This was a bloodthirsty aura that could only be gathered on a single person after he had killed a great number of people. This sort of powerful warrior was not someone they could provoke. But Su Ming's appearance was too sudden, and they did not even know how they had offended him. After all, while they had come with killing intent, they had not damaged even a single patch of grass on this land. At most, they had only torn down the barrier. This must be a misunderstanding. Sir, please do not be angry. We are from Morning Dao sect. This must be a misunderstanding. That's right. We're only passing by this place while protecting our young master. We did not know that you were training here in silence. Please allow us to show our apology in the form of gifts, and we will immediately leave. Sir, you have extraordinary power. You're certainly not some nobody. We have no grudge nor enmity between us. This is just a mission." The three people spoke one after another, Su Ming's strength having terrified them. At that moment, they did not bother to pursue Dao Slave 19's death, because leaving this place was the most important thing. That was why they placed themselves in an incredibly low position and wrapped their fists in their palms to apologize. But before the three people could even finish speaking, laughter thick with forlornness immediately cut their words off. No grudge nor enmity? Su Ming's laughter was incredibly bitter and desolate. There was also a hatred to it that could burn the heavens. The moment he asked his question, he took a step forward. The expressions of the three Dao slaves changed drastically. Knowing that retreating would mean their deaths, their eyes turned bloodshot and they charged towards Su Ming. Bang! 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 No grudge nor enmity? You say that there is no grudge nor enmity between us. Booms came from under Su Ming's feet, and faint golden light swiftly spread out from there to an area of 10,000 feet. Once it was covered by the light, it turned into rolling golden fog. It was Su Ming's power of world planes. At the instant it erupted forth, Dao Slave 21's body fell apart. He had been crushed alive by Su Ming's power of world planes and had collapsed. How could we have no grudge nor enmity between us? As Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, he moved beside Dao Slave 31. With hatred-fueled actions, he pierced through the center of Dao Slave 31's brows with his right index finger and shattered his skull. Su Ming allowed Dao Slave 31's attacks to land on him before his death, completely unperturbed. This is the sacred constellation robe. He has the sacred constellation robe. Before his death, Dao Slave 31 let out a cry that was filled with utmost surprise. These were his last words in this life. The hate between us burns the skies. Su Ming turned around swiftly. Once he killed Dao Slave 31, he looked towards Dao Slave 41, whose expression had changed drastically due to the shock he experienced after he heard Dao Slave 31's words before his death, and who was rapidly retreating without any hesitation at that moment. Powerful killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. During that instant, and in a manner that not even he himself noticed, the runic symbol that had been formed not too long ago and had replaced his right pupil shone abruptly in his right eye under his great murderous intent. During that instant, Dao Slave 41, who had been retreating, suddenly shuddered. The image of the runic symbol in Su Ming's right eye was immediately reflected in an inverse manner in Dao Slave 41's right eye. Almost at the moment this happened, Dao Slave 41 let out a shrill scream. As his body trembled, his cultivation base began quickly dispersing, and within an instant, there was not a single shred of power left in him. He had become immortal. At the same time, as if his body could not withstand the flash of power from the runic symbol in Su Ming's eye, it shattered and turned into ashes. Without a sound. After he died, a runic symbol took form in midair, then charged back. It fused with the runic symbol in Su Ming's right eye, which became even clearer and shone even brighter. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but at that moment, he did not want to investigate the secrets in his eye. Instead, he looked at Dao Slave 51 and Dao Yuan, who were retreating in the distance. Dao Yuan's face was stark pale. When he saw Su Ming looking towards him, he let out a piercing scream. "Who are you? Just who are you? You have the sacred constellation robe, but I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Almost at the moment Dao Yuan's screams rang out, Dao Slave 51 began trembling beside him. The runic symbol in Su Ming's right eyes had appeared in both his eyes at the same time. There was no racket. Without any sound, Dao Slave 51 lost all his cultivation base as his body shivered, and he instantly shattered, turning into two runic symbols that instantly flew towards Su Ming. Once they fused into his right eye, the runic symbol began flashing viciously, and overlapping images appeared. This was clearly due to three runic symbols having been put on top of each other. "You can't kill me. I have the sacred constellation robe. No one can kill me." Dao Yuan began screaming shrilly while shivering. The fear in his heart had reached extreme levels, and as he swung his right hand, The item he had brought out a long time ago began sending out a force that summoned others. The sky began to roar, and ripples spread out. Longships appeared. There were numerous people on those longships. Attack! Kill him! Kill him! Dao Yuan screamed, madness evident in his eyes. Yet at the instant those longships and the people on them appeared, Su Ming's lips curled up into a cold sneer. He had been waiting for this moment. Killing those 5 Dao slaves and Dao Yuan alone was not enough to him to vent his rage and hate. He had been waiting for these people to come. He wanted to kill all of them. Boom! Su Ming's power of world planes fully spread out. That faint golden fog immediately expanded to an area of 50,000 feet, turning it into his world. He leaped up and charged into the sky, crashing into the incoming longships. Boom! 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 Endless booms rang out non-stop in the sky. Once the Dao slaves that were world paragons were no longer present, the strongest were just in heaven cultivation realm. In fact, most of the people were just in earth and man cultivation realm. This sort of cultivators could only be slaughtered by Su Ming. The booming continued for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The sky was dyed in a shade of blood, and runic symbols appeared in the sky one after another. There were hundreds of them. They circled about, following Su Ming. When he walked down from the sky with the stench of blood around him, they finally surged into his right eye, filling it with strange overlapping shadows that would terrify people. In Dao Yuan's eyes, the blood fog behind Su Ming surged into the sky. As he walked over, it looked as if it had turned into a cloak. At that moment, Su Ming looked as if he was dressed in a cloak formed by the blood-red sky, and with a boundless amount of murderous aura, he was walking towards Dao Yuan. You can't kill me. You cannot kill me. We have no grudge between us. Dao Yuan was filled with fear and despair. As he quickly retreated, Su Ming's right eye suddenly shone, and hundreds of runic symbols appeared at the same time on Dao Yuan's body. Those runic symbols were on various spots of his body, and they were all shining. Dao Yuan's voice fell silent, and his body shattered instantaneously. In fact, even his sacred constellation robe was reduced to ashes due to those flashing runic symbols. The world fell silent instantly, the people on the 9th summit looking at Su Ming with blank gazes, almost suffocating for having forgotten to breathe. Su Ming stood quietly in midair when he suddenly began laughing. However, as he laughed, he turned his head around and looked at the people of the 9th summit around him. He looked at the faces that had died for the 9th summit, and the grief in his eyes rose within him once more. I see. So killing is so simple an act. So, the one event that caused me to sink into despair in the past is only a joke after I obtained the power of a world paragon. Su Ming laughed loudly, but his laughter was a mocking one. He was not laughing at anyone else, but at the world and at himself. He did not feel any sort of delight, no joy for getting his revenge, only derision. All the people that had sacrificed themselves in this disaster in the past and all their deaths which Su Ming had been unable to prevent even though he had done everything he could to change it, even choosing to submit to that power with a dejected spirit, now looked like a joke in his eyes. During this instant, an incredibly great awareness towards the difference between the strong and the weak took form in Su Ming's heart. It was just like how that existence in Death Vortex had uttered very well when Su Ming voiced his request. Just that simple very well from a powerful warrior's mouth was enough to stop this disaster. Just like what Su Ming could do right now. If he wanted to kill, then he could do so with ease. All of Dao Yuan's Dao slaves were like ants before him now. This was such a mockery, and such a matter that could cause the hearts of others to ache with grief. Become stronger. I don't want to be a weakling anymore. I want to become a powerful warrior. I want to control my own life. I don't want to see people dying to protect me anymore. I don't want to have all the people beside me disappear, leaving me only pitiful, lonely person in this vast world. I don't want to. Su Ming had never had such a deep understanding towards the distinction between the strong and the weak as he did now. Even when the will in Death Vortex had taken action in the past, he had only been shocked and swathed in anguish. That person's great power had caused his heart to tremble and birthed a great desire in his heart. This desire made him descend into madness, made him want to become stronger. Up till now, when he used the stone monument's power to return to the past and took his revenge. He saw that he had obtained the power he had longed for in the past. But he was unhappy, because he was still not strong enough. He still could not be considered as a powerful warrior. Perhaps he could kill Dao Yuan and the other Dao slaves, but even if he could take revenge now, so much time had already passed. If he ran into new enemies that were stronger, then the same scene would happen again, just like how he was forced to step into the foreign land because he had been chased down by a major force against which he could not fight back. He did not want to only be able to turn his head back and look at the past on a certain day as time continued flowing away every single time when a disaster arrived because he was not strong enough. He did not want to laugh only then, to cry only then, and to experience this fate that was filled with scorn. He wanted to move before fate and dictate how his fate should move instead of his body being led along like a puppet. He wanted to become even stronger, the strong and the weak. This is such a simple logic, and only now have I managed to come to understand it. As Su Ming laughed with his head thrown back, more tears flowed down his cheeks. He looked at the bloody sky and at the bright red hue in the sea. This was the color of autumn. The tears that flowed from his eyes drowned his vision, blurring his sight. In the now muddled world he saw, he could not tell apart the sea and the sky. Everything he saw was an endless shade of red. The will of autumn appeared in Su Ming's consciousness and his mind without his knowledge. At the instant this happened, his cultivation base started circulating. Winter, autumn, summer, spring. This was Su Ming's life matrix. It was the path he had come to understand and which he knew he would tread in the future, as if coming from death to life. When he was in Death region, his life matrix had been that of midwinter. It was the still silence of death, and when he was in Eastern Wasteland's tower, he understood the color of autumn. He longed to see the world become red. The red of autumn would allow him to feel death flowing away as he was surrounded by midwinter. What is the meaning of autumn? What lies between life and death is autumn. Because autumn is the change between coldness and warmth. Because autumn is the transition between midwinter and summer. Because autumn is the path where all manner of lives will head towards a withered state from their lush, life-filled states. Autumn should be crimson red. It is a change in each and every person's state of life and death when I kill endlessly so that I can complete my epiphany. This is autumn's slaughter. The circulation of Su Ming's cultivation base became faster. As he gained his epiphany, as the world before his eyes was covered in an endless layer of bright red, as he laughed in self-depreciation, his cultivation base started roaring like thunder. My life matrix is winter, autumn, summer, and spring. What I lack in my life isn't a soul nor a physical body, but vitality. I lack vitality, because I am that dead baby in his mother's embrace from all those years ago. I possess consciousness. This is due to the Abyss Builder's unique traits. My physical body grew up in the land of immortals, and that is simply because there is no one who said that those who died could not continue growing. Life and death, the strong and the weak. It's so simple, so simple. Su Ming's laughter was crazed. His cultivation base was at the initial stage of life privation realm, which was at earth cultivation realm. Yet during that instant, as his cultivation base circulated in his body and he came to understand that he lacked vitality, it erupted from his body with a bang. The weather changed and the heavens growled. The space around him started trembling. As he stood in midair, his cultivation base rose, and he headed straight to the middle stage of life privation realm from the initial stage. Su Ming threw his head back and roared, "I want to become powerful. I want to become the most powerful person in the universe." This was the first time such words were voiced by him. In the past, he had only wanted to become strong, but he had never set a specific goal. Yet now, at this instant, his roar shook the sky and earth, and it symbolized his desire, its strength within him. The strongest person between the sky and earth, within and beyond the universe. I want to make all those who once humiliated me, who once cornered me, wanted to kill me, and wanted to control me to return to dust. I will turn them into dust. and I will have all the people in the universe not dare harm even a single hair of those who were kind to me, who helped me, and who protected me as long as the universe continues existing, even if they have committed heinous crimes and sins. I want to become the strongest. The strongest. As Su Ming's voice echoed in the world, the red hue around him started trembling before surging towards him. The dead Tao slaves and the blood-red will of autumn surged into his body. Once they rushed into all the pores, Su Ming roared towards the sky. His gray hair danced in the air. His cultivation base rose once again with a bang at that instant, and he moved from the middle stage to the later stage of life privation realm. With just one more step, he would attain great completion, and if he managed to break through once he reached that stage, he would reach Life Palace realm, which would mean that he had reached Heaven Cultivation realm. The moment Su Ming's cultivation base reached the peak of Earth Cultivation realm and he was only a step away from Heaven Cultivation realm, the space around him turned into a gigantic vortex. As it churned about, a huge eye appeared in it. Once that happened, Su Ming's body faded away and gradually disappeared. He turned around at that moment. There was no longer any madness in his eyes, only reluctance to part. When he was in the stone monument's dimension, he had sensed early on that the power which sealed his emotions and his pain had dispersed. It was as if that power was naturally suppressed here. He looked at the people of the ninth summit around him, the familiar faces that would remain in his memories for all eternity. They might have died, but in his heart, they would remain alive. I will resurrect all of you one day, Su Ming mumbled as he remembered the Abyss Builder's divine ability the Duke of Crimson Flame had mentioned. His body then gradually faded away until he disappeared into the world. Oh! In one of the four great true worlds, True Morning Tao World, there was an osmanthus planet. Given this name, it was no surprise that the place was filled with osmanthus trees. Their fragrance pervaded the air and dispersed by the wind. In the southeast region of this planet was a mountain range, and there were plenty of exquisite towers there. Within them were many cultivators. The sounds of a Chinese zither came from one of the towers. The notes echoed in the air and did not disappear even after a long time had passed. There was a woman in white sitting cross-legged there, her long hair spilling over her shoulders. She was incredibly beautiful, and if Su Ming could see her, he would be able to recognize that she was the woman that had appeared within the illusory projection brought up by one of the three souls in his body when he was still in Death region in the past. She was by Su's real self. What a strange feeling. I feel as if this piece is a dream. A dazed expression appeared on the woman in white's face. As she mumbled, the sounds of the Chinese zither echoed in the air. That piece seemed to contain Su Ming's mocking laughter along with his grief as he wept. In an ordinary cultivation planet within True Morning Tao World was a cave abode. A cultivator of average looks was sitting cross-legged in there. In fact, he looked quite shifty, but as he continued sitting, tears flowed down from his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and nostalgia appeared within them. I can't forget the berserkers, can't forget the ninth summit, and I can't forget the joy I experienced when I was in the land of berserkers, and neither can I forget Su Ming. That cultivator did not have a high level of cultivation. After mumbling to himself, he closed his eyes once again. Within Death Vortex, which was the Immortal's territory within True Morning Tao World, was the land of berserkers. There, on the ninth summit, was a man who looked like a flower. He was standing there, dressed in white, and as the sea breeze blew at him, it lifted up his robes and caused his long hair to dance in the wind, revealing a gentle and beautiful face. He no longer had sunlight shine on the side of his face, and a gentle smile was no longer always present on him. Actually, it had been a long time since it had graced his lips. He stood there quietly as he looked into the distance. Youngest junior brother, I dreamed of you. I dreamed that you killed Dao Yuan and all his Dao slaves. I dreamed that you became a powerful warrior. Was it just a dream? Second senior brother mumbled softly. In the cave abode behind him, Wuxia opened his eyes from his dream as tears trickled down his cheeks. His face was filled with stubble, but he was not willing to shave it. He looked a slovenly mess as he grabbed the pot of wine beside him and drank large mouthfuls from it. Wine flowed down the corners of his lips. But even as he drank, he was unable to control the tears flowing down his eyes. He wept silently. Youngest junior brother, I dreamed of you again. I miss you. Under the sea was the foot of the 9th summit, and it was also the isolation grounds of eldest senior brother. He had no head, but there was a crazed will within his body. He was training. He was continuously training. Only by doing so could he let go of some of the pain and guilt, stop blaming himself for a moment. Youngest junior brother, I'm sorry if you didn't try to save me. In one of the 4 great true worlds, the Emperor of Abyss True World, there was an incredibly great galaxy. It was formed by 9 vortexes that surrounded the area, creating a forbidden ground. If anyone without a plate allowing them entry stepped here, they would find difficult to survive. In the depths of the galaxy was a vortex, and at the center of it was a piece of land whose edges were covered by black lightning. That piece of land was not big, only a few millions of lis in size. The area there was covered in flowers and grass. Thick waves of spiritual energy filled the air, and their presence was so thick that they were corporeal. They circled in the air several times based on some pattern before surging towards the center of the land. There was a tall platform at the center upon which 9 old men sat cross-legged. They were sitting in a circle, and in the middle of them a young woman lay quietly. She was dressed in a long purple robe and had her eyes closed, as if she was deep asleep. She was Wuxia. She remained still and unmoving, her face pale, as if she had died. Oh! In the foreign lands of Western Ring Nebula within the sinful barren lands located in the barren lands of divine essence, there were 100,000 stone monuments, all of them different in size. Su Ming appeared before his stone monument once again. As his body gradually became completely distinct, the stone monument before him let out booming sounds. It slowly grew from 100,000 feet to 200,000 feet, and once it did so, the light disappeared. A calm voice traveled into Su Ming's ears. Congratulations! You managed to make your stone monument grow to such a level within such a short period of time. The person who spoke was Zhou Kong. It was clear that he had just come out from his stone monument, but instead of growing, it had become only 100,000 feet. The difference was too great compared to the height it reached previously, but the man looked as calm as ever. After a long time, Su Ming averted his gaze from it and sensed his own power as he looked at his surroundings quietly. When he looked over, he found several dozens of people around, most of them meditating with aloof expressions on their faces. They did not bother each other. When Su Ming's gaze fell on Zhou Kong, he saw that his stone monument had shrank, and he could not help but focus on it. He remembered that when he'd first walked out of his stone monument, he had glanced past Zhou Kang's stone monument and seen that it had reached 700,000 something feet. However, at that time, he had been immersed in his memories of his mother and did not pay too much attention to the changes around him. I failed to reach 1 million feet, so my stone monument regressed to 100,000 feet. Zhou Kong stated flatly when his gaze fell on Su Ming. I didn't expect that your speed would be so quick. Looks like you heirs' guess was correct. The 5 illusory echelons are the best method of training in this place. Of course, this has a huge connection to your own potential in understanding things. This should be something that exists, or else why would I, whose potential in the path of cultivation is lesser than that of you heir but whose epiphany was slightly deeper, could survive while she left. Grief appeared in Zhou Kang's eyes as he mumbled to himself. If you fail in reaching 1 million feet, your stone monument will regress? Su Ming asked softly. You should have realized the benefits after you entered the world in the stone monument, because your world is completely formed based on your memories. This way it'll be much more convenient for you to gain epiphanies, and your epiphanies will also be much deeper. That's why your cultivation base can be increased in the world within the stone monument. As long as people aren't afraid of being killed, many of them will choose to give up on reaching 1 million feet and instead continue immersing themselves in the world within the stone monument so that they can gain deeper epiphanies. However, even if that's not what you want, you will still have no choice, because it's not incredibly difficult to make your stone monument reach 900,000 feet. Since the start, there have been plenty of those who managed to go up that high. But when trying to reach 1 million feet from 900,000 feet, there is a wall. It's the same for everyone. If you want to climb over it, it will be difficult, very difficult. If I were to count it, then I've run into this wall 4 times. I didn't try to climb over it the previous 3 times but chose to give up on it. I was waiting for my wife. Once she passed away, I tried breaking through it, but failed. Zhou Kong looked at Su Ming, his voice calm. If you fail, then you'll have to start again. It's like a cycle of reincarnation. You will keep on repeating the process. And those who manage to climb over this wall are few, very few. Zhou Kong closed his eyes. Su Ming fell silent. He looked at his stone monument, which was now at 200,000 feet. The questions that existed in his heart were now answered. When he first left his stone monument, he had looked at it, which had become 100,000 feet, and had been skeptical about the divine essence's legacy. Seemed as if it was not really that difficult. So why, when were there so many people who had failed, with only a few who managed to reach 1 million feet? Now he understood. Su Ming looked at Zhou Kong, who had his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "There should be quite a number of people who will come during the next few days. If you can make your stone monument reach 1 million feet as soon as possible, then you should." Zhou Kong did not speak. He continued to stand with his eyes closed. Light would occasionally flash in the area. Some people would walk into their worlds in the stone monuments, while others would walk out. Su Ming noticed that the stone monument of the old man whom he and Zhou Kong had plotted together to kill had already been occupied by someone else, and it had already reached 100,000 feet. Several days later, once Zhou Kong returned to the world in his stone monument, Su Ming also chose to enter again. Time passed. When in the world of the stone monument, he returned to the time when he became the god of berserkers, when he was still in Dark Mountain, when he experienced the great war between the shamans and berserkers, and when he had just entered Freezing Sky Clan. The experiences, epiphanies, and killings caused more runic symbols to overlap, making it seem as if the universe was contained in Su Ming's right eye. Its power also grew the extent that it terrified even Su Ming himself. This power was not something he had obtained through an epiphany. Instead, he had naturally obtained it after he used his eye to enter the stone monument. Without being aware of it, Su Ming had already spent 60 years in this place. During that time, there were more than 30,000 people who had come to this place, and once they arrived, they became one of the candidates to obtain the divine essence. There were men and women among those 30,000 people, and almost every single one of them came for Su Ming's life. Once they saw him in this place, some of them chose to attack, but after multiple deaths, the others noticed the will in this place and gave up, since they could do nothing about it. Occasionally, some more newcomers would arrive, but Su Ming was completely unconcerned. In fact, he did not even attempt to dodge. As long as their divine abilities landed on his person, they would all die. Gradually, the old-timers in the place noticed what was happening, and they were delighted by the proceedings. After all, every time a person died, it would mean that a stone monument would be emptied, so when a new person arrived, they would receive that monument, and the old-timers would thus skip one turn of possibly dying. The arrival of 30,000 people meant that there was an equivalent amount of people who had died. The old names on the stone monuments were gradually replaced by new ones, and the occasional deaths put pressure on everyone that they had never experienced before. There was a continuous string of people who attempted to break the wall of 1 million feet, but during the 60 years, not one managed to succeed. There were still people entering the foreign land, and Su Ming had even sensed a powerful threat several times. This sensation had eventually dissolved, but those few times had put pressure on Su Ming. Once his stone monument reached 600,000 feet, it became harder for it to grow. In fact, Su Ming needed to fuse with the stone monument's world several dozens of times before he could make his stone monument grow even a few tens of thousands of feet. In 60 years, Su Ming managed to grow his stone monument to 909,000 feet. At the same time, Zhou Kang's stone monument also reached 908,000 feet. This was the second time Zhou Kang made his stone monument reach that height during the 60 years, and it was also the 6th time he'd reached that height. We've known each other for 60 years now, and to life forms like us, 60 years is too short. But to mortals, 60 years might be their entire lives. Today, your stone monument also reached a similar height. It's a pity that I can't tell you anything about the experiences about the wall in trying to reach 1 million feet. This is a restriction placed on us by the laws here. I can only wish you success. Zhou Kong looked at Su Ming. Once he sucked in a deep breath, he pushed his right hand on the stone monument and disappeared. Su Ming looked at his own stone monument, which had reached 909,000 feet. During the 60 years, he had seen almost every single person here. The apathetic faces and gazes that would occasionally shine with a gloomy light were expressions that said that they hoped for others to be quickly replaced by newcomers so that their chances of death would be lowered. And it was an expression that showed just how cruel this place was. Some of the 1,000 people who had made their stone monuments reach 1 million feet had returned from the world outside during those 60 years, a telling sign that their time limit of 1,000 years had drawn near, and they had to continue trying to receive the divine essence. Su Ming shook his head. Once he sat down with his legs crossed, he looked at the stone monument. He noticed that there was quite a large number of people around him who were sizing him up, but he was already accustomed to these kind of gazes. After all, compared to other people, he had chosen to walk down the path of the 5 illusory echelons. He was different from the others, and he would naturally catch their attention. Besides, during the 60 years, the newcomers would occasionally attack him straight away, ignoring everything else. So it was impossible for him to not catch people's attention even if he wanted. After a moment, a vortex appeared on the stone monument in front of him. As it rotated with loud booming sounds, Su Ming's body swiftly became obscure and he disappeared. When his field of vision cleared, he immediately had his Atman sweep through the area. This was a galaxy, and there was a cultivation planet not too far away from him. That planet was golden, and it shone with a brilliant light. Those who wish to obtain my divine essence must go through this test if they want to make their stone monument reach 1 million feet. If you succeed, you will obtain a part of the power of my divine essence. If you fail, then you will have to start over. That cultivation planet before you is my homeland. In that place is my divine essence, but whether you can obtain it will depend on your serendipity. Sui Chunzi's ancient voice, which had spoken to Su Ming 60 years ago, echoed in his head once again. You can use whatever methods you have at your disposal, as long as you obtain that divine essence. Sui Chunzi's ancient voice gradually disappeared, and once it vanished, Su Ming lifted his head. A glint appeared in his eyes, and the overlapping shadows from those runic symbols in his right eye gave him an especially stately appearance, making him look incredibly bizarre. He took a step forward and, with a bang, turned into a shooting star that charged down towards the cultivation planet in the distance. Su Ming's speed grew increasingly faster. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through the galaxy and closed in on the cultivation planet that was shining with golden light. Right then, a powerful and mighty pressure spread out from the cultivation planet. The golden light around then became akin to a golden sea, which decreased Su Ming's speed by a large margin. When Su Ming was inside the golden sea, a glint appeared in his eyes. He focused his gaze on the cultivation planet in the distance and sensed the agitation as well as the madness that came from the mighty pressure spreading out from there. There was also a killing intent contained within that could make outsiders freeze in their footsteps. Be gone! A low roar that sounded like thunder came from the cultivation planet with loud booming sounds before Su Ming could even get close. As that voice echoed in the air, the golden sea that filled the area around Su Ming immediately started tumbling and roaring, forming a great force that rejected him. The killing intent exuded by that voice was enough to make all the people who heard it to feel as if they had run into their mortal enemy, and their hearts would tremble. Su Ming immediately stopped moving. His pupils shrank. His heart shook, and a loud bang reverberated in his head. There was a will contained within that voice, and it was so great that it seemed that if he did not obey it, his body and soul would be destroyed. So this is the test for those who want to have their stone monument reach 1 million feet? Su Ming's expression was incredibly solemn. He stared at the cultivation planet in the distance, and after some time, he moved again, charging forward like a shooting star while resisting the mighty pressure. He wasn't quick inside the golden sea. After all, that mighty pressure felt as if it possessed corporeal form. Cracks appeared on his body as he moved forward, as if even with his powerful physical body, he was still unable to withstand the power of that mighty pressure descending on him. Just who is in that cultivation planet in front of me? Just that pressure alone is enough to make me like this. That person's level of cultivation. Su Ming suddenly understood why so many people had failed in the face of this wall. Time passed, and Su Ming became increasingly slower as he moved forward. Banging sounds signaling his inability to withstand the pressure rang from his physical body. A large portion of his skin cracked and shattered, and his organs were nearly destroyed under the mighty pressure. And this was Su Ming, who possessed an incredibly powerful body. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have been unable to withstand the pressure a long time ago. But on the other hand, Su Ming did not have sufficient power. If he had enough, then he could protect his entire body with the power generated by circulating his cultivation base. Then with his physical body he could move forward a little farther. After a moment, Su Ming was forced to stop. Blood trickled out the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with red as he stared fixedly at the cultivation planet. As of then, he was still about thousands of feet away. The distance might seem great based on that number, but in truth, when that distance was placed in a galaxy, Su Ming was already very close. This is my limit. With my cultivation base and the power of my physical body, this is as far as I can go. Without using any special method, I would have to stop here, and I would have no right to talk about making my stone monument reach 1 million feet. Su Ming lowered his head and looked down at his body, which looked incredibly pathetic at the moment. It was filled with cracks and bloody marks. When he lifted his head, the overlapping runic symbols in his right eye suddenly started flashing. As they did so, Su Ming lifted his left hand and pressed it against his right eye. This was the method to use the runic symbols, which he had come to naturally understand during the 60 years. With it, the moment Su Ming lifted his left hand from the eye, the runic symbols there instantly erupted. Nearly 1,000 runic symbols flew out with a bang, and as they shone, they circled around Su Ming, rotating around him swiftly. He looked as if he was in a storm of runic symbols. As they surrounded him, the mighty pressure on him reduced slightly. Without any hesitation, Su Ming rushed forward. With the runic symbols around him, after around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he drew close enough to the cultivation planet that he could see the mountain ranges as well as the rivers on the continents. Right then, the runic symbols around him started shuddering violently, while some of them were even destroyed instantaneously. Thankfully, being destroyed was not equivalent to disappearance for these runic symbols. They simply turned into glittering light that was instantly absorbed by the other runic symbols, who then begun to shine even brighter. Su Ming let out a low roar and continued to charge forward at full speed. He ignored the flow of time around him. The only thought in his head was to step on that cultivation planet, that he absolutely had to step on that planet. Not being able to even step on that cultivation planet during his test was something Su Ming would absolutely not allow to happen. I've never seen anyone dying when they tried to make their stone monument reach 1 million feet, which means that while this might look dangerous, real death is not a possibility. If that is the case, then I must give it my all. Su Ming lifted his head and roared, then charged forward at an even faster pace. More of the runic symbols around him shattered, but those that remained became even brighter, up to the point where they were almost dazzling. But Su Ming's physical body was also being torn apart as he moved forward. In fact, there were several spots on his arms where his flesh and blood had been torn apart, revealing bones. Those bones also started cracking due to the mighty pressure. The pain that he could not feel in the world outside was incredibly great in this place. It attacked his heart and soul, but it could not suppress his madness. There was a persistence and determination that others would find hard to imagine within Su Ming's personality. If it were not for this determination, then how else could it have been possible for him to set his life matrix as a movement from winter, autumn, summer to spring? How else could it have been possible for him to move from death to life? How else could it have been possible for him to go against fate his entire life? How else could it have been possible for him to have such an exuberant fighting spirit even after he had learned that everything in the land of berserkers was Tion's plan and that he was originally just a corpse? All of this came from the determination that was part of Su Ming's character. In fact, what he possessed could even be called obstinacy. Boom! There were only 9 runic symbols left around Su Ming. Each of them was 1,000 feet big, and they were rotating around at a great speed. Su Ming's legs had already disappeared. His flesh, blood, and his bones were no longer around. Only his arms remained. In fact, he looked as if he was a corpse that had crawled out of its grave after most of its body had decomposed. He looked incredibly terrifying, and the madness in his eyes and the light shining in his eyes due to his determination was enough to make all those who saw it to feel their hearts trembling in shock. Bang! Only 8 runic symbols left. Boom! Only 7 runic symbols left. Loud booming sounds continuously rang out, and each bang meant that another one of the runic symbols had shattered. Several bangs later, only 3 were left by his side. Those 3 runic symbols were all several thousands of feet big. They swept through the area, and as Su Ming held on, they continued protecting him as he moved forward. The flesh and blood on Su Ming's skull had already dispersed. At that moment, one could see more bones than flesh or blood on his body. He looked like a skeleton that was still persisting in moving forward. The light in his eyes was even growing brighter. Twin flames born from madness. Booming sounds rang out once more. This time, 2 of the runic symbols exploded at the same time, which left only a single one. It was 10,000 feet big and was rotating swiftly under Su Ming's feet. It was at this time that Su Ming got close to the Cultivation planet, which was at the center of the Golden Sea. After experiencing an endless amount of trials, he was incredibly close, and because of it he could see the land of the Cultivation planet. He saw figures floating in midair, all of whom he was familiar with. Among them was Xianxia, his eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, who it did not matter whether it was his enemies or his friends. Su Ming saw all the people he had met before in that Cultivation planet. All the faces that existed in his memories were looking at him from the sky of that Cultivation planet. Besides, Tion was not around. As Su Ming continued getting closer, the final runic symbol under his feet started showing signs of crumbling, and his body started shattering again as the pressure came crashing down on him. Su Ming knew that he had failed this time because he had done everything he could, but he had only gotten close to the Cultivation planet. He had not even sensed the highest layer of wind in that planet, only able to see it. Even if I fail, I still want to see what else is there in this Cultivation planet besides the faces from my memories. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He simply allowed the runic symbol under his feet to crack. What little remained of his body turned into a burning shooting star and charged towards the highest layer of wind with loud booming sounds. He came closer to it. With a bang, Su Ming's body collided against the highest layer of wind of that planet. Most of the runic symbol under his feet shattered. Violent gusts of wind roared, covering Su Ming's vision. They crushed the runic symbol under his feet and swiftly destroyed it. When the runic symbol under Su Ming's feet shattered, he rushed out of the highest layer of wind into the planet and truly reached the sky of that Cultivation planet. He saw the familiar faces and also saw a branch right behind each of those familiar figures. There was a big golden tree that occupied most of the Cultivation planet and used the land as its foundation. That tree possessed countless branches, and the figures in front of those branches looked like flowers on them. They were connected to the tree and there was no distinction between the two. The familiar faces were smiling at Su Ming, as if they were calling out to him. A rumbling sound rang out in Su Ming's heart. He looked at this indescribable big tree with a blank stare and watched as one of the branches swiped through the air, landing on his crumbling body. A power of time that Su Ming was familiar with gathered around him. He saw his crumbling flesh and blood swiftly tumbling backwards before they were all sent to the highest layer of wind in the blink of an eye. Then, in the span of a breath, he rushed out of to appear in the galaxy beyond the Cultivation planet. The runic symbol under his feet looked as if time had reversed on it. As Su Ming was continuously forced back, the runic symbols that had crumbled previously beside him appeared once again. His body started recovering ceaselessly from its previous crumbling state. When Su Ming was sent out of the Golden Sea and the Cultivation planet became incredibly far away once more, his body recovered completely. The runic symbols had also returned to his right eye. At the same time, booming sounds rang out in Su Ming's ears. His vision blurred, and when everything became clear once again, he looked at the stone monument before him blankly. He had returned to the place where the 100,000 stone monuments were. His own had turned to become only 21,000 feet tall from its previous 9,900,000 feet height. You failed. Sui Chunzi's ancient voice echoed in his mind, with a hint of aloofness. Heh. Even those who entered the stone monument through the 5 illusory echelons can fail. Huh? Now that you failed once, you're no longer a newcomer in this place. Welcome to this endless cycle of repetition. Voices from all around spoke to Su Ming, and they all belonged to people in the other stone monuments. Once they noticed that his stone monument had regressed to 21,000 feet, they decided to speak up. This is only your first failure. If you continue, you will know what true despair is. The words from the voices from all around echoed in the air, but Su Ming did not answer. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, when he opened his eyes, a dark glint shone in them. Perhaps I can pass it this way, he mumbled. The dark light shone incredibly brightly in the depths of his eyes. Bang! Soon after Su Ming failed and returned, the stone monument that symbolized Zhou Kong shone brilliantly and gradually shrank from its 900,000-something feet. When it was only several tens of thousands of feet tall, Zhou Kang's body tumbled out of the vortex. His face was pale. He looked at the stone monument with a dazed expression, and after a long while, he lowered his head in anguish before he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He had also failed. Su Ming lifted his head slowly and his gaze fell on Zhou Kong. But when he looked over, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he was taken aback, because in his eyes, he saw a thin, golden thread on Zhou Kang's right hand. That thin thread existed within his right hand, and it exuded a power that Su Ming was familiar with. In fact, when he looked over, the light from the golden thread in Zhou Kang's right hand started moving, as if the light was reflecting Su Ming from the distance. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he turned his head around and looked at the other people in the place. As he swept his gaze past them, his heart trembled even greater, but he showed nothing on his face. He saw that a thin golden thread existed within each person's body. Most of them existed in their right hands with only a few in the left hands, and a couple in their legs. This was something that Su Ming had never noticed before. After experiencing his first failure, he could see those golden threads, and he found that every single person had them, but some of those threads shone with a more brilliant golden light while others were duller. After a moment, Su Ming mumbled, "Divine essence, huh?" He discovered that the limbs in which those golden threads resided was the ones with which those people were touching their stone monuments. As he sat in silence, the world suddenly started rumbling. Not too far away, a gigantic crack appeared in the air, and 7 people walked out from within. The appearance of those 7 people immediately caused the expressions of all cultivators here turn dark and aloof. There was also animosity contained within their faces. These were 7 newcomers. The vacant looks in their eyes was a telling sign that at that moment, Sui Chunzi's voice was echoing in their hearts. Almost the moment they appeared, an indifferent will had descended upon them. When that will swept through the area, it gathered on a stone monument that was around 700,000 feet tall. It immediately started shining brightly, and as a shrill scream of pain rang out, the name on that stone monument was wiped off, just like that. The indifferent will was still swirling around the area when Su Ming's expression changed drastically. He lifted his head and stared at the sky, seeing a scene that he had never seen before. He saw a blurry figure appearing in midair above the place where the 100,000 stone monuments were located. From that blurry figure, he could tell that this person was an old man. He strolled around the area, and every single time he stopped, he would lift his hand to point at one of the stone monuments. It would then immediately shine with light, and the name on it would then be wiped off. After experiencing one failure, my right eye has changed. I couldn't see all of these things before. I couldn't see the golden threads, much less this figure. Who is he? Could he be Sui Chunzi? Su Ming's breathing quickened. He saw the figure tapping the air 6 times, and 6 stone monuments shining, which meant that 6 had people died. He continued watching until he saw the figure walk towards the spot where Zhou Kang's stone monument was, but Zhou Kang did not notice it. Perhaps more accurately speaking, all of the people there did not notice anything. Only Su Ming could. He saw the figure lifting his right hand, and right at the instant he was about to point towards Zhou Kang's stone monument, Su Ming's heart trembled. He remembered Zhou Kang's advices, remembered him offering words that helped him during the 60 years even though he did not speak much. Zhou Kang! Su Ming suddenly shouted. Zhou Kang opened his eyes. When he looked over, Su Ming immediately saw the figure that no one else could see also turning his head around to look at him from midair. At the instant Su Ming met the figure's gaze, a bang rang out in his head. A sharp pain shot up in his mind, as if it had pierced through him. It did not last long, until the figure averted his gaze. The figure hesitated a bit, but it did not point towards Zhou Kang's stone monument with his lifted right hand. Instead, it fell on the stone monument that was 400,000 feet from them. As light shone on it, the name on the monument was wiped off, and the figure looked at Su Ming once again before gradually disappearing. Yet at the instant it disappeared, an indifferent and ancient voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. This voice belonged to Sui Chunzi, but it was slightly different. There were no emotions contained within, only a type of apathy. Only this once. Su Ming's heart trembled. When that figure disappeared and Zhou Kang looked towards him, Su Ming closed his eyes. Only after a long time had passed did he manage to quell the shock in his heart. He knew that after experiencing failure within the 5 illusory echelons, he had obtained a power that some of the people around him would not be able to imagine. He also knew that what Zhou Kang's wife, Sima Yu, had guessed about the people who trained in the path of the 5 illusory echelons having less chances of dying, was correct. Because those people who trained in the path of the 5 illusory echelons could see that figure and could even change fate of other people. Since ancient times, there were few who trained in the path of the 5 illusory echelons, but there should have been quite a large number of people that passed through here over the endless passage of time. These people. Su Ming lifted his head and opened his eyes to look at the stone monuments that had surpassed 1 million feet. He did not know how many people of those had trained in the path of the 5 illusory echelons like he did. What is it? Zhou Kang asked, interrupting Su Ming's thoughts. Su Ming cast him a glance with a complicated expression, then shook his head and did not speak. Zhou Kang was momentarily stunned, then his eyes flashed. He swiftly looked towards the stone monument by his side whose name was wiped off, and a brilliant light gradually manifested in his eyes. Pensive look appeared on his face. He no longer asked Su Ming anything else, but instead closed his eyes and began meditating. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at his surroundings. Dark light gradually started shining in his eyes before he, too, closed them. Several days later, he chose to enter the world in the stone monument once again. Time passed once more. 10 years, 20 years, until another 60 years slowly passed by in this cycle of repetition. During those 60 years, Su Ming made his stone monument reach 900,000 feet twice, but he failed the test both times. The first time, he only had his head left when he entered the Cultivation planet. The second time, he had half his body left. Yet even so, he still could not succeed in passing the test. As time went by, he discovered that if he wanted to have his stone monument reach 1 million feet, then not only would he need to have his body reach the Cultivation planet in complete form, he would also need to obtain the divine essence from that strange big tree. During those 2 times, due to the strangeness of his right eye, he had seen an endless amount of golden light within that big tree. That golden light was the golden threads that he saw within every single person's body. This was divine essence, a mysterious power that Su Ming still could not fully understand, but whose might he could sense. During the 60 years, the experience of having his stone monument reach 900,000-something feet twice had caused the runic symbols in Su Ming's right eye to grow from close to 1,000 to 5,000, and he had obtained all of them from the world built based on his memories. Yet even if he had 5,000 runic symbols, he could still not make his stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet. But Su Ming did not give up. Sui Chenzi's voice continued ringing in his mind. You can use whatever method you have at your disposal, as long as you obtain that divine essence. Whatever method, at your disposal. These are a very clear hint, Su Ming mumbled. He looked at the stone monument that was only 23,000 feet before him. During the 60 years, he had constantly mulled over the insane idea that surfaced in his mind after his first failure all those years ago. It's exponentially difficult if I use a normal method to pass the test so that my stone monument will reach 1,000,000 feet. I might not know how the other people did it, but since ancient times, there were only a handful who had managed to do this. Now that I think of it, they must all have been incredibly amazing and bizarre people. Besides, the time that is required for this is extremely long. I think I might know how to continue walking down this path. But my stone monument was originally only 20,000 feet. It might be mostly the same as the other people's, but there are also some differences. However, based on my observations during these 120 years, the initial size of our stone monuments should be based on the appraisal and judgment of the land towards us, or else why would some of the stone monuments start off straight at several tens of thousands of feet, while some nearing 100,000 feet and some only a couple thousand feet? After my first failure, my stone monument became 21,000 feet tall from its initial 20,000 feet. Then I failed twice during the past 60 years after my first failure, and now my stone monument is at 23,000 feet. Which means that with each failure, my stone monument increases by 1,000 feet, and I'll be able to pass this test only when the height of my stone monument reaches 1,000,000 feet. For this, I will need to fail around 900 times more. If I calculate based on how many times I could take the test in the last 60 years, then I will need approximately 400-something cycles of 60 years, which also means about 24,000 years. This is if I don't factor in accidents and everything works smoothly. 24,000 years. I won't wait for that. I simply can't wait for that. Dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes, as the 5,000 overlapping shadows of the runic symbols shone in his right eye. He sucked in a deep breath and gradually let his eyes fall shut. I should be able to do it. Without counting in my first failure, I've observed that tree during the 2 other times I failed. Not only does that tree possess divine essence, it also possesses life force. It's a living being, and a powerful one to boot. Next time, when my stone monument reaches 900,000-something feet, I'll put that plan into motion. Su Ming mumbled in his heart with his eyes closed. Use whatever methods you have at your disposal. Then I'll use a method that only I possess and no one else. And I'll make my stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet in one go. The crazed will within Su Ming's eyes was covered because he had shut his eyes. Time passed once more. 1 year went by and another 27 years later, when there were about 7,000 runic symbols in Su Ming's right eye, his stone monument reached 900,000-something feet for the 4th time. Su Ming stood before his stone monument with a calm expression. He turned his head around to look at the area around him. Zhou Kong had yet to appear from the world in his stone monument. Su Ming was familiar with most of the other people around him as well by then. He looked at the place that had detained him for almost 150 years, and resoluteness gradually appeared in his eyes. When his gaze landed on his stone monument and the vortex appeared again, Su Ming's body faded away. Once he disappeared, he appeared beyond the Golden Sea, in the galaxy he'd seen before. It was quiet all around. Su Ming stood in the galaxy and looked at the cultivation planet within the Golden Sea, with resolve in his eyes. As long as you are a living being, then I can possess you and make you my clone. A crazed will appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This was the plan he had formulated after he had failed the first time. Since he could not obtain the divine essence straight away, then he might as well possess it. he would have the tree's vitality turn into his clone. And if he succeeded, he would obtain a clone that was unprecedented, which not even his ancestor of abyss builders had managed to obtain. And if he used this clone to refine that divine essence, then Su Ming's future would be inconceivable. But the prerequisite for that was, he had to succeed. To anyone else, this was definitely an abnormally insane idea. This idea had been left to brew for more than 60 years, and now he was finally going to put it into motion. The main point of his plan this time was not whether he would succeed, but that he definitely had to try. Only then would he have the possibility of success. Su Ming also wanted to test some other things, and only by doing so would he be able to make that insane plan of his obtain a greater chance of success. Possession. My first possession was when the Crimson Python Phoenix crushed my body and sucked my soul into its mouth. Because of it, my first act of possession was naturally successful. But the Crimson Python Phoenix was a low-ranked, ferocious beast. Can't compare with this golden tree. Just its body alone occupies most of the cultivation planet, and its mighty pressure is so incredible that it's terrifying. If a person that didn't possess the power of divine essence wants to break through the golden sea, it's incredibly difficult. Can I succeed? Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He looked at the cultivation planet in the distance and charged at the golden sea. He did not know whether he would succeed, but unless he was willing to be trapped here for 24,000-something years, and that was without factoring in any accidents that might occur during such a long period of time, then this was the only path he could choose. That tree is incredibly powerful, but I must succeed. If I possess it, then my life will change. My fate will become shocking from then on, and everything about me will be different from the instant I succeed. Su Ming's heart raced. The sense of power caused his blood to flow even faster, and it also turned into a great desire. Instead of saying that this act of possession was him being unwilling to be trapped for 24,000-something years while possibly running into some accident, it would be more accurate to say that this his attempt to resist fate. He was also incredibly certain that this would be his greatest serendipity. This serendipity could not be described with words, but its difficulty was also incredibly terrifying. This was something Su Ming knew full well. The determined look in his eyes grew even stronger, and he traveled faster. As whistling sounds rang in the air, he swiftly rushed through the golden sea like a shooting star. The mighty pressure descended. The overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in Su Ming's right eye shone, and immediately, 3,000 runic symbols appeared to turn into a windstorm. Booming sounds rang out, and that runic symbol windstorm swept up Su Ming, making him even faster. After around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cultivation planet was only 1,000 feet away from him. At that moment, there were only 7 runic symbols left out of the 3,000. Yet at that instant, Su Ming's right eye shone once more, and another 2,000 runic symbols appeared. After having experienced the challenge of this golden sea thrice, Su Ming was much more relaxed compared to his first time. The moment the 2,000 runic symbols appeared and the windstorm rose once again, Su Ming had his cultivation base circulate through his entire body at full force. Boom! His speed increased exponentially again, and he shot out, becoming faster with each passing moment. When the runic symbol windstorm that rose once again shattered to the point where there was less than 10 of them, Su Ming arrived at that cultivation planet. A hint of excitement could be detected in his eyes. This time, he used up nearly 5,000 runic symbols and finally reached the highest layer of wind around the planet. He remembered clearly that the previous time he came here, he had only had 5 runic symbols left, but now, there were several dozens of them around him. This was enough proof to show that he had become much stronger, not to mention that he still had about 2,000 still left in his right eye. Without any hesitation, Su Ming moved abruptly and brought with him the dozens of gigantic runic symbols to the highest layer of wind. The strong gusts were like blades. As the runic symbols were destroyed, Su Ming's body reached its limit on what it could withstand. When he saw that his flesh and blood were about to be torn, the runic symbols in Su Ming's right eye shone once again. All of the remaining 2,000 appeared and surrounded Su Ming, turning into a windstorm. They swept him up and charged forward while booming sounds reverberated around him nonstop. After a moment, when Su Ming rushed out of that layer of wind, there were still quite a few runic symbols left around him, and his body was not too heavily damaged. Even though he was no longer at the peak of his condition, he was in a much better form compared to the previous times. Boom! Su Ming rushed out of the highest layer of wind and stood in the sky of the cultivation planet. The sky was golden, and the land was also golden. An incomparably huge golden tree whose trunk occupied most of the planet stood erect within that world. Compared to that tree, Su Ming's body was as tiny as an ant. The figures from Su Ming's memories were on the branches like flower buds. These figures were smiling at him at the moment, and their smiles were amiable and warm, as if they were calling him to go over to them. At that moment, a branch with no flower buds swept towards Su Ming from the distance. The sound as it sliced through the air was piercing to the ears, enough to cause people's hearts to tremble uncontrollably. Su Ming was familiar with this scene. During the previous few times he was here, he had been struck by this branch, and time had reversed on him, causing him to fail the test. This time, Su Ming's eyes shone. He sucked in a deep breath, and as the runic symbols all over his body spread out with a bang, they instantly crashed into the incoming branch. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, all the runic symbols around Su Ming shattered. They seemed extremely weak, having absolutely no chance of fighting back against that branch. And this was only one of the numerous branches on that big tree, a telling sign of how strong it was. As the runic symbols shattered, the branch came straight at Su Ming and crashed into his body. At the instant the two touched, his body immediately turned into a bloody mess. He also started tumbling backwards. The reversal of time had once again arrived and descended on him. Yet at the instant the reversal of time begun when the branch touched Su Ming's body, his soul left that body of his for the first time and simply allowed the clone to be swept back. His soul instead pounced on the branch like a ball of transparent air. The power of time had not only landed on Su Ming's body, but his soul as well, since it was within the area of effect. However, Su Ming was an abyss builder. He possessed an innate ability to control time. The moment the time reversal tried to affect his soul, a power that was also that of time reversal erupted from him. At the moment that power went to resist the power of the tree, Su Ming's soul finally touched the branch. He fused with the tree's branch in a mad frenzy, and he saw a golden world. It was indistinct and contained an innumerable amount of Venus pathways. At the center of them, Su Ming saw a golden heart. That heart was not beating, as if it was already dead. It was surrounded by the golden Venus pathways, and a thick aura of death spread out from within it. That aura of death contained an ancient, waning presence, and it was unknown just how many years had that aura been here. Hurry! 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 Su Ming roared in his heart. His soul quickly stretched out along the branch. He could sense that a very small portion of the endless Venus pathways had already been covered by his soul, and he had a vague feeling that when his soul covered all of these paths, he would successfully possess this thing. However, this was, after all, a possession. He would definitely run into resistance, so the faster he succeeded, the better. Time passed. One breath went by and another. Soon, 7 breaths passed. But Su Ming's soul had still only stretched out and occupied a very small portion of the paths. At that moment, a furious roar came from the big tree. Once it resounded, the big tree immediately started trembling. In fact, during that instant, a loud boom that shook the sky and earth erupted from the cultivation planet. Immediately after, the Venus pathways Su Ming could see in his field of vision instantly started twisting as they shone with a golden light. Not only did they cover the golden heart even more tightly, they also vaguely formed a golden runic symbol. That runic symbol flashed. Su Ming sensed a power that was so great it could not be described with words. With a mighty power that could kill him, the runic symbol flashed, and then rushed at him with a bang. There was also an incredibly incensed and slightly terrified will that came along with it. Die! 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 That will was incredibly powerful. With a bang, it landed on Su Ming's body and turned into a crazed killing intent. right at the moment it was about to destroy his soul, though that power abruptly changed into a power that reversed time. It was as if there was a law that was controlling everything in the dark, forcefully turning this power that intended to kill Su Ming into the power that reversed time. It brought Su Ming's soul instantly out of the tree's body, and as it up to his body, and he fused once more into it. Damn you, Sui Chen-zi. Even if you died, is your law still going to stop me? I will kill him. I will kill him. He is a threat. He is the 3742nd person that tried to possess me, but he's the only one that made me sense danger. This was the final voice Su Ming heard. Once his soul fused with his body, booming sounds echoed by his ears. When everything became quiet and he opened his eyes, he returned to the place with the 100,000 stone monuments. The one before him had become 24,000 feet tall. I failed, Su Ming mumbled softly, but soon after, a dark light shone in his eyes. But I also succeeded. He lifted his head and stared fixedly at his stone monument. I can use all methods at my disposal, and even attempting to possess the golden tree is allowed. Even if the golden tree tried to kill me in the end, its actions were prevented by Sui Chen-zi's law. Couldn't hurt me in the slightest bit. It only made me return to this place due to the reversal of time. If that's the case, then the law Sui Chen-zi set before his death is the highest will in this place. Even that golden tree's actions are limited. Can't kill me, and because of that, I now have an endless amount of chances to possess it. Su Ming's eyes shone. He might have failed, but if he had succeeded so easily, then it would have been incredibly odd. He had failed this time, but obtained a number of proofs and answers, and they brought with them a lot of confidence for him. I will definitely be able to possess that golden tree to build the path of divine essence for my future. And I will head towards becoming a sublime paragon. Confidence shone in Su Ming's eyes. He sucked in a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Before me, there were 3,731 people who once tried to possess this golden tree. But none of them succeeded, because their methods of possession were different from mine. Possessing others to make them into clones is Abyss Builder's inborn ability. It only noticed that I wanted to possess it after 7 breaths. This is perhaps due to its previous oversight, but it might also be that it is a specific time set before it notices me. I need to test this several times before I can be certain. Su Ming was unaware of it, but making his stone monument reach 1 million feet was no longer his main focus. His goal turned into possessing that golden tree. The failure this time made Su Ming even more determined to possess that tree. Until he succeeded, he would definitely not give up. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 180 years went by. Nearly 200 years. To a mortal, this was more than 2 lifetimes. It was a luxury they could not imagine. However, to cultivators, this small amount of time would perhaps naturally pass by if they full immersed themselves in isolation. More than 300 years had passed since Su Ming came to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. But even after that time, the Duke of Crimson Flame still had yet to wake up. He had turned into a brand on Su Ming's arm, and Su Ming had no idea whether it was because of the mysteries in this land. But the Duke remained in deep sleep. Su Ming had been puzzled by this before, about why the Duke of Crimson Flame had come to this place with him, but did not have a stone monument to show his existence. He had thought about it for a long time, but could not obtain an answer, and in time he stopped thinking about it. The bald crane also could not leave Su Ming's storage bag. He had tried several times, and discovered that the bald crane could only appear when he was in the world in the stone monuments. However, once he returned to the land with those 100,000 stone monuments, it was as if it was sealed, and not even the bald crane could break through it. Perhaps this was not a seal, but part of the law in this land. Thankfully, Su Ming had tried once in the Golden Sea, and the bald crane could appear. Once he promised a large amount of crystals to it. The bald crane struck its chest excitedly and agreed to Su Ming's plan, which made it even more likely to succeed. After his first failure in possessing the golden tree, Su Ming had once again descended into an obdurate state. He had made his stone monument reach 900,000 feet 7 times and entered the Cultivation planet within the Golden Sea 7 times more. He tried to possess the golden tree time and again, failing repeatedly, and came face to face with the golden tree's crazed and enraged intent to kill him. But with Sui Chunzi's law, that power that could instantly kill him several thousands of times over was forcefully turned into the power that reversed time. Due to this, Su Ming did not feel any danger, despite failing 7 tries. Among them, the shortest time he had lasted was when the tree had instantly discovered that he was trying to possess it. The longest time he lasted was a full span of 9 breaths. This made Su Ming's previous assumption wrong. He was slightly unclear as to how such a deviation of time could appear in regards to the tree discovering someone trying to possess it. The span between 1 breath and 9 breaths might not seem long, but those few breaths was usually the key that determined whether a person would live or die. With the tree's strength, this sort of inconsistency should not be present. This became something that troubled Su Ming a great deal. He needed time. Only when he had sufficient time would he be able to complete the possession. He had even made calculations before, because of which he knew that he would need approximately the span of 900 breaths to succeed. As long as his actions were not stopped during those 900 breaths, he had confidence that once he had his soul fill all the tree's Venus pathways, then with the Abyss Builder's inborn ability, his chances of success would be much greater than of all the others that had tried to possess the tree. This was because the other people had tried to possess the tree's real body, while Su Ming was doing no such thing. An Abyss Builder's possession was different from the others. In fact, it was not really a form of possession but rebirth. From the golden tree's body, he would use its quintessence, its life force, and all its power to form a new body. It would be the same as rebirth, and this reborn body would become Su Ming's clone. This was a rebirth stemming from a possession that worked its way from the soul to the outer parts of the body. Compared to the other possessions that worked their ways from the outer parts of the body to the inner parts of the soul, it was only natural that Su Ming's chances of success were greater. It was just like how a person could easily crush a bug that was lying on the skin and wanted to crawl in, but would find it difficult to kill a bug that was living inside the body. Just what sort of reason could cause changes in the time taken for the tree to notice me when trying to possess it? This was a question that had been plaguing Su Ming's mind for 180 years. If he did not solve this mystery, then even if he had perfected most of his plan for successful possession, he would still not be able to buy himself the span of 900 breaths. This question continued lingering in his mind for another 30 years, and when Su Ming attempted his 9th possession, he finally noticed something. This time, the time he could spend possessing the tree was 15 breaths. 15 breaths was something that he had never achieved before, but the key lay in Su Ming noticing that there were 14 people's stone monuments around him that turned from 900,000 feet to only several tens of thousands of feet tall after his 9th try and subsequent failure once again. This meant that, including him, there were 15 people who took the stone monument's 1 million feet test. This discovery excited Su Ming. He tried once again after that, and when he was in this place for a full 360 years, he was certain that there was a huge connection to the time taken for the tree to notice him trying to possessing it and the number of people who were taking the test at the same time. Once he was certain of this, he did not choose to immediately take the test and try to possess the tree when his stone monument reached 900,000 feet. Instead, he waited. He did so quietly, looking for the best time, when there would be the highest amount of people taking the test at the same time. As Su Ming waited, time slowly passed by. 1 year and another year. Su Ming waited for 50 years, then 100 years. He was so incredibly obstinate with his goal that it was already impossible to describe his stubbornness with words. He sat cross-legged before his stone monument. He would rather give up on the chance to train and continue waiting. There was a time where there were 17 people who took the test in succession within a short period of time. Then there were 19 people who took it, followed by 21 people, but he chose to give up on all of those. He refused to believe that there would not be a time where there would be more than 100 people among these 10,000 people who would take the test at the same time. Su Ming continued waiting until 300 years went by. With the previous amount of time that he spent in this place, Su Ming had been trapped in this foreign land for 700 years by then. 700 years were equivalent to several generations for mortals. Su Ming's hair was long, his body was emaciated, his eyes were crazed, and his mind was highly strung. At that moment, he was completely different from the time when he had just arrived to this place 700 years ago. An ancient and aged air radiated off his body, along with madness. In fact, some of the people who came to this foreign land were unable to recognize Su Ming as Su Ming after the blood identification pearl lost its effect upon entering this place. Because at that moment, his outward appearance was not that much different from the old monsters that had been trapped in the place for who knew how long. However, there was a fire burning in his heart. It was doing so furiously, forcing down his madness, and waiting for the day it would erupt. Su Ming waited for almost another 100 years. Then, when he'd been trapped for almost 800 years in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, the day arrived. 124 people's stone monuments reached 900,000 something feet at around the same time. They might not have reached that height at the same time, but they received the test in succession, and this was the first time more than 100 people took the test after Su Ming had waited for 400 years. Perhaps this was not the largest number. Perhaps if he continued waiting, more people who reached that height would appear at the same time after thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even longer, but perhaps even after a very long time, such a thing would not happen again. That was why at the moment those 124 people took the test at the same time, Su Ming, who had been sitting and meditating without moving for 400 years, instantly lighted up. It was as if the fire of life that had been suppressed for 400 years erupted and flamed up at that instant. It's time. If I still fail, then my chances of success will become incredibly slim. This time is my biggest hope and my greatest chance for success. Su Ming lifted his head. The overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in his right eye might not have changed during the 400 years, but during the times he had worked his way to take the test again, they had long since reached the total of 10,000. He also discovered a long time ago that once he reached 10,000 runic symbols, their number would stop increasing. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to wait in place for 400 years. At that moment, as the overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in his right eye shone, the vortex appeared on the stone monument before him that had reached 9,800,000 feet 400 years ago. As the vortex spun rapidly, Su Ming's body became obscure. When his vision cleared up, he found himself once again in the galaxy near the Golden Sea. After not seeing it for 400 years, a brilliant light that could light up even the sky shone in his eyes when he saw it. That light possessed a fighting spirit, madness, and also the strength born from Su Ming holding himself back and bearing with it patiently for 400 years. With his fastest speed, he only used the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to shoot through the Golden Sea that had been incredibly difficult for him to pass through all those years ago. After losing only several thousand runic symbols, he shot out of the highest layer of wind in that cultivation planet and stepped into the sky once again. As he came face to face with those numerous familiar faces and that branch that came charging towards him swiftly from the distance, a violent burst of light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant that branch touched his body, his soul came out with a bang. At the same time, the bald crane let out a shrill screech and flew out from the storage bag Su Ming had kept on his body and charged towards his soul. The bald crane had always just been an illusion and did not possess a corporeal body. After multiple tests in the world within the stone monument, Su Ming had discovered that his soul could incorporate the bald crane's existence. As he fought against the power that reversed time, Su Ming's soul enveloped the bald crane. Once he touched the branch with familiar ease, he used his fastest speed and the strongest amount of power he could muster to make his soul explode and spread out. In the blink of an eye, he covered a small area of those golden Venus pathways, covering them in black. Time passed breath by breath, as Su Ming roared in his heart. He did not want to fail again. He wanted to succeed. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Su Ming roared in his heart. His soul was spreading out rapidly, and during the 20th breath, he had already occupied nearly 3/100ths of the Venus pathways in the place. This was the most he had occupied out of all the times he had tried. In an instant, he had surpassed the peak of what he had ever achieved. As time passed and Su Ming roared in his heart, the 40th breath arrived, but there was still no shred of will coming from the golden tree. Su Ming thus occupied a 7/100th of all the Venus pathways in the tree. 60 breaths. 80 breaths. When the 100th breath arrived, Su Ming noticed that a loud boom coming from the world where the golden Venus pathways were. At that time, his soul had already occupied a 1/10 of all the Venus pathways in the tree. This was not just a brilliant achievement Su Ming had never managed to reach in his life, but it was also the maximum that less than 10 out of the thousands of people who had tried to possess the golden tree had managed to achieve over the endless years. There were still 20-something breaths left. 20 breaths later, at the instant Su Ming's soul occupied 14/100ths out of all the Venus pathways, Su Ming gave up on continuing. Instead, he roared in his heart and turned his voice into a sound that echoed within him. Bald crane. Almost at the instant his voice sounded, the bald crane that had been enveloped by his soul let out a piercing screech. Change! Change! I'm telling you, change! The bald crane had known about Su Ming's plan from the start, since he had told it when they were in the world inside the stone monument. The bald crane also knew just how important the possession this time was to Su Ming, especially since he had even promised a large amount of crystals. This excited the bird so much that it did not consider failure as an option. Because of this, it used probably an even greater amount of strength than what it had mustered when it fused with the divinity incarceration rune. As the bald crane roared, all the Venus pathways that had been occupied by Su Ming's soul were immediately covered by a layer of ripples. When they went away, those Venus pathways turned from black to gold, and Su Ming's presence was no longer around, making the tree seem to be in the exact same state as when it was before he'd tried to possess it. It was also at this time that a furious roar came from within the tree. Damn it, you're here again. Ha! Su Ming's soul remained completely still. The bald crane was also incredibly nervous. It could sense a presence coming out from the golden tree that horrified and disgusted it. The pressure also surpassed that of divinity incarceration rune. In fact, under that presence and pressure, the bald crane's muddled memories became slightly disorderly. It seemed to have some sort of recollection of this golden tree, but it could not remember it clearly. As the furious roar echoed in the air, followed by that light puzzled gasp, the runic symbol formed by the vast number of Venus pathways shone. A huge will instantly swept through the entire area. Yet when it reached the spot where the bald crane had transformed to cover Su Ming, it simply swept past them. And then again and again. It was impossible for Su Ming not to get nervous. This directly tied with the success of his plan to possess the tree and turn it to his clone. If the bald crane's transformation art was discovered, then the sooner that happened, the lower Su Ming's chances of success would be. Only if he wasn't discovered for a good while and managed to gain the span of 800 breaths would he succeed. The bald crane executed its full strength to control its transformation art and conceal Su Ming's presence. It made the area that was covered by its transformation art look exactly same as those golden Venus pathways no matter how anyone looked at it. Time trickled by. Several breaths later, a cold harumph came from that powerful will. That damn Sui Chenzi. Why can't you just stay dead? How dare the law you left behind lord over me? Damn it. Damn it all. Or else I would have killed that person who dared to try possess me a long time ago. Sui Chenzi. You don't deserve sympathy even if you died. You deserved death. If it wasn't because I dared fighting back all those years ago, how could this have happened to me? How could this have happened to me? A crazed roar shouted out, coming from that will, before it gradually disappeared. Ha ha! I made it! Your grandpa crane is good. Eh? How dare this small little shrub try to fight against me? Heh heh! I just did a small, insignificant transformation, and it couldn't discover me. Ha ha! The bald crane sent out a voice with its soul in excitement. As it was feeling smug about itself, it seemed to have forgotten its previous fear and nervousness. Little boy Su, don't forget the crystals you promised me. This time, I've used all my strength and didn't hold back even a single bit. I'm seriously tired, you know? Look at my small wings and feet. They've become thinner. The bald crane quickly used that opportunity to emphasize its hard work and its contribution. Su Ming remained silent. He did not look at the bald crane's small wings and feet. To the bald crane, whose body was formed by its illusory soul, if it wanted to, it could just turn into a giant with huge wings and feet. Time was running short. At the instant that great will faded away, Su Ming spread his soul outwards once more and continued occupying the golden tree. One breath passed by and another. With each breath that passed, Su Ming's chances of success would increase slightly. To him, this was a scramble, a wrestling match for time. Hurry up! Hurry up! Faster! Su Ming roared in his heart. His soul continued spreading out. From his previous 1400s, he reached 16, 18, 20. All the areas that were covered by his soul would be enveloped by the bald crane's transformation art at the same time, causing that black color to turn gold, and preventing the tree's will from noticing it. When Su Ming covered 28/100ths of the Venus pathways, nearly 100 breaths had passed since the bald crane had appeared. This sort of speed could already be considered incredibly quick, but Su Ming still felt that he was slow. He saw himself as a thief that had entered a stranger's house to rob it while the owner was still in the house. Only by finishing it swiftly would his chances of success grow higher. The bald crane looked excited, but in truth, the nervousness in its heart had never reduced the slightest bit. As time passed, that nervousness became even stronger, and it could not help but start urging Su Ming to hurry up. Hurry up, hurry up! Stop! The bald crane immediately sent out a piercing shout with its soul, and the spread of Su Ming's soul instantly stopped. Almost at the instant he did so, a crazed roar that brought with it a great will that could destroy everything descended on their area again. The roaring voice of that will swept through the place as it searched ceaselessly. You damned insect, you're still here. I know you're still here. You despicable, shameless bastard. I don't know what method you used to hide yourself, but I will find you. I will definitely find you. That great will continued sweeping past the area again and again, and the bald crane was incredibly nervous, not daring to move even a single inch. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed by, and the great will still searched through the area, doing it even more frequently, and it was growing even stronger. At that moment, it was already several times greater than before, and as it swept through the area, booming sounds rang out without stop. I refuse to believe that I can't find you, you despicable bastard. As the trees will roared, the golden Venus pathways suddenly twisted at the same time before drawing close to the heart that was exuding aura of death, located at the center. The bald crane quickly used its transformation art and performed a corresponding act, causing the area that was covered by Su Ming's soul to also twist, behaving in the exact same manner as the other places. However, at the instant the golden Venus pathways retracted and approached the heart that was filled with aura of death, Su Ming suddenly felt a great sense of danger. At the same time, as the trees will roared, the heart that was filled with the aura of death contracted. After it did so, it expanded swiftly, as if it was completing a beat. Thud! That heart beat once, and a purplish gold fog spread out. Wherever that fog passed, it would tumble about endlessly. When it touched the area that was enveloped by the bald crane's transformation art, the bald crane let out a shrill scream. It found us! So you're here! The trees will roared. At the same time its voice echoed in the air, a heinous destructive will charged towards the area where the two were hiding. There was no hesitation within Su Ming. Since he was already discovered, he would not hide any longer. Instead, as he spread out the power of his soul, he sent a shout to the bald crane. 10,000 crystals! When the bald crane heard Su Ming's voice, its body instantly gathered together to turn into its original appearance. It shuddered from the stimulation brought by the mention of 10,000 crystals. The bald crane lifted its head and howled, its eyes bloodshot. At that moment, Su Ming's words were the only things that echoed in its heart. 10,000 crystals. To it, this was a temptation greater than anything else in the world. This sort of temptation was enough to make it go mad. 10,000 crystals. 10,000 glittering crystals. With the 5,000 crystals Su Ming promised me earlier, I'll have 15,000 crystals. I'll give it my all. Everything. Everything within me. At that moment, the bald crane was no longer the bald crane. It was a warrior that did not fear death nor any of the powerful warriors in the entire universe. With an indomitable presence, fearlessness towards the world, obsession towards crystals, and madness that would destroy all manner of things that wanted stop it from obtaining its crystals, it rushed towards the trees which was charging over while flinging all caution to the wind. The bald crane loved crystals, but it loved harboring grudges even more. And it harbored a grudge towards the four great true worlds for shutting down the divinity incarceration rune, which made it so it could no longer extort Su Ming. This made the bald crane so resentful that it practically clenched its teeth in anger while it slept. At this moment it also hated the tree, not because of standing in its way, but because this tree was stronger than the bald crane itself. 20,000. You have to give me 20,000 crystals. Give me another 5,000 and make it 20,000 crystals, and I will fight with my life, the bald crane roared. In its madness, it asked for additional 5,000 crystals. I'll give you 30,000. Su Ming sent his voice to the bald crane with his soul. He was using his full might to quickly cover the area where those Venus pathways were. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to cover 29/100ths of the Venus pathways. The bald crane went mad, and just like a real warrior, it crashed straight into the tree's will. Bang! As a loud noise reverberated in the air, the tree's will, which was incredibly terrifying to Su Ming, tumbled backwards when it crashed against its opposition. The body of the bald crane crumbled and fell apart, then gathered together once again 1,000 feet away. As it roared and rose up, an enraged howl came from the tree's will. It's you! Damn it! I remember now. You failure. How dare you still show yourself in front of me? You're not worthy of showing yourself before me. As the tree's roars echoed in the air, Su Ming's soul occupied 29/100ths, and as he pressed on, he occupied 30/100ths. Nearly a third of that large area of Venus pathways had turned black and exuded Su Ming's presence. This level of occupation was something that no one among the thousands of people that tried to possess the tree had ever been able to achieve. At the instant Su Ming possessed this much, a booming sound rang out in his heart. Right then, a gigantic picture rose in his soul. Within that picture was a big tree in the galaxy. The size of that tree was so great that its end could not be seen with the naked eye. A cultivation planet would be incredibly tiny compared to it. That tree was entirely purple, and the strength of the mighty pressure that spread out from it felt like it would need only a single thought to shatter the whole universe. However, that colossal tree was not covered head to toe in purple. There was golden light shining from within it, making it seem purplish golden. This was the picture that appeared in Su Ming's soul after he occupied a third of the Venus pathways in that tree. During that instant, he also became aware that this was the real body of the tree that he was trying to possess. The tree was incomplete, however. Many of its parts had withered. It might look incredibly big, but there was aura of death and a dismal presence spreading out from it. Yet even so, the shock it brought to Su Ming was still incredibly great. His soul was connected to the bald crane, which was why when he saw that scene, the bald crane also saw it. It was originally rising to a clamor and roaring, but once it saw that tree, it was suddenly stunned, and during that instant, the endless memories that existed like fragments in its mind grouped together for a moment. Kang. You're a Kang. You're not dead. You weren't killed by Sui Chin Zi. You're still alive. The bald crane had no idea why it said these words. Confusion filled its face, but its voice was shrill, and there was even a hint of fear in it. Remember me now? You failure. Sui Chin Zi. That damn bastard. He still doesn't have the right to kill me. You went against the will of heavens, you failure. You traitor. The trees will roared, and as it echoed in the air, the confusion on the bald crane's face became even greater. Its voice became even more piercing to the ears when it spoke next. You're incomplete, you were injured badly. Su Ming. Possess it. Make it your clone. If it was complete and uninjured, then there would be no one that could possess it in all the worlds that exist in the universe. But now, you have a chance to succeed. I'll help you possess it. The bald crane's face was still puzzled as it screamed shrilly. The purplish golden tree knew the bald crane, and judging by the two's words, the tree was known as a king. Also, based on what it said about the bald crane, the latter was a traitor and a failure. The bald crane knew the tree's name. It had even mentioned that the tree was incomplete, and that it had been injured gravely. Most importantly, Su Ming had also heard the bald crane mentioning Sui Chunzi's name while having a dazed expression on its face. You weren't killed by Sui Chunzi. Judging by these words, not only does it now the Sakang, it also knows Sui Chunzi. Could it be that the bald crane is an existence that belongs to the same generation as Sui Chunzi? Why did Sui Chunzi want to kill the tree? What sort of connection do they have? Several questions rose in Su Ming's heart. There was something bizarre about this, and the amount of guesses he had regarding the bald crane's existence rose up once more. He had originally thought that the bald crane, with its mysterious background, had a great connection to the fifth true world, but due to some form of accident, it had lost its memories and became this way, wandering about until it arrived in Death region. There, it had turned into various things, enjoying acting a menace to others. When they arrived in the barren lands of divine essence, the experiences the bald crane went through and the hesitation on the Duke of Crimson Flame's face were all seen by Su Ming. But right then, when the purplish gold tree said his piece, Su Ming's assumptions became even more complicated. It could be that the bald crane did not possess its memories even during the era of the fifth true world. Su Ming was almost certain now that the event that resulted in its memory loss had not happened in the fifth true world's time, but an even more ancient age. However, this was not the time for him to ponder over this. Currently, he was in an incredible hurry. As the crane shouted out at him, he spread his soul outwards again and sent it filling up even more Venus pathways. 31, 33, 35. Su Ming's expansion was incredibly fast. As he was doing that, a Kang roared, and the bald crane let out a piercing screech that grew increasingly more intense as they continued shrieking amid the ceaseless booms echoing within the tree's body. Damn you, you failure! Even if I'm incomplete and am badly injured, you are still not my opponent because you are also incomplete and similarly injured. By the looks of it, you weren't just gravely wounded once, but thrice, up to the point that your real body broke down and you only have your soul left, and besides being useful in my body, you have nothing worthy of praise in the world outside. You can only be trampled by others. You piece of trash that can only imitate other people's presences. Failure, traitor. Boom, boom, boom. As the bald crane's and Akang's wills fought repeatedly, the crane's body disintegrated multiple times. While it might be able to gather together itself each time, the body was growing increasingly duller. Ikang, your grandpa crane is mighty and powerful, and I have an endless amount of crystals. Why should I be afraid of you? The bald crane let out a shrill screech and turned into a windstorm in a single move that charged towards Ikang's will. Su Ming's soul covered the Venus pathways at an even faster rate as the bald crane fought against Ikang. He saw the bird's continuously dimming body, and even though its words were as sharp as ever, Su Ming could sense that its soul was rapidly scattering away. 39, 41, 43. Su Ming growled with his soul. The time he had now was gained for the price of the bald crane's soul fading away. All of it was just so that he could successfully possess the tree, but even so, it was still difficult for him to do so in a short period of time. He was still only at the halfway point toward complete possession. Ikang's enraged howls rang non-stop. It had tried multiple times to bypass the bald crane and stop Su Ming's soul from spreading further, but the bald crane would block it recklessly every single time in its bout of madness to buy time. And as it did so, it would also let out hoarse, piercing screeches. Damn you, your grandpa crane might have forgotten many things, might be unable to bully anyone except the various runes and seals, and are indeed capable of fighting against you in this place and only this place, but your grandpa crane knows that you are a crystal, and as long as I hold you back, I will get 30,000 crystals. For crystals, I'll fight with everything I've got against you. Su Ming, I'm exerting all my strength here. I need stimulation. As the bald crane roared, Su Ming's soul only needed a little more before it would have covered half of all the Venus pathways within the tree. 100,000 crystals! Su Ming immediately shouted. The moment he spoke those words, the windstorm that was the bald crane let out a roar and grew larger by several sizes. The light shining within the eyes in the windstorm were shocking to see. 100,000 crystals! 100,000! The bald crane looked as if it had gone mad and held back Ikang's will, which was trying to prevent Su Ming from possessing it. Once more, Ikang's enraged roars rang through the whole tree. Su Ming's soul continued spreading. At that moment, with a bang, he reached the coverage of 47/100ths of all the Venus pathways. At a glance, half of the large amount of golden Venus pathways were black, and they were filled with the dense power of Su Ming's soul. Damned thieving crane, my real body is here, and you don't have yours. For how many breaths can you possibly hold me back? Ikang's will decisively gave up on trying to stop Su Ming, and instead used its full power to crush the bald crane, intending to first destroy it before it took care of Su Ming. 500,000 crystals! Su Ming shouted out the moment his soul covered 48/100ths of the Venus pathways. 1,000,000 crystals! When he shouted this out, the entirety of the bald crane's soul, from the inner parts to the outer parts, were so stimulated by his words that it completely burst forth. Get bigger! 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 The bald crane's eyes turned completely bloodshot. In its madness, the windstorm around it instantly grew endlessly and swept in all directions. As if its soul had been set on fire, it rushed towards Ikang's incoming will. You lunatic! You were a lunatic all those years ago, and now you are still a lunatic. You're burning your own soul for those stupid crystals. Why you? Boom! 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 The entire world of the golden Venus pathways trembled. The tree that was Ikang started swaying intensely, and large cracks even spread out through the cultivation planet. By the looks of it, it was about to be torn to pieces. Amid the booming sounds, the bald crane let out a shrill scream of pain. As Ikang roared furiously, the windstorm that was the bald crane collapsed, and its body rapidly shrank until it was only the size of a palm. In an almost transparent state, it fell back to the area that was covered by Su Ming's soul. Once it was enveloped by Su Ming's soul, the bald crane immediately fell unconscious. But before it fainted, it used whatever remained of its strength to send a divine thought to Su Ming. Remember that you owe your grandpa crane 1,030,000 crystals. Failure, traitor, thieving crane, you aren't my opponent. I'll swallow you so that I'll recover even faster. Give me time, and I'll even devour the other 9 and become the real Ikang. Ikang's will shook the entire area, but just as it was about to echo in the sky, Su Ming's soul spread out and covered half of the area, truly possessing half of the Venus pathways. Once he did so, a similar scene as before surfaced once again. At that moment, booming sounds that could shake the world rang in his soul, and a picture manifested before him. However, compared to the scene he saw when he had only occupied a third of the area, this was something at an even greater scale. In fact, Su Ming's soul almost froze at that moment. He saw, when Su Ming's soul occupied half of the golden Venus pathways and he saw the scene that caused his heart to tremble, the latter half of the divine thought that the bald crane had sent to him with all its remaining strength before it fainted reached his heart. You have to remember to give me my crystals. Because I might have fainted, but I held back that thrice cursed Ikang for some time. I don't know how long I'll be able to confuse it, so you'll have to be fast. As the bald crane's divine thought completely disappeared, Ikang's furious roars echoed in the air, and its divine thought swept over the place, but it could not leave a set area. At the same time, Su Ming saw the picture in his soul. There, he saw a galaxy. Within that galaxy was a golden sea. And within that sea was a golden cultivation planet. While within that cultivation planet was a big, golden tree. There was nothing special about it, and it was far from being able to make even Su Ming's soul freeze. But that was because it was merely the first thing he saw. Su Ming could not find anything that he could use to compare to the world he saw at the moment. He only felt that everything he saw right then made him remember the spider webs he saw when he was still a child in Dark Mountain. Thin threads connected together to form small little squares that looked like they belonged on a spider's net. That was what Su Ming found himself comparing this world to in his mind. Beyond the galaxy of the Golden Sea, Golden Planet, and the Big Golden Tree was another galaxy that looked exactly as the one with the tree. On its edge, there were many other galaxies that were identical as well, and there were even more of them farther away. Their numbers could not be counted, for there was no end to them. Once a person saw such a sight, they would be unable to help themselves but feel shocked, and a hint of despair would even raise within their hearts. 100,000 galaxies, 100,000 golden seas, 100,000 golden planets, 100,000 golden trees. This scene caused Su Ming's heart to roar. In fact, he even saw 97 cultivators existing in 97 of those 100,000 galaxies. Some of those cultivators were in the golden seas, while some of them were close to the golden planets. There were also those that were struggling in the highest layer of wind on the planet. Su Ming had seen some of those people before. They were most of the 124 people who had entered the stone monuments test in an attempt to make their stone monuments reach 1 million feet. As for the dozens of people who were missing, it was clear that they had already failed. I've used everything that I have, and the bald crane even fell unconscious due to heavy injuries. Only like this did I manage to possess half of the tree. But that half that I thought was of the whole was just a half of one out of the 100,000 Nikang trees among the 100,000 cultivation planets and 100,000 galaxies. How can I possibly possess this sort of living being? Su Ming mumbled. As he was shocked by all that he saw, despair rose within him. It could even be said that the possibility of being possessed simply did not exist for this sort of living being, because there was no person who could possess all 100,000 of its bodies. If there was someone who truly had the power to do such a thing, then there would be absolutely no need for that person to possess anything, because if they were capable of doing such a thing, then they were certainly one of the people who stood at the highest pinnacle of the entire universe. Am I truly incapable of succeeding? Am I truly going to fail just like this? Are all my previous efforts, near 1,000 years of struggle, hundreds of years of waiting, going to be laid to waste and become a mere joke? Is the bald crane's grave injuries to buy me some time would all be just so that it would present me with a fate that would make us despair? Am I supposed to give up just like this and only be able to leave this place after tens of thousands of years, becoming just like the others, an ordinary tool in the grand scheme of things? Do I have to remain an ant for the rest of my life, remaining a person whose fate is controlled by others? Can I only watch the people I want to protect have their lives and deaths controlled by the strong again and again? Violent waves surged in Su Ming's soul. Once he saw those 100,000 planets, he had experienced a despairing strike. It made him suddenly realize that the success he thought was already in his hand after having occupied half of those Venus pathways was so insignificant it was practically a joke. For a moment, he was simply unable to accept this fact. I absolutely won't give up. Neither will I be willing to admit defeat. I'm Su Ming. I am an abyss builder. I've lived a forlorn and bitter life. I couldn't control my own fate, and even my physical body was sealed by the immortals. Right now, I only exist as a soul. Heavens! Fate, just how long are you going to continue toying with me? A crazed wave left Su Ming's soul, along with a roar that shook the sky and earth. That roar contained Su Ming's resistance against fate, bringing with it his first ever, complete and absolute resolution to fight fate. At the instant that powerful wave left Su Ming's soul, the 100,000 galaxies, 100,000 golden seas, and 100,000 planets started trembling together, as if they were shaken by the madness of his soul. Booming sounds rang without stop, ceaselessly shaking the 100,000 galaxies. So the 97 people who were going through the test sported sudden and drastic changes in their expressions. Practically all of them swiftly looked around themselves, confused because they did not know what was going on. The booms also caused the golden seas to roar and tumble and the galaxies to start shaking, as if there was an earthquake around that was so great it could shake mountains and seas. You let me grow up in Dark Mountain. Then you took it away from me, telling me that it was all just a dream. Su Ming laughed long and hard. Within his laughter was a mockery that was aimed at himself as well as a roar that was aimed at both heavens and fate. The 100,000 galaxies started trembling even harder. In fact, there were some galaxies that even started cracking. Black smoke was surging into the sky from the half of the Venus pathways Su Ming had occupied. The smoke tumbled about viciously and spread outwards with a bang. You let me come to the 9th summit. You gave me warmth. But in the end, you took all of it away with a cold laugh. You turned everything into a mere illusion. You manipulated my fate as if I was some puppet. Su Ming's laughter was forlorn. The 100,000 galaxies roared with him, and the 97 people who were being tested turned stark pale. They might not know what was going on, but they could sense that there was a crazed will within the galaxies in which they were located. That will contained a resistance against fate, an opposition towards the heavens, and it was spreading out violently towards them at that moment. You let me become the god of berserkers, but after I took that title, you snatched everything from me. You made me watch Yu Xian close her eyes, made me watch Bai Su disappear, made me watch my people die. You made me leave the land of berserkers and come to the barren lands of divine essence. You let me possess great power, but you pushed me to the foreign land and trapped me here for 1,000 years. As black smoke tumbled about from the half of the Venus pathways Su Ming had occupied, and those black Venus pathways immediately started twisting before they gradually grouped together to form a face. That face belonged to Su Ming. His expression was ferocious and his laughter was incredibly bitter as he stood up against fate. You let me obtain the possibility to gain a great serendipity in the foreign land and even allowed me to occupy half of these Venus pathways. But in the end, you tell me that this is just half of one of the 100,000 trees. Fate! Heavens! How long will you continue toying with me? In your eyes, am I truly unable to fight against you and destroy you? Loud booms shot up from the 100,000 galaxies at the same time. All of them trembled viciously, and cracks began spreading through them. Wisps of black smoke flowed out from those cracks, and as it continued spreading, it grew in volume, to eventually gather together into 100,000 faces in the 100,000 galaxies. All 100,000 of them were Su Ming's faces. This was not something that was naturally formed due to Su Ming's shouts. Neither had his shouts made the law in the universe open up a gap for him. What allowed him to do so was most certainly not his possession of some mysterious ability that would allow him to make the entire area around him bow its head and worship him with his anger alone. The reason for it was something he did not know, that half of the Venus pathways he had occupied on one tree would be equivalent to him occupying half of all the Venus pathways within all the trees. There might be 100,000 trees, but in truth, there was only one tree. If he obtained one, he would obtain all of them. However, if Su Ming had given up due to his despair just now, then he would have failed. It was precisely because of his determination and his resolve to push on that he had the chance to see the tree's real self, as well as obtain the chance to possess it again. Illusions, reality, apparitions, corporeality. Sometimes, if a person persisted and broke through, they could realize that illusions and reality, apparitions and corporeality were divided by a fine line. The logic was simple. It might seem easy to figure it out, but just how many were truly able to do this? If there was a canyon that was 100,000 feet deep, just how many people would dare to take that one step forward? It was just like a person climbing a mountain. If he thought he had climbed half of it, he would use his full strength if there was only half left. But if he thought there was only half left and lifted his head to suddenly see that the half that he had climbed was completely insignificant and there was actually still a lofty hill above that had no end, his strength would wane due to his despair. He would not be able to hold on to the walls on the mountain, and he would fall to his death. It was the same concept. Just how many people would be able to persist and continue climbing up such a mountain? This was the true reason as to why Su Ming could make the 100,000 faces of black smoke appear in those 100,000 galaxies. For as long as I remember myself, I have never given up. I have always moved forward, and I have always had a determined heart. Even if that determination turned into obsession, and even if that obsession caused me to suffer and descend into madness, I have never given up on any single possibility. Do you know why I did all of this? Do you know what made me do all of it? Because when I was young, I searched for my elder. Yet when I grew up, I learned that all of my memories were just a dream. Because after I became the god of berserkers, I learned that everything was just someone else's plan. All the things I had accumulated in my heart begun pressing down against me until I couldn't breathe. I even thought about not struggling anymore. But I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to be a puppet. I didn't want to be manipulated by fate. I knew back then, as I know now, that unless you can truly crush me, then someday I will stand up. I will crush fate under my feet. I will make all my enemies spill blood and dye the world red with it. I will make them despair. The 100,000 wisps of black smoke that formed Su Ming's faces within those 100,000 galaxies let out a sharp and loud cry towards fate at the same time at that instant. As it echoed in the air, besides the face that had surfaced on the Venus pathways that Su Ming had occupied, all the other faces rushed towards the Golden Sea, towards the golden cultivation planets, and towards the golden trees. The moment the 100,000 galaxies roared, the cultivators that were receiving their tests in 97 different galaxies found that they could not control their bodies. They were all forced out of their galaxies, and when they reappeared, they had already been moved to the place where the 100,000 stone monuments were. As their bodies appeared at the same time, their faces filled with shock as well as disbelief, everyone else swiftly looked over at them. 97 people had failed at the same time and returned simultaneously, while their stone monuments shone and shrank together. This was something that had never happened before in this land over countless years. What happened? Why did these people appear instantly at the same time? 97 stone monuments turned from nearly 1 million feet to several tens of thousands of feet at the same time. What is going on? As the buzz of discussions from the people echoed in the air, the 97 people who were forced out of their tests looked at each other in silence, their faces pale. They saw the shock and astonishment within each other's eyes. Something's wrong. There's still one stone monument that is nearly 1 million feet. That person, he hasn't yet appeared. As that voice rang in the air, all the people's gazes, including those of the 97 returnees, instantly gathered on Su Ming's stone monument. The buzz of discussion instantly died down. The two words that were carved on that stone monument were reflected in each and every person's eyes. Emosu. Oh. Su Ming's face had occupied half of the area within the golden Venus pathways at that moment, and his voice, which was laden with his determination, echoed in all directions. Most important of all, I would have let it slide if you had just toyed with me, but you tried to affect those around me. I will fight against you, because I want to protect my family and all those who have been kind to me. I want to protect them. And this is the pillar that's supporting me in my life. It's the only resolution that has allowed me to keep moving forward. I will protect them. This is the only reason that I still have the courage to continue living. I will become strong. I will become the strongest in the universe because I don't want to see the people who had been kind to me cry. I don't want to see them die. I want to protect everyone. They are the most precious things to me. They are my life. An incredibly powerful wave left Su Ming's soul. This was his roar, his cry. This was the strongest shout he had mustered from the depths of his heart against fate. Bang! Besides Su Ming's face around him, all the others formed by black smoke within the other 100,000 galaxies shot through all the obstructions and appeared near the golden trees. Without stopping, they instantly imprinted themselves on the trees and shot through the tree trunks before rushing towards the golden Venus pathways within every single tree. Within the blink of an eye, loud bangs that could overturn the world shot out from those 100,000 decaying trees and 100,000 golden Venus pathways. I burned my life for Dark Mountain and the Elder in the past. I could swallow all those herbs to make myself stronger without care for anything and break that door because I cared about my tribe. I wanted to protect my tribe. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. The Venus pathways within the 100,000 trees were devoured and occupied at the same time by the black faces formed by Su Ming. I lived a forlorn life, but I walked through all the bumpy roads to find my elder. I wanted to protect him, wanted to make the old man smile happily. Let him see that his young La Su had grown up and could stand by his side to protect him. The 100,000 faces roared and occupied the Venus pathways instantly, eventually making half of all the 100,000 of those trees and 100,000 sets of Venus pathways to belong to Su Ming. I became the god of berserkers and shouldered the berserker's fate. Even if I'm not a berserker, but my senior brothers are, my master is, my friends are. For them, I could give up on my struggle as long as they were happy. I could become the god of berserkers and help the berserkers gain new glory. Once half of each of the 100,000 sets of Venus pathways in the 100,000 trees were under Su Ming's control, he roared, and those faces started spreading at the same time throughout all the Venus pathways within those 100,000 trees. The spread this time was even faster. Ikang's will was madly struggling, wanting to break free of the lock left behind by the bald crane before it fainted. But this was a lock that was placed by the bald crane burning its soul. The might of that lock was something that even Ikang needed to spend some time on if he wanted to break free. I came to the barren lands of divine essence because I wanted to protect the 9th summit. I didn't want them to cry. I didn't want my senior brothers to die. For that, I could sacrifice myself. I could live without love and pain. I could come to this foreign place. As long as they were alive, I would be happy. This is the resolve in my heart. It is my obsession. For this obsession, even if I will eventually make seas of blood flood the sky, even if I will stain my hands with blood, why should I care? I will not give up. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. The occupation of the Venus pathways from those 100,000 trees had moved from a 50 to 5600ths. It might have seemed to have only increased by a 6, but this was definitely not that simple a calculation because that was not just merely 5600ths of a single tree, but 5600ths of 100,000 trees. Boom! The lock left behind by the bald crane before it fainted was broken by Ikang. As its will spread out from within, its furious roars shook the sky and earth within the world of those Venus pathways. Even if Sui Chunzi's law is protecting you, you won't be able to possess me. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Ikang's anger burned the skies. Over the numerous years, there had been plenty of people who had wanted to possess it, but none of them had been able to occupy more than half of its body. In fact, this wasn't even a simple occupation of half its body, but an occupation of half of all of its bodies. This brought it a great sense of danger. If it was not because it would definitely need to pay a price that even it would not be able to bear if it went against Sui Chunzi's law, then it would have already killed Su Ming instead of just chasing him away from its body. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! Ikang's will boomed and crashed into Su Ming's faces, which were formed from the Venus pathways after he had occupied them. In fact, Ikang was not just crashing its will into one single place, either. Instead, its will erupted at the same time from all the 100,000 trees, the 100,000 of its bodies at the same time. Booms rang out. Without the bald crane fighting against the will, Su Ming bore the full brunt of its attack. When Ikang shouted its first words for Su Ming to go away, his soul trembled. It was difficult for him to even put up a resistance against Ikang's strength. At the same time it bore down on him, its power turned into one that reversed time and swept up Su Ming's soul, making the 5600ths occupied of the Venus pathways to regress to only 5300ths. Su Ming's faces turned ferocious. He erupted at that instant, and without any hesitation, he chose to burn his soul. It was just as he said previously, unless fate crushed him, then he would definitely crush fate under his feet. It was the same in this place. Unless Ikang could destroy him, then Su Ming would definitely complete the possession. Even if he died, he would still succeed. As his soul burned, Su Ming began fighting against Ikang's will. Boom! 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 He fought against it several times, but his occupied territory still shrank down, from 5300ths to a 4500ths. However, once it fell back to this much, Su Ming's burning of his soul reached its peak. He no longer moved back, and as he continued crashing against Ikang's will, his occupied territory moved from 4500ths back to 46, then 47. When he reached a 4800ths, he could no longer continue, but Ikang could also not make him move back anymore. Intense pain shot through Su Ming's soul. It was rapidly becoming incomplete, fading away as it burned. However, as it burned, Su Ming's madness was shown fully. Foolish cultivator, did you think that you could possess me if you burned your soul? I can even choose to no longer continue crushing you. As long as I stop your possession from spreading, before long, you will die due to the burning of your soul. You foolish life form, you're definitely going to lose. You're definitely going to die. As Ikang's voice echoed in the air, most of Su Ming's soul had already burned away, but the faces that were formed from the Venus pathways he had occupied smiled in a bizarre fashion. That smile on those 100,000 faces at the same time momentarily stunned Ikang. Right at that moment, Su Ming's voice came from within those 100,000 galaxies and 100,000 Ikang's tree. Ancient existences within Death region. I know that you can hear my voice, and every single one of the actions I took after I came to the barren lands of divine essence were under your watch. You're also seeing what I'm currently doing. Help me fight against Ikang's will. If I succeed, I will obtain this serendipity, and I will help you find your king. If you don't take action, then my soul will simply die, and it'll be impossible for you to find another person like me who will help you find your king. As Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, an enraged roar came from the depths of Death Vortex, located in true morning Dao world, which was far away from the barren lands of divine essence. Su Ming's soul was still burning, but only 3 breaths passed before incredibly ancient presences suddenly appeared in his soul. There was not just one, but 4 of them. At the instant those presences appeared, they immediately spread out from within his soul and formed an illusory black mask. It was naturally the seal that had been imprinted on Su Ming. At the moment the 4 presences spread out, 4 suns appeared beside him. Those suns were green, red, blue, and white respectively. An age-old presence spread out from them, and they spun rapidly around the mask before they charging towards Ikang's will with a loud bang. Damn it! Just what exactly do you have around you? You had that traitorous and thieving crane, and you even have the protection of the divine thoughts from 4 people who are half a step away from being masters of fate, lives, and death. After being momentarily stunned, Ikang let out a furious roar and swept past the area with its will. Abyss Builder, remember? To find our king for us. We are the 5th true worlds in Maelstrom people, boundless gang people, and just progenies. If you don't fulfill your promise, we will definitely destroy all the berserkers. There was anger within the 4 chilling divine thoughts, and their voices surrounded the mask before going outwards. Quit your yapping and attack. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. They had no choice. Forcing them to attack was part of his plan to possess Ikang. Su Ming had been thinking for 400-something years, and he had already calculated all possible situations. Even if these people refused, he still had a few methods to force them to attack. Boom! 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 There was once again someone there to help Su Ming fight against Ikang. As Su Ming's soul burned, it spread out at an indescribable speed. He continued occupying the Venus pathways ceaselessly within the 100,000 galaxies and 100,000 trees, moving upwards from the 4800s. 49, 51, 53, 55, until he reached 6000s. And it continued. 61, 62, 63, 65, 67, booms echoed in the air. The mask that symbolized the 4 great divine thoughts from Death region shattered to pieces. The 4 suns around it were also reduced into numerous glittering flickers of light during that spread out. As the mask shattered and the 4 divine thoughts disappeared, the ancient wills from Death region also completely lost their control over Su Ming. This meant that he had taken a huge step forward in his path towards resisting fate. He had successfully shaken off the limitations placed on him by Death region, and successfully supplanted those controlling him. From then on, he would no longer be sealed by Death region. He had regained his complete self, and the existences within Death region would not dare to touch the berserkers, because they needed him to find their king. Damn you, you accursed cultivator! I'd like to see what else you have besides that traitorous, thieving crane and the protection from the 4 divine thoughts. Even if you occupied more areas, it's still useless. Your soul is about to be completely burned. You're about to die. What else can you do? Ikang roared furiously. Once it crushed the mask and the 4 divine thoughts, it swept towards Su Ming once again. At the instant it closed in on him with loud booming sounds, Su Ming, who had occupied a 69/100ths of all the Venus pathways within the 100,000 trees, had all the faces he formed smile in that bizarre fashion once again. About 7/10ths of Su Ming's soul had been burnt. As he smiled, he mumbled with madness in his eyes. Possessing you will be the greatest serendipity in my life. But possessing you isn't the most important thing in my life. The madness in Su Ming's eyes grew even stronger, as if it had been lit up in flames. Possessing you is just a process. During this process, I will borrow your strength to make sure that I break free from other people's control and become who I really am. The existences within Yin Death region were just one of those who wanted to rule me. There's still Detion. I once thought that I had completely broken free of your control and walked out of your plans. But now, I saw everyone's faces on Ikang's numerous branches. But I didn't see yours. During that moment, I knew that you are still controlling me. Your plan hasn't failed at all. In fact, everything about me is still a part of your plan. You are absent from all the faces that manifested on Ikang's tree, just like how I am absent from it. I can't see myself, and neither can I see you. Then doesn't it mean that you used some method to make it so that you are me and I am you? That you have let our souls fuse together in some sense? I don't know what your plan is, but over the years, from all the clues I've gathered, I can vaguely guess that you want my life. It's not my life in the sense that you want my vitality, but you want my life as an abyss builder. If that's the case, then either you die with me, or you will get out of my soul. This was the insane thought that had been born in Su Ming's mind after his first failure hundreds of years ago. Possession was nothing. It was merely a serendipity. Breaking free of fate's control was the most important thing for Su Ming. Perhaps he was wrong. He was not certain whether Detion had fused with his soul, however. If he could have Hong Luo and those 3 powerful warriors in Solar Culpa realm in his soul, then why would it not be possible for Detion to exist there as well? The less understanding he had towards this control, the harder it would be for him to break free from it. Only by using his life as a betting chip and placing a huge bet that no normal person would take would he be able to break free of his predicament. Detion, are you leaving or not? Su Ming roared, and the 100,000 faces within the 100,000 trees in the 100,000 galaxies roared at the same time. In the galaxy that belonged to the Immortals in one of the 4 great true worlds, True Morning Tao World, far from the barren lands of divine essence was an incredibly strange celestial body. It was formed of 108 cultivation planets. From the distance, they looked like a leaf that was filled with veins. It floated in the galaxy with brilliant light shining 100,000 feet from it. The great and mighty pressure that was formed when those 108 cultivation planets gathered together intimidated all those around them. This was an area that was incredibly famous within the galaxy that belonged to Immortals. Within there was Great Leaf Immortal Sect's first sect. An endless amount of people weaved in and out of the planets within that celestial body. The people that were moving about the place were all disciples of Great Leaf Disciple Sect that were either going out or returning. At first glance, there were several hundreds of thousands of them moving about. This might seem like a huge number, but compared to the gigantic 108 cultivation planets, these hundreds of thousands of people were incredibly tiny and insignificant. Based on the sect scale, the number of disciples within Great Leaf Immortal Sect would definitely be extremely great. At the instant all 100,000 of Su Ming's faces shouted at the same time within the Western Ring Nebulous foreign land in the barren lands of divine essence, there was a change in a cultivation planet within the deepest recesses of the celestial body that looked like a leaf. That place was filled with green grass. There was a light gust of wind that swept through the land in that world. The sky was blue, and there were a few white clouds moving about gently in the sky, filling this place with an air of tranquility. There was a lake nearby, and a middle-aged man sat by its side. He was dressed in a sackcloth and held a fishing pole in his hands. He looked as if he was taking a cat nap. There was a peaceful expression on his face, along with a faint smile. Yet by his side were countless wild wolves lying in ambush among the grass. Red light was shining in the wolves' eyes as they stared at the middle-aged man while not moving a single inch. Yet during that moment, a faint crease suddenly appeared between the middle-aged man's brows. This action immediately made that peaceful expression on his face disappear. He slowly opened his eyes, which were long and narrow. This pair of eyes caused the man to seem like he possessed a strange charm. But at that moment, a focused glint tainted with a dark look gradually appeared within those eyes. "I do not like wayward children," the middle-aged man mumbled to himself. He still held on to the fishing pole with his right hand while slowly closing his eyes, as if nothing had happened. Within Western Ring Nebula's foreign land in the barren lands of divine essence, Su Ming's low roars were echoing in the air. His soul was rapidly burning away. The burnt area of his soul rapidly turned from a 7/10 to 8/10 as he furiously fought against Ikang's will. The roars and booms that came from Ikang's will prevented Su Ming from spreading his soul out any further. To Ikang, Su Ming should already be near the end of his life. Just a little more, and his burning soul would completely scatter away. At that moment, Ikang would not even need to do anything. His opponent would just disappear into the wind on his own. There was a determined expression on the 100,000 faces of Su Ming at that moment. He did not show any intention of changing his mind. Even if most of his soul had already been burnt, as long as Tian did not get out of his body, he would not give up. This was a gamble with his life on the line, as well as a competition of patience. One where he and Tian would both have to make a choice. Kites have strings. That's why even if they flow above the 9 heavens, they will still be controlled by someone and won't have a free will. If I can't break off that string throughout my entire life and fly freely in the sky, then what is the difference between me living and dying? Only when I break this string will I be able to taste freedom. A determined light shone within all the eyes of the 100,000 faces that belonged to Su Ming. As his soul burned, another portion of it crumbled away. At that moment, the middle-aged man in a sackcloth near the lake on the plain of grass within Great Leaf Immortal sect in the galaxy that belonged to the Immortals in Morning Dao world opened his eyes once again. This time, besides a grim look, there was also seriousness in his expression. However, the hand which held the fishing pole was still very stable. Ripples suddenly appeared on the water in the lake before him. Once the middle-aged man lifted his right hand, a golden fish was yanked out from the water with its mouth around the fishing hook. As water droplets scattered everywhere, one of the wild wolves from the grass swiftly leaped up and charged towards that golden fish with its mouth wide open, about to swallow it whole. "I do not like those who take the initiative." The middle-aged man's eyes became even more grim. He did not seem to have done anything, but at the instant he said those words, the wild wolf that had leaped up suddenly shuddered and withered away. Its teeth fell off and its fur shriveled. Its body instantly turned into dust, and even the teeth and fur that had fallen off turned into ashes before reaching the lake, as if 1,000 years had passed for the body of the wolf in an instant. The Abyss Builder's inborn ability. What a despicable race, but also a race that makes others envious. The middle-aged man's face turned even darker. He slowly stood up and let go of the fishing pole. With a turn, he stepped into the air. His body vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he had already moved an unknown amount of distance and reached Great Leaf Immortal sect's first sect. When he appeared here, he was no longer dressed in a sackcloth, but had adorned a golden long robe and had a golden crown on his head. There was also a dignified expression on his face. Wherever he went, all the cultivators that saw him would immediately bow down and worship him. He continued onward until he stood at the center of the shattered continents, right on top of the tallest altar in that place, beside the corpse that had been sealed there for numerous years. He looked at the young man with the pale face, frail body, and shut eyes before him. The middle-aged man remained silent, but suddenly, Su Ming's real body, which was the corpse that was held here, suddenly showed signs of withering away. Wrinkles swiftly appeared on its skin, and its hair gradually lost its luster. Those were the signs that its soul was about to die. Once the soul died, the corpse would wither away, and the soul would also scatter away. Due to this scene, the expression of the middle-aged man, Tian, changed. He had not believed in what he sensed previously, but now that the truth was placed before him, he became certain that Su Ming was facing a danger that he could not hope to stand against. He was burning his soul at that moment, and 9/10 of it were already gone. Either you have truly run into a life and death situation, or you have discovered a clue. If it's the former, I'll let it slide, but if it's the latter, Tian let out a cold harumph. He was still frowning. There was a unique form of fusion between his and Su Ming's souls. If Su Ming died, then he would also be injured badly. In fact, his level of cultivation would no longer increase even a single bit for the rest of his life. In truth, his plan had been a gamble all along. I only need another 300 years to succeed. 300 years. Tian fell silent and stared at Su Ming's physical body without saying a single word. When a large amount of black patches appeared on the skin and a rotting stench also spread out while his hair fell off. For the first time, Tian's heart was shaken. 95 hundredths. 95 hundredths. I've already burned more than 95 hundredths of my soul. But Tian still hasn't appeared. Could I be wrong? Su Ming had already reached his limit in terms of burning his soul in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and Ikang's laughter echoed in the air. The 100,000 faces that belonged to Su Ming shook at that instant. If he continued, he would truly die. If he gave up, he would still have some life left, but he was already at this point of his plan. After a short period of silence, a resolute and ruthless expression appeared on his face. If I'm wrong, then I will be freed from all this from now on. This is my choice. I will accept it. Without any hesitation, the flames burning Su Ming's soul rose once again and started devouring the last 5/100ths of his soul. If he split that remaining portion into 5 parts, then he only had 4 left and it was still becoming less. As Su Ming's soul continued to burn, he heard a faint voice in his heart, though he did not know whether it was just a figment of his imagination. This world shall be built for Abyss. That voice said 7 words, and they were the same ones Su Ming had heard when he was still in Yin Death region. This time, even Ikang's will was shaken. It had seen lunatics before, but it had never seen someone as insane as Su Ming. He had already arrived at this point, but he was still continuing. He was using his life to gamble. Tian, who was in the galaxy that belonged to the Immortals, also trembled. The relaxed look on his face disappeared at that moment. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes, which were now covered in blood capillaries. He stared intently at Su Ming's physical body, watching as it rapidly decayed, and his heart shook even more violently. When there was only 3 parts of the original 5 of Su Ming's soul that were not burnt, Tian trembled lightly. This was an invisible fight, a battle of arts that could not be seen. It was a fight where both parties competed to see just who was more ruthless and who was the first to fall back. Tian's expression twisted. He was unwilling to accept that his plan would truly fail just like this, but he had no way of knowing whether Su Ming was truly facing a life and death danger at this moment or whether all of this was just him fighting back. With an internal struggle, Tian watched the decay on Su Ming's physical body become even worse. In fact, he no longer had the shape of a human when there were only 2 parts left of his soul. That flow of time seemed to have been stretched out in an invisible manner. This was torture and a test to Su Ming, and it was the same for Tian. When there was only 1 part left of Su Ming's soul, Tian lifted his head and let out a furious roar towards the sky. There was anger within that roar, along with a resignation that he had to terminate his own plan, as well as an enmity towards time. As Tian roared, he lifted his right hand and fiercely struck the center of his brows. At the instant he did so, a golden light erupted from within Su Ming's soul, which was at the brink of unconsciousness. That ray of light swiftly flew out from within his soul. A furious roar came from within Su Ming's soul and echoed faintly in the air as that golden light disappeared. Su Ming was familiar with that roar. It was Di Tian's voice. In that invisible battle of arts, Su Ming had won. He laughed long and hard. A resistance against fate that had lasted for countless years was contained within that laughter, along with Su Ming's determination and resolution. He won in that battle of arts and gained his freedom. If he could get through Ikang's disaster, then from that time on, he would be free from everyone's control over him. He would have endless possibilities ahead of him. This would be him leaving an extraordinary situation to get into another marvelous situation. However, the price for breaking free of Di Tian's control was incredibly devastating. There was only a wisp left of Su Ming's soul, and that wisp was still burning. At that moment, there were two paths before Su Ming. He could give up all form of resistance. With Sui Chunzi's law in existence, he might have a chance of merging his soul together once more under the reversal of time and return to his physical body. However, there were a lot of unknowns in this. There was even a possibility that if he formed his soul once more under the reversal of time, all the souls that once existed within his own would also return. No one could say how this would end. There was another path as well, and in that one, Su Ming was certain that the situation of the seals forming once again in his soul would not happen. This path was one where he continued on. A glint appeared in all of the eyes within the 100,000 face that belonged to Su Ming. The situation had not derailed to the point where it was no longer part of his plan. During the 400 years of analysis, he had discovered several ways that might be dead ends but could also be points that led to new life. At that moment, the second path was one such way. Without any hesitation, Su Ming chose to walk it. At the instant his soul was completely burnt, the wave of impact that erupted from him was incredibly powerful. Ikang's will laughed coldly and did not try to stop it. He knew that this was Su Ming's final bout of madness. After that, he would surely die. I was dead to begin with. My soul is dead and cannot touch the sun. Then what will happen if a person whose soul is dead dies again? As the wave of impact from the burning of Su Ming's soul spread out, his soul covered 80 hundredths in one bout from the previous 67. A boom shot up in Su Ming's mind, and a new picture appeared in his head. He saw Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, right beyond the 100,000 golden seas and 100,000 galaxies. It was as if Su Ming's Atman was expanded endlessly at that instant and covered the entire foreign land. It even continued spreading out to cover Western Ring Nebula. However, the Western Ring Nebula before Su Ming's eyes was vastly different from his memories. This place was filled with tranquility and life. The essence of the worlds within the countless cultivation planets was abundant and sufficient. There were no cultivators on the planets, only ferocious beasts. It was as if this was a foreign galaxy that no cultivator had yet discovered. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. When he instinctively pulled back his Atman and it returned to his body, he discovered that the foreign land had disappeared. More accurately speaking, he had become the foreign land. Su Ming lowered his head. When he looked at himself, he saw that he was dressed in white. He had become a stranger. He was an old man with white hair, an unfamiliar existence whose eyes were filled with wisdom and an ancient air. With one thought, I can destroy the heavens. The universe instantly turned dark. The galaxy disappeared in an instant, as if everything had been destroyed. This was not Su Ming's voice, but he could sense that he was the one saying the words. During that instant, he suddenly understood. Once he occupied 8/10 of Ikang's Venus pathways, he saw Ikang's memories, and once he fused with them, he saw Sui Chunzi. With one thought, I can give life to the universe. Su Ming's heart trembled. He saw a ray of light being born within that endless darkness after the galaxy had turned into a black, empty void. That light spread out and covered everything that Su Ming saw, chasing away all darkness. Cultivation planets were born, and lives appeared on them. With one thought, I can make all lives perish. As the third sentence was spoken, all lives were reduced to ashes, as if flames had swept past them. It was as if several millions of years had flowed past the universe. With one thought, I can give life to all manner of being. When that ancient voice spoke again, Su Ming's heart shuddered. He seemed to have come to a vague understanding of something. Those who can see my 4 great arts of divine essence have either made their stone monuments reach 9 million feet or possessed 8/10 of a kang. It doesn't matter how you manage to do it, as long as you understand the law I left behind within these 4 great arts of divine essence, then it will become your law. The more you understand, the more control you will have over this law. You only have 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, you must tell me what you have understood, Sui Qinzi said flatly. The first breath. As Su Ming was shocked and caught in a daze due to the 4 great arts of divine essence, they repeated themselves before his eyes. In that short span of a breath, they repeated themselves thousands of times. As the first breath passed by, Su Ming realized that he was no longer Sui Qinzi. He seemed to be able to see a faint layer of black smoke coming from the white-robed and white-haired Sui Qinzi. There were 100,000 faces within that black smoke, and all of them belonged to Su Ming. When the second breath arrived, the 100,000 faces formed by black smoke spread out from Sui Qinzi's body. Once they gathered together behind him, Su Ming could feel that he now possessed a body, and he was no longer a lost soul in the world. Once the third breath came, Su Ming saw Sui Qinzi's back. What appeared in his mind was still the shock he received due to the 4 divine essence arts. That shock seemed to have vaguely fused with his life, and he had a feeling that he had understood. After the 3 breaths, Sui Qinzi, who had his back turned towards Su Ming, shook his head and gradually left into the distance. When Su Ming's body began to fade away, he suddenly spoke. The start of my life matrix is midwinter. The world is still and there is no life there. It's as if a vast amount of snow had covered the earth, and all manner of lives ended. This is what you mean by with one thought, you can destroy the heavens. Su Ming mumbled, a light of understanding shining in his eyes. After midwinter, my life is that of bloody autumn. With blood, I will dye the sky red, turning it into the color of autumn and gain the will of autumn. This is a transition between life and death. It is the only state where death and life exists at the same time within my life matrix. It is not like the complete stillness within midwinter, but neither is it like the vast amount of life during the searing summer. Since both life and death exist at the same time, it is the state of all lives dying, as well as the state of all lives being reborn. This is what you mean when you say with one thought, you can give life to the universe. Su Ming was whispering absent-mindedly, as if he was not talking to anyone but himself. However, Sui Qinzi, who had his back turned towards Su Ming in the distance, paused in his footsteps when he heard Su Ming say these 2 things. He kept still and unmoving, as if he thinking about Su Ming's words and waiting for the rest. The life matrix I came to understand is a path that moves from death to life, just like how midwinter moves towards spring, but the movement from spring to winter in the world is something that cannot be reversed. However, this is what I lack in my life matrix. Even if it is something that cannot be reversed, I still have to tread down this path. I was originally lost in my path after the bloody autumn. Now I have come to understand. The searing summer after the bloody autumn should be filled with an abundance of life force. That life force is hot and can burn away everything. That life force is great and can illuminate all manner of lives. This life force might seem real, but in truth it is fake. Even if it is real in a sense, it can burn me and also use its heat to burn all the lives in the universe, extinguishing the fire of life within all the living beings. Perhaps before it does anything, it is a mere illusion, but once the lives are extinguished, it will become real. Summer, summer, burn all lives to light up my own life so that it would become greater. This is what you mean by with one thought, you can make all lives perish. Su Ming's eyes grew even brighter. This was just like how he had gained that unique epiphany when he was in Eastern Wasteland's tower all those years ago. Now, from the 4 great arts of divine essence, he had come to gain an epiphany that not even Sui Qinzi had expected. This was an epiphany that belonged solely to Su Ming. Sui Qinzi turned around slowly. At the instant he looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming mumbled his final string of words. After the searing summer would be spring. Spring, the time when all lives are revived, where all manner of lives will rise. This should be the first step for all life forms, but for me this is the final step in my path from death to life. With the power of resurrection, I will complete my awakening. If I succeed, then with one thought, I'll be able to give life to all manner of living. But if I fail, then with one thought, I will make all lives perish. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he lifted his eyes to look at Sui Chunzi. He looked at the old man with white hair and wisdom as well as old age in his eyes, and a firm persistence of his beliefs appeared in Su Ming's face. This is my understanding. At the instant he said these words, a slightly strange look appeared on Sui Chunzi's face. He seemed as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could not do so. Instead, with some form of epiphany in his eyes along with a sort of dazed look on his face, his body gradually faded away. Almost at the instant Sui Chunzi's body vanished, the space around them also disappeared, and Akang's low roars echoed in Su Ming's heart once again. A powerful will swept through the area, and booms caused by it crashing into Su Ming's soul could be heard rising into the air. However, in Su Ming's senses, that sound seemed to be incredibly far away from him. At that moment, his soul was completely burnt. However, even as his entire soul was burnt, he noticed that he did not disappear. I was dead to begin with, and even my soul was dead. What would happen if I died again? Su Ming mumbled. It's thought. This is my thought. Su Ming whispered softly. He remembered the signs that were known as Abyss Awakening when he first came to Control Time. When Dao Yuan came, when the 3 seals in Su Ming's soul were released, and when that voice telling him that the world was built for Abyss emerged in his head, he could sense that he had moved into the true state of Abyss Awakening. Only then was he able to possess the Crimson Python Phoenix in the barren lands of divine essence and form his new physical body, though Su Ming had not known about it before he possessed the creature. It had practically been a natural instinct. The Duke of Crimson Flame once said that the Abyss Builders can revive the dead. This is an inborn ability that snatches the power of creation from the universe's hands. It does not conform to the will of heaven, and neither is it in harmony with the universe. I've been thinking about where this ability came from all this while. Now I understand, after awakening to Abyss, what will awaken again is the ability to build the Abyss and to build life. So Abyss Awakening requires a person to die once truly, completely, and absolutely. As Su Ming mumbled while coming to understand this, a wisp of his soul reappeared, and as it swiftly expanded, it instantly became a complete soul. This form of completion was different from before he burned his soul, but Su Ming could not tell just what was different about himself. He could only sense that something about him seemed to have risen to a higher level. It was as if the state of being alive and dead existed at the same time in his soul. He was no longer just a dead soul, but was something dead that possessed life. It was just like how he had come to understand the will of autumn. At that instant, Su Ming became aware that he had truly moved into the will of autumn. Now, not only had he understood it, but his soul had also managed to obtain it. From then on, the presence of Bright Yang would no longer be a terrifying thing that could wipe him off, because Su Ming's soul was no longer completely dead. It now possessed life. It was caught between life and death, just like autumn. It was also during that moment that Akang's enraged roars, as well as its cries of surprise filled with disbelief, grew close instead of remaining in the distance. They echoed in the area clearly. Akang's voice was filled with shock, puzzlement, and astonishment towards Su Ming's transformation. Su Ming's soul had occupied 8/10 of all the Golden Venus pathways by then, and it had the heart that was filled with the aura of death at the center surrounded. As Su Ming awakened to Abyss and his soul became complete, he began to possess Akang once again without any hesitation. This time he was clearly much faster than before. As he fought back against Akang's will, he also noticed that he seemed to be able to control some power that did not belong to him. It was the power of law, the law Sui Chunzi had left behind before his death. When that understanding surfaced in Su Ming's heart, runic symbols suddenly appeared within the right eyes of all his 100,000 faces. Those runic symbols did not exist before, But even though they had just appeared, there was not a hint of unexpectedness within the faces. The instant they appeared, the 100,000 runic symbols within the right eyes of the 100,000 faces flew out at the same time. Endless rays of black light spread out from them, and each of them turned into a black shadow. Su Ming had seen such shadows before. They were those that could kill all the people within the world with 100,000 stone monuments. At that moment, 100,000 of such shadows appeared and bowed at Su Ming. As they did so, he clearly sensed that he could control them. Sui Chenzi was hoping that a person who could successfully possess a Kang would appear, or else he wouldn't have provided help when I possessed a third, a half, and 8/10 of those Venus pathways. At the instant those shadows appeared, a thought rose in Su Ming's head. Immediately, the 100,000 shadows charged towards a Kang's will with furious roars. As they crashed into it with loud booming sounds ringing in the air and as a Kang roared madly, Su Ming immediately started possessing, raising his coverage from 8/10 to 85/100. The parts that had turned black from the golden now occupied most of the territory. Besides the heart at the center, only very little was still shining in gold when Su Ming looked around himself. 86, 88, 90, 91, 92, 93. The 100,000 shadows were formed by Sui Chenzi's law. As they fought against a Kang, Su Ming's soul swiftly spread out. As time passed, Su Ming's soul possessed 95/100 of all the Venus pathways. By then, besides the golden heart that was filled with the aura of death, all the other Venus pathways that were previously gold had all turned black. All of them had become Su Ming's property. The power of his soul spread out, and the waves of power that were stirred up caused a Kang to let out a cry of despair. It was also during that instant that besides the stone monuments that belonged to the 90-something people who received the test, failed, and were chased out at the same time, almost all the stone monuments erupted forth with a powerful ray of lights. 100,000 stone monuments. Besides the small portion of those who had surpassed 1,000,000 feet, the other 90,000-something stone monuments shone with a light that spread far and wide. That light was brilliant and piercing to the eyes. As it shone, numerous figures with shock and cries of surprise were forced out of their stone monuments. 90,000-something people. These 90,000-something people who wanted to obtain the divine essence and who had been immersed in the world formed by their memories in the stone monuments all appeared. This scene shook all the people's hearts, causing them to be unable to help themselves. They cried out in surprise. This was something that had never happened since the time Western Ring Nebula's foreign land was born. What happened? How could this be? I was in the world in the stone monument just now, but I was forcefully expelled by a will that I could not fight against. Could it be? Could it be that someone has reached 10 million feet? That's impossible. There's no stone monument here that is 10 million feet tall. Look, that is, our stone monuments, they are. Cries of surprise rang in the air. The last one was especially piercing, and immediately all the people in the place were stunned. To their shock, they discovered that besides their own name, another one had suddenly appeared on their stone monuments. That name was above theirs, as if the owner of that name was the true owner of all the stone monuments, the true master of the land with the 100,000 stone monuments. The additional name was Mo Su. Zhou Kong stood by the side and stared at Su Ming's stone monument blankly. Unbidden, the image of Su Ming listening to his experiences seriously when he had just arrived in this place appeared in his mind. As Zhou Kong looked over, the 90-something people who had taken the test to make their stone monuments reach 1 million feet and failed at the same time looked swiftly towards the stone monument which had yet to go down in height. With expressions that had changed drastically, they stared at the monument that belonged to the person which had received the test with them, but was the only one who did not come out. They clearly remembered that this person was known as Mo Su. At that moment, his name had appeared on nearly 100,000 stone monuments. This shocked everyone, and within their hearts, countless guesses arose, each of which could make their breath quicken. The returnees weren't the only ones to notice this. Gradually, more took note of it, and after a moment, all the cultivators who were forced out of their worlds in their stone monuments turned their gazes towards one of the many stone monuments on the land. That was Emosu's stone monument. The buzzing of voices gradually dispersed in the land of the 100,000 stone monuments, replaced by death-like silence. All the people watched Su Ming's stone monument, and as their expressions changed, myriads of thoughts passed through their heads. It was especially so for the people who had come for Su Ming's life. Their expressions were incredibly complicated. Perhaps to the others, Emosu's name and status were unfamiliar, but these people had come solely for him. If it had not been because of the laws in this place interfering with their actions, they would have attacked him a long time ago. Their understanding of Su Ming was much greater compared to the others, but due to that greater knowledge, their feelings were even more complicated, and they were even more troubled. As the people in the land with the 100,000 stone monuments fell silent, within the 100,000 Venus pathways in the trees of the equally numbered galaxies, Ikang truly panicked when Su Ming successfully possessed 95/100ths of the Venus pathways. Its angered roars brought with them the fright from the bottom of its heart, along with the wariness and terror. Its roars echoed non-stop. This was because once Su Ming occupied all of the golden Venus pathways, which caused them to turn black, his soul began his final possession of the 100,000 hearts that were exactly the same, filled with the aura of death and located at the center of the Venus pathways. Once Su Ming successfully possessed those hearts, he would have completed a nigh impossible possession. From then on, there would no longer be a Kang, only Su Ming's strongest clone of a Kang. No, you can't do this. You lowlife. You shameless thief. You can't do this. I, Ikang, am the one and only existence in the universe. I am a life form that stands above all in the universe. What right do you have to possess me? Ikangs will let out a hysterical, enraged roar. Booming sounds echoed in the air, stirring up endless ripples that spread out and swept up in all directions, shaking the 100,000 galaxies so badly that they started trembling violently. In fact, a large amount of cracks appeared in space, as if those galaxies were about to crumble. The booming sounds came from Ikang's hysterical will crashing viciously against Sui Chunzi's 100,000 shadows. However, it did not matter whether it were Ikang's roars or the booming sounds in the area. They did not manage to make Su Ming falter for even a moment. With the 100,000 shadows formed by Sui Chunzi's law fighting against Ikang's will, it was simply unable to stop Su Ming's actions. As Su Ming's soul spread out, not only did he completely cover all of the golden Venus pathways, but his soul also surged forward from all directions towards the golden hearts within their respective Venus pathways that were within the 100,000 trees. It was as if a golden sheet of drawing paper had been stained by black ink, with only the spot at the center having yet escaped the calamity. At that moment, though, that boundless black ink was swiftly spreading towards the only empty spot, intending to completely dye that piece of paper black. 100,000 galaxies roared. 100,000 trees trembled viciously. 100,000 Ikang's wills roared and howled. As their voices echoed in the air, Su Ming's heart touched those 100,000 hearts that were filled with the aura of death. At the instant he did so, a boom rang out in his soul once again, and it was the same sound that he'd heard after he occupied a third, a half, and an 8/10 of the Venus pathways. Once again, a new illusory picture emerged in his soul. When Su Ming had occupied a third of the Venus pathways, he had seen Ikang's soul and its gigantic body. He had been incredibly shocked, but it was also at that moment that he learned that the tree was known as Ikang. As time passed, when Su Ming occupied half of those Venus pathways, he saw a scene that brought him an even greater shock and even despair. It had been the 100,000 galaxies, 100,000 golden seas, and 100,000 trees that he saw. In that scene, Su Ming sensed the difference between what was real and what was false, the difference between illusions and reality. But he still did not give up and made his soul successfully occupy 8/10 of all the Venus pathways. During that instant, Su Ming saw Sui Chunzi. He had even become him at that instant and sensed his 4 divine essence arts, and in the end verified his life matrix, thereby mastering Sui Chunzi's law. It could be said that if these 3 pictures had not appeared in his soul, then Su Ming would have definitely been unable to reach this point, which was a point that no one had managed to reach since ancient times. The illusions that appeared in his soul those 3 times were like 3 powerful boosts of power, while also acting as 3 great tests. As long as one got through those tests, then they would be able to obtain help. All of this had clearly been left behind by someone beforehand. His goal was naturally to make things slightly easier for when the descendants of the later generations came to possess Ikang, but he only made things slightly easier. If Su Ming had not done the things he did, then even with those 3 aids, he would have still been unable to reach his current state. Clearly, the person who had left behind all those was Sui Chunzi. At that moment, as the picture emerged in his soul, Su Ming clearly knew that this was the 4th time Sui Chunzi would help him, and it was also likely that this would be the last time. Booms rang in Su Ming's soul, and as they did so, he saw a broken universe. That universe was boundless and limitless. Su Ming did not know precisely how big it was, but he had a vague feeling that this was a true world. It was a gigantic, complete true world, so great that its size could not be described with words. Su Ming might not be able to describe how big the universe was, but he could use what he knew about the 4 great true worlds to compare them. This was also a true world, yet this true world was damaged in many ways. Booms from the universe falling apart echoed in Su Ming's heart. They continued without stop, becoming louder. When he cast a glance over, the endless planets within that boundless galaxy were rapidly falling apart and turning into rubble. The countless lives within them were also reduced to dust at that instant. It was as if the galaxy was dying, the planets were falling into destruction, and all manner of living were returning to the embrace of Earth. Everything within this universe had moved to the end of their path, just as a human's life, and it was rapidly heading towards the absolute end. Even the cultivation planets that still had an abundant amount of life force a breath ago were surrounded by the aura of death within a breath, and the entire galaxy was instantly occupied by a dense aura of death. The final world in the universe, too, cannot escape the disaster of death. I Sui Chunzi also am powerless to fight against it, huh? I have failed. An ancient voice thick with sorrow echoed in the universe. Su Ming saw Sui Chunzi walking into the dying galaxy while dressed in white. His hair was a mess, and he was laughing long and hard at the sky. However, when that laughter fell into his ears, there was clearly grief contained within it that was difficult to describe with words. But I have also succeeded. In the midst of Sui Chunzi's anguished laughter, Su Ming looked at him in a daze, and he saw a shard falling off Sui Chunzi's face. Then, an endless amount of them fell off Sui Chunzi's whole body. He looked as if he was formed of countless shards. At that moment, as they fell, his body shattered to pieces. If I die, then this world will turn to dust. If I close my eyes, then this cosmos will have no light. Descendant who inherits my divine essence, remember how I die, and remember that the laws governing the operations of the universe also die, as well as that the universe does not possess thought. I failed, that's why I am destroyed, but I also succeeded, which is why I give you hope. As Sui Chunzi laughed, his body turned into numerous shards, which then transformed into a whirlwind. When it spread out, Su Ming immediately saw that only the heart remained from Sui Chunzi's crumbled body. It was a golden heart. When Su Ming saw it, he felt as if she saw a whole world. This was an indescribable feeling, and Su Ming only had a similar experience once, when he saw the numerous life forms from the World Stone when he was still in Crimson Flame Planet. However, the feeling he had right now was much stronger than what he sensed from the World Stone. In fact, the difference between the intensity of the two was difficult to compare. It was as if one was the bright sun, and the other just the flickering light from a firefly. Su Ming was shocked by this scene. He looked at the heart in the whirlwind, and suddenly, though he did not know whether this was just a figment of his imagination, he saw a seed on that heart. The seed possessed 10 colors, and it was hidden within that golden light. Before Su Ming could see it clearly, Sui Chunzi's body completely dispersed in an abrupt manner, and the galaxy as well as the cosmos tumbled forward, charging towards that golden heart. As they did so, the galaxy and the cosmos experienced continuous destruction. Their laws were shattered. Their rules disappeared. The lives within them passed away. Their planets died. The flow of time became chaotic as the galaxy and cosmos tumbled forward to gather at the heart. In fact, the memories of a countless life forms before their deaths also turned into fragmented thoughts. They turned into an invisible windstorm in this dying galaxy, until this former true world surged completely into the golden heart before Su Ming's eyes, and the spot where the galaxy had been located previously turned into a void that had no life. Boom! Su Ming saw with his own eyes as the golden heart that had gathered together a true world turned into a gigantic vortex. There was an endless amount of cracks beyond the vortex, and by the looks of it, it was Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Before Su Ming's shock could fade away, the scene he saw next brought him an even greater shock that surpassed the totality of what he'd experienced through the scenes that were shown to him when he occupied a third, a half, and 8/10 of the Venus pathways. He saw a gigantic tree that towered into the heavens, with a great presence, a crazed ferociousness, and a mighty pressure that surpassed Sui Chenzi's. It had been born within the vortex. In the span of a breath, its size surpassed the vortex, as if the tree was devouring it as its nutrients and the divine essence within it so it could grow. The big tree surpassed the size of a Kang Su Ming saw, but it was clearly a Kang. However, its color was not just purely purple. Instead, it had all 10 colors. During that instant, a sound of a shoot sprouting that was akin to the sound a baby made when it was born came from the tree. Eat song. These were just 2 indistinct syllables, but there was a terrifying might contained within them that made it seem as if with just one thought, the tree could destroy Su Ming several millions of times. His heart trembled at that. It was powerful. It was indescribably powerful. It was the universe's supreme power, and had in fact surpassed the universe's strongest power. The complete Kang. Su Ming mumbled as his pupils shrank. This was a Kang when it was just born. Su Ming looked at a Kang, who was born by absorbing nutrients from Sui Chenzi's cosmos once he died and his body shattered. He looked at the tree that possessed all 10 colors, at how its light shone without end, and at the mighty pressure as well as its appearance that was so incredibly powerful that no words could describe them. At that instant, Su Ming felt as if his mind had stopped functioning. From the start, he had expected that a Kang had an incredibly great background, but he still did not think that it could be this unbelievable. What I'm possessing is such a powerful life form, Su Ming mumbled. If he had known that a Kang was such an inconceivable being, he did not know whether he would still have had the willpower to choose to possess it. Fortunately, what he was possessing was not the complete Kang, just 1/10 of it. What was more, judging by the looks of it, it was also heavily wounded, or else Su Ming knew that even if it was just one of the 10 of the complete Kang, he would have definitely not been able to succeed in possessing it. In the mid of his shock, a question immediately rose in Su Ming's heart. But it's already so inconceivably strong. Just who could possibly injure it badly enough to shatter the complete Kang into pieces? At the instant this question rose, Su Ming saw his answer. He saw a Kang's body growing several times larger right after the instant it let out a sound that was akin to a newborn's cry. At first glance, he could not see where its end was. It was as if half of the entire space had been occupied. Yet suddenly, an ancient voice Su Ming was familiar with came from within a Kang's body. With one thought, I can affect the universe. With one thought, I can affect the heavens. With one thought, I can affect all manner of lives. With one thought, I can affect all things in the universe. This voice naturally belonged to Sui Chenzi, whose body had already been destroyed and who only had a heart left. His voice shot out of a Kang's tree trunk and echoed in the void, bringing with it a carefree air and a wave of resolve that lingered in space for a long time, refusing to disappear. A Kang's gigantic body started trembling viciously. As the 10-colored light shone brilliantly, the tree found that it could no longer grow any taller. Pained whimpers that sounded like a baby's cries came from a Kang. Before long, it probably would have been able to turn into an incredibly terrifying existence after it devoured Sui Chenzi's divine essence. But it had only just been born. It might be complete, but it was like an infant and had not fully grown. Its shrill whimpers spread in all directions, and when they fell into Su Ming's ears, his breathing quickened. I was unable to kill you and could only allow you to live in my soul. Then destroy me. I knew that you would be born the moment I died, and while I might be unable to kill you, but at the instant you are born, you will become me and I will be you. I will not walk on the path my 8 good friends did. Instead, I will use what I have prepared for 100,000 years to injure you mortally. With one thought, I will have 1,000,000 lives be born. Sui Chen-Zi's voice abruptly became stronger. As it echoed in the air, numerous cracks appeared on the tree, and it crumbled from within in a bang, turned into 1,000,000 parts. The golden heart, which was the accumulation of Sui Chen-Zi's divine essence throughout his entire life, turned into 1,000,000 hearts at that instant. At the same time, Ikang, which had been shredded into 1,000,000 parts, found that each of its colors possessed 100,000 fragments, and as it shattered, its fragmented pieces were individually suppressed and sealed under the 1,000,000 golden hearts. As a boom that shook the entire void echoed through the area, Ikang's 1,000,000 fragments tumbled backwards and were swept into the foreign land, which still remained as it was, while those fragments disappeared without a trace. I failed, that's why I died. But I also succeeded. I left behind a chance to break divine essence's disaster for the future generation. If any of you, the descendants of the future generation, obtain my divine essence, remember. As Sui Chen-Zi's voice gradually faded away, Su Ming was shocked by the things he saw. However, the truth that he saw did not fade away. Instead, something new occurred. Su Ming saw time pass. He had no idea how many years had went by when a faint and weak growl came from the foreign land. That growl contained an unwillingness to admit defeat, madness, and a burning hate that could scorch the heavens. Sui Chen-Zi, you old coot. You can't kill me, and neither can you suppress me for eternity. I've already been born, and my life is already in this universe. It's already written in destiny that I will walk out of your seal. Even if you divided my body into 10 parts and because of that, 10 different wills were born within me, someday all those 10 wills will fuse together once more, and at that time, Ikang will appear. Even if you injured me badly, your divine essence is still around. Since you left a law for the future generations to obtain your divine essence after your death, then I can borrow it and make this place into the source that will heal me. The more people come to this place to obtain your divine essence, the more they will help me heal. All their epiphanies, their cultivation bases, and their lives will belong to me. As that voice echoed in the air, everything before Su Ming's eyes disappeared. He woke up from the illusion in his soul. His soul had already covered all the golden Venus pathways, and at that moment, it had already fused with the golden hearts within the 100,000 galaxies. His possession had reached 97 hundredths from the previous 95. So this is the truth. Su Ming remembered Zhou Kong mentioning before that this place was a huge scam. By the looks of it, that scam was not laid out by Sui Chen-Zi, but had turned into such after it was used by Ikang. It doesn't matter what is the truth. It's not important whether this place is a scam or not. The important thing is, I've already possessed 97 hundredths of this place. My Ikang clone is about to be complete. Su Ming's soul continuously spread out and fused with the golden heart. With the 100,000 shadows formed by Sui Chen-Zi's law still blocking Ikang's will, Su Ming progressed incredibly smoothly. At the instant his possession reached 98 hundredths from the previous 97, Ikang descended into complete madness. Its will roared hysterically, with despair and lunacy contained within it. You are the one who forced me. All of this is because you forced me. I absolutely won't let you succeed. Even if I will lose the chance to devour the other 9, even if I will lose all my consciousness because of this and will only have a portion of my soul left that will be devoured by the other 9 as they please, I will still absolutely not allow you to possess me. This noble Ikang's body. Ikang laughed madly. There was a resolve within its laughter and a will that said it would die with Su Ming. Great Ikang art. At the instant it said these words, A shrill scream of pain immediately came from the near 100,000 people within the world with 100,000 stone monuments. As the screams of pain echoed in the air, the people around the area looked at the spot from which the screams came from, and to their shock, they saw a middle-aged man rapidly rotting away. Bits of purplish light were coming from his body while it was rapidly being absorbed by the stone monument. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged cultivator's body disappeared, without a single trace of it left. Soon after, screams of pain rang in the air once again. As they rose and fell, nearly 10,000 people cried out at the same time. Their bodies were all rapidly disappearing, being absorbed by their stone monuments. During that instant, when the near 10,000 stone monuments absorbed the corresponding number of people's flesh, blood, lives, and everything else about them, numerous cracks rang down the monuments. The air filled with the sound of cracking, and near 10,000 stone monuments shattered into pieces with a bang. As they fell apart, purplish smoke spread out from within, and as the shattered debris shot through the air, it disappeared from the land. Due to this, from then on, this place would only have 90,000 stone monuments. Xianxia swelled up exponentially at that instant, and wisps of purplish smoke appeared out of thin air. There were nearly 10,000 wisps of that purplish smoke, their number naturally identical to the number of the cultivators who had died. As those wisps rapidly gathered together, they turned into a gigantic purple tree. That tree was naturally Xianxia's soul. Eat song. At the instant its soul appeared, the gigantic purple tree let out a low roar. When it uttered the first syllable, the 100,000 shadows that were formed by Sui Chunzi's law shuddered and were instantly frozen, unable to move. When the second syllable was spoken, without the 100,000 shadows' protection, Su Ming's soul immediately felt a strong impact crashing into him as he was possessing the golden hearts within those 100,000 Venus pathways. I paid an incredible price in exchange for the law to freeze. This means that from now on, there will no longer be any chance for me to recover. I can only watch as the other 9 continuously recover and wait for the one who will awaken among them to devour me. I've sacrificed so much, so I won't accept not being able to kill you. Xianxia rushed over in a mad dash. At the instant it crashed into Su Ming's soul, the final part of the possession which he had planned and prepared for hundreds of years was executed without any hesitation. Black fragment. Su Ming's soul let out a low shout. The black fragment, the unknown treasure that had accompanied Su Ming while he was in Yin Death region and had fused with his soul to follow him to the barren lands of divine essence, was formed within his soul at the moment Su Ming called out to it. This item was a mysterious entity. Even if Su Ming had completely burned his soul previously, it still existed within him. At that moment, when it manifested, it returned to its original form and turned into a negligible black stone fragment. Deceive it! The instant the black stone fragment appeared was also the moment Xianxia crashed into Su Ming. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the golden hearts that originally numbered 100,000 within the equally numbered golden Venus pathways in those trees in the galaxies suddenly increased drastically by several thousand folds. They appeared within each set of the golden Venus pathways, and when added together, they reached 100 million hearts with the aura of death within those 100,000 galaxies. Among those 100 million hearts, only 100,000 were real. The others were all fake, but the presence each of them gave off were the exact same. There was not the slightest difference among them. This was the mysterious ability that the black fragmented excelled in, the ability to deceive all manner of life. Su Ming did not know how long this treasure could deceive Xianxia, which was why he had not dared to use it previously. Instead, only when he was closest to success, when the value of a breath was even more precious than before, did he bring it out. This is the seed of life extermination. Did it also fail? This is impossible. How could it fail? How could there only be a fragment left? There was disbelief in Xianxia's voice, along with deep despair. It needed 10 breaths before it could find the real Su Ming among the 100 million hearts. If it had needed these 10 breaths to search for Su Ming beforehand, it would have been nothing to it. But now, time was critical. 10 breaths would determine the winner and the loser. I lost. The 9 wills that have been separated from me, I have been possessed. Destroy him, and help me take revenge. As a Kang's voice of despair echoed in the air, Su Ming's possession of the true 100,000 golden hearts reached 99 hundredths, and then 100. The golden Venus pathways and the golden hearts were all black. Complete possession. At the instant Su Ming's possession was fully completed, a Kang's will withered away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace, causing the purple Ikang tree to become Su Ming's clone from then on. It was also during the instant Su Ming completed his possession that vast waves of ancient memories surged into his soul like a flood that had broken through a dam. Those memories were incredibly jumbled up, and a great swelling sensation rose within Su Ming. It was painful, as if those memories were imprinting themselves deeply into his soul. That pain could not be described with words. However, at the same time, Su Ming had a strong sensation that his soul was swiftly growing stronger. As those memories gathered together and his soul continued becoming stronger, he sensed that his cultivation base changed drastically. It was as if he had suddenly come to understand the changes in the world within an instant, and the trains of thought that had been previously blocked opened up. 100,000 galaxies, 100,000 golden seas, 1,000 Ikang trees within 100,000 planets. All of these things shook, and Su Ming sensed that at the instant he turned into a Kang, he could feel numerous other galaxies that existed beyond these 100,000. There were 9 wills that were on equal ground to his in this galaxy. Each of them contained the power of 100,000 galaxies. At that moment, they were gathering and surrounding the galaxies that belonged to Su Ming, as if they wanted to rush in, but were also hesitant to do so. He did not need to think much to be able to tell that these 9 wills that were lingering about beyond the area he controlled was the other wills of the great Ikang tree that had been torn apart. Ikang had been split into 10 parts all those years ago, and these parts used Western Ring Nebula's foreign land to heal themselves. If Su Ming had not appeared, then perhaps after a long period of time had passed, they would have devoured each other and conglomerate into the real Ikang. However, since Su Ming appeared and successfully possessed the purple Ikang, and the purple Ikang sent out those ripples before its death, the other 9 wills came over in an attempt to devour him beforehand. If Su Ming was interrupted in the critical moment before he managed to form his clone and was devoured by the 9 wills, then even if he possessed the purple Ikang, the results would still be of no good to him. He would only become part of the true Ikang's soul. Originally, these 9 wills would plan to rush into the 100,000 galaxies that belonged to the purple Ikang and execute a brutal process of devouring Su Ming and fusing with him, until the purple Ikang Su Ming possessed would be completely devoured. Then, these 9 will become much stronger. Before the purple Ikang died, it had sent a divine thought to the 9 wills with exactly this intention, because it had made a promise with the other 9 Ikang souls before. Before the 10 of them fully recovered, they would not devour each other. They would wait until they were all complete before they did so. Only then would the true Ikang be eventually born without any injuries, and would even be much stronger than before. That was why if the purple Ikang had not sent that divine thought to them, the other Ikang souls would not have come forward. However, the purple Ikang did not expect that Su Ming's possession towards it was not the traditional possession that would wipe away its soul because the possessor only wanted its body. Thus, it had miscalculated. The traditional possession would cause a great aversion within the 9 other wills, and they would immediately rush in to devour Su Ming. However, Su Ming's possession was the Abyss Builder's inborn ability. This sort of possession not only wanted to take over the target's body, but also their soul and even the brand of their lives. It was a possession that aimed to gather together a body from the purple Ikang's form, and that body would be identical to Ikang, in terms of both its presence or signs of life. It was just like how Su Ming had possessed one of the 3 Crimson Python Phoenixes all those years ago and the remaining 2 had not noticed him. Instead, they had always thought that he was their companion, since even his presence had not changed. This was the Abyss Builder's possession. It was also the reason why the purple Ikang failed even after it died. To be precise, the Abyss Builder's possession was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to create confusion by blending the false with what was real. It could be seen as the invasion of the soul, just like what had happened to the purple Ikang just now and what had happened to the crimson python phoenix that had devoured Su Ming's soul all those years ago. The falsehood here was referring to Su Ming's soul, and the reality was referring to his target's body and soul. The second step was to substitute what was real with a fake. He would completely possess his target's body, soul, mark of life, and even life matrix, in a manner akin of exchanging the sun and moon in the sky. The Su Ming right now was at the final stages of this step. Once he completed the possession, he would have changed the sun and moon in the sky with a fake. The main point of this possession was to change, not to wipe off. That was why it had the third step, to turn what was decaying into something amazing. The decaying part symbolized the past, and the amazing part symbolized the future. The change between what was decaying and what was amazing was akin to a process of rebirth. It would use the decaying parts of the past to be reborn into something amazing. This step was precisely what Su Ming was prepared to do at that moment. In a sense, there were too many intrinsic differences between Su Ming and Ikang. But from another point of view, they were the same. Ikang used Sui Chunzi's death to be born and devoured his divine essence. Su Ming was reborn within Ikang's body. He absorbed what Ikang had absorbed and also devoured all that was Ikang. If one looked at it that way, the Abyss Builders were even more domineering than Ikang. Because you were born by devouring the universe's divine essence, and I will devour your life to live, Su Ming mumbled. As the windstorm of jumbled-up memories in his soul continued imprinting themselves in his heart and body, Su Ming's understanding towards the Abyss Builders' inborn ability to possess others became even greater. After all, since ancient times, Su Ming was the only one among the Abyss Builders who could devour something like Ikang, which was an only existence in the universe. Abyss Builders, just like how small fish eat shrimps to live while big fish eat small fish. This is the law of the jungle. I didn't expect that this idiom would be portrayed so vividly in the Abyss Builders' inborn ability. The black Venus pathways and the black hearts within the 100,000 purple Ikang trees in the equally numbered galaxies turned into 100,000 faces of Su Ming at that moment. As he mumbled to himself, he found the reason as to why the other 9 Ikang wills were lingering around the area of his perception. To their senses, my presence is not that much different compared to that of the purple Ikang, but since the third step still isn't complete, there are still some differences. That should be why they're lingering about and won't leave. This phenomenon will last until I complete the third step in this possession. Once I turn what is decaying into something astonishing, it will end. The eyes of Su Ming's faces shone at the same time and revealed a piercingly cold glare. I need time. This might not take long, or it could take an eternity. My soul will also descend into a deep sleep because of this. After all, the purple Ikang is not like the crimson python phoenix where I could instantly form my clone. The purple Ikang is too big. In this period of time, which might last for a long time, but also might just be a short while, the 9 wills will become a lurking threat. If they continue lingering around the area, I don't want to use my life as a gambling chip and bet that they won't come and devour me. Fortunately, I have the black stone fragment. This seed of life extermination, which is what the purple Ikang called it, seems to be from the same generation as the bald crane based on what it said. That's why Ikang had mentioned "and also" when it said those words previously. Did it also fail? The mysteries of the ancient time of Sui Chunzi's era will slowly reveal themselves before me as I possess the purple Ikang. At this moment, I no longer have the wills from In Death region manipulating me, and I don't have Detion trying to control me and using me in his plan. From now on, I am me. The only thing I need to worry about is that Detion will definitely not accept that his plan to lie in wait and steal an Abyss Builder's body had just failed like this. And since he can no longer control my soul, he will definitely choose to use his full strength to plant his backup plan in my physical body, which is within the land of immortals right now. He knows that my physical body is my foundation. In the end, I will have to return for it. If he keeps watch over it, he will be watching over my core. But if my physical body is the core of my being, then it is also Detion's life. The current Su Ming was different from who he was in the past. He was now like a fish who had returned to the sea, a tiger who had returned to the forest, a dragon who had returned to the clouds. It was confidence and temperament that would naturally appear within a person after his fate was no longer controlled by someone else and he gained full control over his own self. Only at that moment could Su Ming truly be considered as Su Ming. As he mumbled softly to himself, a burst of light erupted forth from the black stone fragment with a bang in accordance to his will. It immediately manifested the purple Ikang's soul and presence to make up for what Su Ming had yet to complete in the third step of his possession. When there were no longer any differences between his soul and the presence Ikang, Su Ming sent his divine thought outwards. There was a cultivator that wanted to possess me and almost succeeded, but he still failed in the end. Am still me. The promise we made with our souls is still in effect. Now, leave these 100,000 galaxies of mine. The time for when we finally devour and fuse with each other has yet to arrive. As Su Ming's divine thought and the presence of Ikang's soul, which was formed by the black stone fragment, spread out furiously, the 9 wills formed from the portions of Ikang's soul that were lingering beyond Su Ming's 100,000 galaxies gradually faded away. After a moment, they disappeared from his perception. As the 9 wills of Ikang's soul faded away, the edges of the 100,000 galaxies where Su Ming were starting to show signs of merging together. They were gradually turning into one. At the same time, the Ikang tree that had been separated into 100,000 parts also started showing signs of gathering together as the galaxies slowly merged together. Su Ming gradually fell into deep sleep. When I awaken once more, I can tell that this clone of mine will be even stronger. My level of cultivation base will surpass what I have now, and this Ikang clone of mine will become the foundation for me to become the strongest in the future. I look forward to how I will be different. When I wake up, Su Ming mumbled. All 100,000 of his faces slowly shut their eyes, and a fusion, a rebirth, a serendipity, and the final step of the formation for Ikang's clone began. 10 years later. 10 years is not such a long time. In fact, for cultivators who live for a long time, 10 years are just a short period of meditation. They can squander away time wantonly, and it does not matter whether it is 10 years, 100 years, or even more. This was something that was the source of envy for mortals. It was also something they longed for. Perhaps longevity was the desire that spurred an average person to dream of becoming a cultivator, but it was definitely not the reason for all to become cultivators. Besides longevity, one of the reasons why a person would dream of becoming a cultivator was because they wanted to not idle away even as they squandered off time. To an average person, 10 years might not be their entire lifetime, but it would become a source of nostalgia. 10 years ago, perhaps there was still a person who kept them company. 10 years ago, that person was perhaps still an undecided young boy full of dreams. 10 years ago, that person perhaps still did not know how to treasure what was beside him. 10 years ago, that person perhaps was still laughing happily and foolishly without worry. But 10 years later, that person would only look at the blue sky, the white clouds, the sun setting and rising, and he would sigh. In the end, he was still just a normal person. 10 years could change Immortal, but it could not change too many cultivators. However, it could make a certain set of memories be gradually buried in a cultivator's heart, and like a zither string, if no hands went to pluck it and cause it to shiver, it would remain still and silent. The shock within the land with the 100,000 stone monuments 10 years ago was one such thing. It had turned into a thought buried deep within the hearts of the people there, and one that no one wanted to talk about. However, the thoughts that would gather in their eyes would occasionally make them warily cast their gazes at the stone monument standing erect among the many others in the place. A stone monument that was 1 million feet tall, and on which Mosu's name was carved. 10 years ago, 10,000 stone monuments out of 100,000 had shattered. 10,000 out of 100,000 cultivators died. It shocked the entire foreign land, causing all the people to gasp in astonishment. While those emotions were buried in the depths of their hearts 10 years later, Mosu's stone monument was the only one that attracted gazes again and again. Among those gazes were Zhou Kang's, those who came after Su Ming's life, and those who were in the land since before Su Ming came. Perhaps they were not persistently waiting for him to appear. Perhaps they were not really that curious. However, even without any discussions, everyone was certain that the horror of the disaster 10 years ago had a connection to Mo Su's stone monument. They were instinctively waiting for the moment Mo Su would appear after not showing up for 10 years. Perhaps at that moment, they would be able to find the reason behind the disaster those years ago. During the 10 years, there were no longer any boundaries between the 100,000 galaxies in which the purple Ikang's bodies resided. They had fused together, but Su Ming's deep slumber continued, and he showed no signs of waking up. Another 10 years passed. The 100,000 galaxies had already fused together completely. The next step was to fuse the 100,000 hearts that had been dyed black. While Su Ming slept for 60 years, the people within the land that now had just 90,000 stone monuments gradually grew used to his stone monument standing erect by its lonesome. They got used to the master of the stone monument not walking out, used to the lack of the 10,000 monuments that had been destroyed. In fact, during the 60 years, there were thousands of newcomers who had come to this place, and they did not know about the disaster 60 years ago. The first thing they saw then were the 90,000 stone monuments, and they thus believed that there had always been only 90,000 stone monuments here. During those years, the 100,000 galaxies had completely fused together in Su Ming's world and created an incredibly great galaxy. The 100,000 black hearts were also slowly merging together. They turned into one single entity that floated within the gigantic galaxy. However, Su Ming still remained in deep sleep, because what came next was the fusion between the 100,000 Ikang trees. The 100,000 purple Ikangs would gather together into one gigantic body. Another 60 years went by. It was already 120 years since then. If 10 years could turn something into a mere memory, then 100 years could turn something into a legend. That was how it would be for Immortal. To cultivators, in this unique and dull land of 90,000 stone monuments, the event 100 years ago gradually faded away as they moved into the worlds in their stone monuments repeatedly, growing their stone monuments toward the 1 million feet. There was nothing different about the place. Even though the 100,000 stone monuments had reduced to only 90,000, they still had the 1 million feet test, along with the trips into memories. When another 60 years passed, there were only a handful of people that remembered Su Ming. Zhou Kong was one of the few who did. He could not forget Su Ming, could not forget the person who loved to remain silent and had helped him to take his revenge in exchange for his experience. When the end of the fourth cycle of 60 years arrived, 240 years had flowed by. In Su Ming's world, an incredibly huge tree that towered into the heavens had gathered in the vast galaxy. The tree occupied most of the galaxy, and there was an ancient, age-old presence exuding from it. That tree was entirely purple, and it had an indescribable mighty pressure coming from it. It was the only true existence in the galaxy at that moment. If anyone looked closely, a person would be vaguely able to see that there was a golden light within that purple tree. At first glance, it might seem purple, but in truth it was a fusion between purple and gold. The purple shade was its foundation, and the gold its essence. At the instant the purple tree's body was completely formed, its purple light surged into the heavens. Once it illuminated the entire galaxy, its body shrank. This was not a simple shrinking in size, but a form of retraction. It was a rebirth where the tree withered away, but not entirely. It was as if there was a life that was about to be born within the trunk. This was the birth of this life which needed the tree's nutrients. It would continuously gather them, and the tree would shrink. This process lasted for 60 years. From the time Su Ming fell asleep to this moment, 5 cycles of 60 years had passed. That was 300 years. It was enough for all the people in the land with 90,000 stone monuments to forget the disaster all those years ago, and also enough for the gazes that often landed on Su Ming's stone monument to reduce to only one. That gaze that constantly watched the stone monument belonged to Zhou Kong. During the 300 years, he had managed to make his stone monument reach 900,000-something feet multiple times. He took the test multiple times but failed every single time. However, this was no longer the most important thing in his life. At that moment, he was still watching Su Ming's stone monument, because he wanted to verify whether his deceased wife's guess all those years ago had been true. Because once he arrived at the later stage of World Plane Realm, he had long since understood that all the memories within the world of the stone monuments were fake. It was something that belonged to the passage of time. His wife's guess had to be real. Su Ming was neither his friend nor his relative, but the path Su Ming took was given by Zhou Kong. The path he took was his wife's guess and her conclusion. Since his wife had died, this was the thing that supported Zhou Kong, the only thing that got him moving forward. Another 10 years went by. When the 310th year was almost completely gone, no one within the world of the 90,000 stone monuments noticed a change in their worlds. This change came from Su Ming's world. He had opened his eyes. In that vast galaxy within Su Ming's world, the tree was no longer around. What existed at that moment was a young man with long black hair and black eyes. His hair reached his feet, and his face was so pale that he looked sick. However, a vast amount of life force that could suffocate others rose up with a bang within the young man's body. During the 300 years, Su Ming had completed the third step of the Abyss Builder's possession. He turned something decaying into something astonishing, and from the Akang tree, he formed a clone that belonged to him. This would be the first clone in the endless passage of time that was formed after possessing an entity like Akang within the entire universe. This clone was not within the laws of the universe. It surpassed them. This was Su Ming's strongest clone. This was Akang's clone. He opened his eyes. At the instant Su Ming opened his eyes, the entire galaxy trembled, and as if it was submitting to him, an endless amount of cracks spread out. It was as if, with just one thought, Su Ming could make this galaxy crumble and shatter. There was an endless amount of golden light within his eyes, along with overlapping shadows of runic symbols in his right eye. These shadows replaced his pupils and exuded an indescribably mighty pressure. If anyone met his gaze at that moment, then right at that instant, a loud bang would ring out in their hearts, and their minds would be torn to shreds. At the instant Su Ming's clone, which had mastered a portion of Sui Chunzi's divine essence and gathered together a portion of the complete Ikang's body, was formed, he possessed a power that surpassed his imagination. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was no longer a power, but an instinct that allowed him to control divine essence. I don't know how strong this clone is, but I can feel that I am the master of these 100,000 galaxies. Now, even those at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm like Zhao family's progenitor appeared, no matter how many of them there were, I would be able to instantly wipe all of them away with this clone of mine. Perhaps I could even fight against the ancient wills within In Death region. However, this is only my current self. I can sense it strongly. This body is still like that of a newborn. It is still growing up, and with each breath, it is getting stronger. As Su Ming whispered to himself, the golden light in his eyes became as bright as the sun. From now on, all the 90,000 stone monuments in the world can never reach 10 million feet. Their limit will be 9 million feet, because the final 1 million feet of those 10 million feet shall eternally belong only to me. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He lifted his right hand and swung it before him. Immediately, a wave of distorted ripples appeared in the galaxy before him. Those ripples spread out swiftly, and after a moment, a body appeared within them that gradually floated towards Su Ming. This was his Crimson Python Phoenix clone. It was also his first clone that acted as his physical body, which he used to train the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Ikang's clone refines divine essence. The clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole refines my physical body. My real self in the land of immortals refines my soul. I need one more clone to refine my epiphany. Now, this clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole should get stronger. Golden light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he pointed towards that clone with his right index finger. I am the master of this galaxy formed by the fusion of 100,000 galaxies. With a single thought, I'll have this body become stronger, Su Ming whispered softly. At the instant he finished speaking, a set of laws and rules immediately appeared in the vast galaxy, and all of them gathered on Su Ming's clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. When Su Ming's clone opened his eyes, a burst of powerful presence erupted forth like a tidal wave. The clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, which Su Ming had formed by possessing the Crimson Python Phoenix, had passed through the first disaster of the 9 disasters that came with the Duke of Crimson Flame Race's unparalleled art for physical bodies. From then on, it had reached the level of a paragon, and Su Ming had entered World Plane Realm with it. However, that clone was just in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. He needed to devour more power of world planes and survive through several more disasters before getting sufficiently stronger. However, the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole became increasingly more difficult to train the more one advanced through it, and before Su Ming stepped into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, he had stopped devouring the power of world planes, because once he reached the second state of completion, his soul would fuse completely with this physical body, removing the inborn talent of the Abyss Builders to make their clones from him. His soul would not even be able to fuse with his real physical body in the land of immortals. Su Ming thought about it before. If he could not find a suitable being for possession, then he would randomly choose one to possess. After all, he could not let his cultivation stop because of this. Even if there were plenty of problems that would come if he chose randomly, he still had to do it. Yet now, the matter that had him hesitating had been resolved perfectly. Even if his Akang clone wasn't what he had originally intended to for a clone to gain an epiphany for his cultivation, the divine essence Akang's body refined surpassed Su Ming's expectations and turned into a serendipity that could change his entire life. It was especially since, with this serendipity, he escaped from the control of the wills in Een Death region, and the seal Tion had hidden deep within him. To Su Ming, this outcome was as great as him obtaining his Akang clone. Besides, once he obtained it, Su Ming could divide his soul. Because of it, he could be at complete ease when leaving a portion of his soul in the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, allowing it to continue going through the 9 disasters. As these thoughts fleeted through Su Ming's mind, he looked at that clone, and the clone also looked back at him. As their gazes met each other, a feeling of perfect harmony rose within him. This was a very mysterious feeling. It was as if a single being had 2 bodies. Perhaps this comparison was not really that accurate. At that moment, what Su Ming felt was that these 2 clones had turned into his left and right hands. His soul was his mind, and he could control them with ease. There was no lack of fluency in his movements. This clone should be stronger. When Su Ming mumbled this, the clone which trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows opened his mouth and said the same things as Su Ming did. Laws surrounded him and rules filled the air. Upon the voicing of those words, a loud bang rang out in the galaxy. It echoed in all directions, and faint shadows of a planet appeared as the galaxy trembled. That planet was golden in color. Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and up to the 100,000th planet appeared. Once the 100,000 galaxies fused together, they had not just formed the purple Akang. The 100,000 planets in the place had also gathered together, but they had not turned into one single planet. Instead, they turned into a golden cosmos formed by 100,000 planets. The light from the cosmos shone endlessly, and there were hints of purple within that golden light. At the instant it illuminated the entire galaxy, Su Ming's Akang clone casually swung his right hand before himself. Cosmos formed by 100,000 planets, the 100,000 planets that are the start of my cosmos. I will now awaken your essence of the world. Right when Su Ming finished saying his final word, waves of presence that belonged to the essence of worlds erupted with a bang from the 100,000 planets. Their presences fused together and spread all over the galaxy. At the instant they shook it, Su Ming spoke again. The power of world planes shall be born within the essence of worlds. Boom! A tremendous amount of power of world planes erupted from the cosmos, and it was so dense that it could not be described with words. In an instant, it surged into Su Ming's clone which trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. As the power of world planes gathered on him, the hair on that clone started moving without wind, and the powerful presence increased exponentially within that body. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the cosmos before looking down and mumbling under his breath. Absorb at will. Now that I have become the master of 100,000 galaxies, from now on, I will not let anyone manipulate me. His face was pale. The runic symbols overlapped in his right eye, which had an air of ancientness to it. Before him, as the presence of the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, continued rising without end, and the power of world planes born from the essence of worlds from the 100,000 planets continued fusing into him. The clone reached the second state of completion in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. From now on, this clone will become my strongest body in terms of the power of Qi. If each of my clones can become the strongest, when I eventually fuse with all of them, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Boom! Once the clone reached his second state of completion, he took a step forward. The second disaster descended on him, causing a faint wisp of a presence that did not belong to the 100,000 galaxies to immediately appear. That presence which did not belong to Su Ming appeared from the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. It was just like when he experienced the first disaster. Besides the final 3 disasters, the 9 disasters from the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole from the Duke of Crimson Flames race were all born within the physical bodies, as if they were experiencing a backlash. Be gone! Su Ming's expression was indifferent as he spoke calmly. With that one word, the galaxy instantly distorted, and a tremendous will erupted from Su Ming's Ikang clone, sweeping towards the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole like a windstorm. It only lasted for the span of one breath. At the instant this invisible windstorm that contained Su Ming's will touched the clone, the second disaster which had been born within the clone immediately fell apart, and the presence which did not belong in this galaxy disappeared like the wind. When the second disaster vanished, the clone which trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole lifted his head and let out a low roar. As it echoed in space, he instantly rose from the initial stage of world plane realm to the peak of the initial stage, then straight towards attaining completion in the initial stage. The increase of strength by multiple fold made the clone let out a long cry. It was a shout that shook the sky and earth. His hair fluttered in space, and during that instant, his body became much stronger than before. When he clenched his fist, the feeling that he had full control was absolutely wonderful, and it was a feeling that could get people addicted. This feeling of becoming stronger instantly, especially the exponential increase of levels within world plane realm, would immediately fill any other person with surprise, delight, and excitement. But Su Ming's 2 clones only frowned at the same time. This was an incredibly dense power of world planes, and based on what the Duke of Crimson Flame said when he taught me this art, once I got through the second disaster, I should have reached the middle stage of world plane realm. And since the middle stage of world plane realm is much stronger than the initial stage of world plane, that is why I would need the third and fourth disasters before I could reach completion the middle stage of world plane realm. During the 5th disaster, I could reach the later stage of world plane realm, and when I reached the 9th disaster, I would attain completion in world plane realm. Once I fused the 9 disasters in my body, I could form Lunar Culpa and become a powerful warrior in Lunar Culpa realm. But now that I've completed the second disaster, I've only reached the peak of the initial stage in world plane realm. Something is wrong here. A contemplative look appeared in the eyes of both Su Ming's clones. Once they exchanged glances, the Ikang clone sent his will outwards, and it immediately gathered on the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. As he observed him carefully, he controlled the power of world planes around him to surge into him once again. As the clone absorbed the power, reaching the 3rd state of completion, and Su Ming wiped off the 3rd disaster, his clone became stronger once again. Booming sounds echoed in space non-stop, akin to a drum being struck within the clone, and he immediately moved from the peak of the initial stage in world plane realm to the middle stage of world plane realm. The middle stage of world plane realm was completely different from the initial one. It was just like how Su Ming had been able to kill those in the initial stage of world plane realm in the past, but was forced to flee when he came face to face against those in the middle stage. These were 2 completely different stages. In fact, it could even be said that only those in the middle stage of world plane realm could truly be considered lords of world planes, and only when they reached this stage could they treat those in heaven cultivation realm like ants. Su Ming might have become stronger, but his brows were still furrowed. After a moment of pensive silence, he gathered the power of world planes from the 100,000 planets to come forth once more. Time trickled by slowly. After an hour, the clone reached the fourth state of completion. Su Ming neutralized the fourth disaster, and his body became stronger once again. His presence became monstrous and shook the entire area. Several hours passed, and the fifth state of completion also arrived. If the Duke of Crimson Flame was awake at that moment, then this training speed and increase in levels would have definitely shocked him so much that he would have been tongue-tied and staring at Su Ming, wide-eyed. This was the right only possessed by those who controlled an entire galaxy. As the fifth disaster disappeared, the strength of the physical body of the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole reached the stage that was near the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. At this stage, if he returned to 1,000 years ago, then with his chi alone, he could fight against Zhao family's progenitor on equal grounds. After all, Zhao family's progenitor was just at the peak of the middle stage in the World Plane Realm. However, this sort of power had allowed his family to become the third in Western Ring Nebula, and this was a show of how powerful he was. I knew it. Something is wrong. I would have let it slide if it was just the second disaster that was not as powerful as I thought, but this fifth disaster is supposed to have physical bodies reach the later stage of World Plane Realm, but it only managed to make this clone reach the state that is similar to the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Is this because this clone of mine is naturally powerful on its own? That's why the art can't reach its ideal condition? Or is it because there is a flaw in this clone? Su Ming's eyes shone, and when he manipulated the power of world planes to gather on the clone that trained in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole once again, he suddenly understood the answer. Because his clone could no longer absorb the power of world planes. The fifth disaster was his limit. It's a flaw. It's the Crimson Python Phoenix's flaw. Su Ming shook his head. All manner of lives in the universe have flaws, and we practice cultivation to mend those flaws. I don't know what are the flaws within the Crimson Python Phoenixes, but there will come a time when I will be able to mend it. Upon falling silent, Su Ming closed his eyes. The clone training in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole also closed his eyes. The third change of heart should end now, Su Ming mumbled. Thousands of years had flowed by. Age and nostalgia changed places with each other and turned into a thread in the depths of Su Ming's heart. This thread was like the first point he would make when he drew. And now, it had turned into a circle. At the instant Su Ming's two clones closed their eyes, a world-changing event occurred in the 100,000 planets in the cosmos. A mountain appeared in each of the 100,000 planets within the cosmos during that instant. That mountain was the ninth summit from Su Ming's memories. When the 100,000 ninth summits were born within the 100,000 planets, the two Su Ming clones who had their eyes shut lifted their hands at the same time. Golden threads appeared out of thin air and surrounded the two clones. As Su Ming's two clones started weaving them at will, he started tying knots on them to weave the people in his memories. Without the will of Death region interfering, Su Ming regained his emotions and his ability to feel pain. He immersed himself in the process of weaving grass knots using divine essence as time passed, turning all the people in his memories that he could not forget into divine essence dolls in his hands. This was the third change of heart Su Ming had not been able to complete when he first arrived in Crimson Flame Planet. In truth, when he returned to the disaster of the ninth summit in the world within the stone monument and killed his mortal foes with his own hands, he could have completed the third change of heart at any time he wanted. However, he had a burden in his heart, and it was the mask that was formed by Death region's wills. As long as that burden was not gotten rid of, it would be difficult for him to complete the third change of heart. When the control of Death region's wills disappeared, the burden in Su Ming's heart disappeared as well. That was why when he closed his eyes, he began moving towards completing his change of heart. The galaxy was silent. There was a smile on Su Ming's two clones. Those smiles were born of the joy found as he returned to his memories. He was immersed in this joy, or perhaps he was immersed in the feeling loss, the return of which brought him joy. With the method of tying grass knots, he was allowing himself to remember the past. The change of heart this time did not shake the sky or earth. neither did it cause loud booms to ring in the air. There was only Su Ming, who with his one soul and two bodies, weaved dolls in silence with a smile that looked happy, but upon closer inspection was full of sadness. The grief in his soul dyed his hands and fused with the golden grass knots, turning into dolls. Divine essence dolls appeared one after another as years passed by. 10 years later, at the moment Su Ming's two clones opened their eyes at the same time, tears fell from down his face, and the third change of heart ended. This change of heart was to Su Ming a way to get closure for all that had happened in the past, and it was also a form of rebirth. He weaved dolls for all the people in his memories. Every single person in his memories had one, but not him. At the instant he opened his eyes, the grief in them gradually turned into dullness, having become something that he would cherish in the depths of his soul and an everlasting memory in the deepest recesses of his heart. During that moment, his level of cultivation broke through the peak of Earth Cultivation Realm and he reached Heaven Cultivation Realm before he attained completion, but that was no longer important. Su Ming looked at all the dolls in front of him, looked at the people with the presence based on his memories, and his expression became one of smiling and crying at the same time. Each recollection of his memories as he went to the world in the stone monument time and again during those 1,000 years was part of his third change of heart. Those recollections might have seemed scattered, but there was a single thread that connected them all together. This thread was like a blade of grass, and the recollections were akin to him tying grass knots on that blade of grass. The start of the change of heart in Crimson Flame Planet was the first knot. The recollection of his memories during those 1,000 years were what formed the knots later on. Now, as Su Ming opened his eyes, he tied the final knot on the blade of grass that symbolized his change of heart. At the instant he completed this seemingly disconnected third change of heart, the invisible blade of grass was woven into a doll that represented his change of heart. This doll was the doll that had been missing among all the dolls he'd woven during the 10 years. It was of himself. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes once again. When he reopened them, there was only an ancient air to them, nothing more. "It's time that I leave," Su Ming said softly. His Akang clone took a step forward, but he did not leave this cosmos. Instead, he stepped into the 100,000 galaxies and sat down. At the instant he closed his eyes, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole lifted his head and looked at the cosmos that was formed by 100,000 planets. A resolute look appeared in his eyes. He gave up on the idea to have his Akang clone leave this place. In truth, Su Ming had been constantly pondering on whether he wanted to let his Akang clone leave this place. Only at that moment did he make his decision. The purple Akang was only one of the 10 parts of the real Akang. It was incomplete. Even if it possessed the power to fight against Death Region's wills, Su Ming had long since noticed that even though this clone of his would become stronger if he left Western Ring Nebulous Foreign Land, his cultivation speed would still be unable to compare to when he was in this place. Compared to the world outside, this place was the safest and the most suitable place for him to grow. If Su Ming wanted to have his Akang clone devour the other 9 parts so that he would become complete, then having the clone stay in this place was the best choice. If he left, there would still be some people who could suppress him. However, if Su Ming had enough time, then his Akang clone would grow to a point where the universe would tremble before him. Besides, if he left the clone in this place, then while it would be difficult for this Akang clone to help Su Ming fight against those in Solar Culpa Realm, he could use the power of Divine Essence in his soul to draw upon Divine Essence, which would increase Su Ming's power, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole would become much stronger. As the Akang clone became stronger, Su Ming would also become stronger in the world outside. Until he retrieved his real physical body, his Akang clone would be his foundation. That was why Su Ming used the power of the cosmos in this place and made his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole become stronger. Even if this clone had not reached the later stage of World Plane Realm, it had fused with Su Ming's power, and more importantly, once he activated the power of Divine Essence, Su Ming was confident that he could fight against those in the later stage of World Plane Realm. Besides, if Su Ming ran into a life and death crisis that he could not escape from in the barren lands of Divine Essence, then his Akang clone would be able to rush over in a short period of time due to his might. Furthermore, as long as his Ikang clone stayed here, Western Ring Nebula's foreign land would be the safest place for Su Ming. He could even regard this place as a cave abode of his. Over here, Su Ming did not need to worry about any form of threats due to Sui Chunzi's law. However, if he chose to have his Ikang clone leave this place for a prolonged period of time, he would lose all the advantages of this place and the chance to make his Ikang clone become complete. Su Ming made his choice to have his Ikang clone stay. But besides this decision, there was another question that lay at the bottom of Su Ming's heart. It was also one of the reasons why he had decided to have his Ikang clone stay in this place. This question had stayed in Su Ming's heart for a long time. Western Ring Nebula's foreign land is rumored to be an incredibly dangerous place in the world outside. It is rare for anyone to be able to walk out once they enter it. This is something almost every single person in the barren lands of divine essence knows. But if they know about this, why did so many of them still come here during the past 1,000 years? If it had been a few dozen or a few hundreds, I would have let it slide. I would even regard it as a personal choice. However, several tens of thousands of people have entered, so there must have been a reason for it. I don't even need to guess about it, though. The forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout on the barren lands must have offered a reward that tempted practically all the people. That was why there were so many people who were brave enough to enter this place. All of them were tempted by the possible gains. The forces of power from the four great true worlds must know more about Western Ring Nebula's foreign land than anyone else. Their action of offering a reward for people to come to this place for my life might seem reasonable, but in truth, a cold glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Unless there is no one from the forces of power from the four great true worlds who knows about the secrets of the foreign land. But no, this is impossible. If I were them, then if I couldn't say the secrets of this place and really wanted to have me die, I would straight away enslave 100,000 cultivators and force them into the foreign land to force a complete exchange. In fact, if 100,000 people weren't enough, then they could send in 200,000 people or 300,000, or even more to ensure this exchange several times, and I would have certainly died. But they didn't. And I refuse to believe that they didn't think about this, and since that's the case. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and a cold sneer appeared on the corners of his lips. They don't want me dead. Instead, they want to create some false impressions. The goal of it is to... Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at the spot where his Ikang clone was, then narrowed his eyes. It can be for this Ikang clone, but there are too many loopholes in this possibility. I can't be sure that they did it because of this. Besides, I only managed to succeed by the skin of my teeth. There's a high possibility they hadn't thought about this, but I have to be on guard against this as well. There's one more possibility. They wish for me to obtain the divine essence using the normal method to make the stone monument reach 1 million feet and obtain a small amount of divine essence as well as the chance to go out for 1,000 years. Could it be that there are benefits for a person if they kill someone with divine essence? After a moment of pensive silence, he pushed this question to the bottom of his heart, then averted his gaze from his Ikang clone. He took a step towards space, and his body gradually disappeared. As it did so, there was a flash of red that flew out and charged towards the 100,000 galaxies. That was the small candle dragon which was made to stay in this place by Su Ming. This place possessed dense power of world planes, and it could serve as nourishment for the small snake. At the instant Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole left the place, Su Ming's Ikang clone within the 100,000 galaxies opened his eyes. Since I chose to stay here, then there are certain things that I must do. When the Ikang clone spoke flatly, the space behind him immediately distorted, and a colossal shadow of a purple tree manifested in space. It swayed a little, and 10,000 rays of purple light instantly spread out. Within an instant, those 10,000 rays of purple light spread in all directions before vanishing into the cosmos. Once the Ikang clone did this, he shut his eyes again and began a long period of meditation. During that moment, the world which had remained in the state of 90,000 stone monuments for 300-odd years suddenly saw 10,000 rays of light, and buzzing sounds instantly rang in the air. All the people within the worlds of the 90,000 stone monuments were forced out at that moment. For some, this was the first time they experienced this, but there were also quite a large number who experienced this for the second time. In the midst of their shock and astonishment, they could not help but remember the scene 300 years ago, which had almost faded away from their memories. As all the people were forced out, the 10,000 rays of purple light fused into the ground. The ground rumbled and shook, and 10,000 stone monuments rose up. The spots where those 10,000 stone monuments took place were precisely the ones from which they had disappeared 300 years ago. When those 10,000 stone monuments appeared, the number of stone monuments in the place returned to 100,000. The addition of those 10,000 stone monuments did not belong to a Kang or Sui Chen-zi, but Su Ming. These were Su Ming's stone monuments. All the people whose names would be carved onto those 10,000 stone monuments would have their lives controlled by Su Ming, and they would offer up all their time and power for Su Ming's Ikang clone to become stronger. From then onwards, this scam within Western Ring Nebula's foreign land would have another person getting a piece from it. At that moment, nearly 90,000 people fell into dead silence. The various thoughts in the minds turned into shock, astonishment, and confusion. In fact, the breathing of some almost stilled as they looked at the new 10,000 stone monuments with a blank expression. Only one person's expression was full of excitement. He did not look at the 10,000 stone monuments but towards the stone monument that belonged to Su Ming, which almost every single person had forgotten during these 300 years. He looked at the stone monument, waiting for a certain person to appear. Gradually, he saw a vortex took shape where Mo Su's name was carved, and a person walked out from that stone monument. He had long gray hair, a straight back, a pale face, and almost bewitching runic symbols overlapping with each other in his right eye. This was Su Ming's clone, which practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, and which also possessed Ikang's divine essence. More accurately speaking, the rays of purple light that spread out from Su Ming's Ikang clone did not number 10,000 but 9,999. The one remaining ray of light was from Su Ming's stone monument. As the number of stone monuments became the complete number of 100,000 once more, and as the near 90,000 people were in the midst of shock and deathly silence, more people noticed a vortex before Su Ming's stone monument and the powerful light that was gradually spreading out from within there. That light illuminated the entire world, causing all the people there to be unable to look away from it. During that moment, several tens of thousands of people had their gazes trained on the stone monument with Mo Su's name carved on it. Su Ming walked out, catching everyone's eyes. His expression was indifferent as he walked out from the vortex in the stone monument. When he completely moved out, the vortex behind him disappeared, and Su Ming looked at the familiar land of the stone monuments. Hundreds of years had gone by in the blink of an eye to him, and he could only let out a sentimental sigh. 300-something years ago, he had brought with him an indomitable resolve in search for a serendipity, and several hundreds of years later, he returned, bringing with him a great serendipity and a miracle that changed his entire life. Tens of thousands of gazes were trained on him, but they did not cause any fluctuation or any sort of emotion within Su Ming's heart. He swept his gaze across the area, the last spot being his own stone monument. It was now 1,000,000 feet tall as it stood erect among others of its kind. It looked normal, but in Su Ming's eyes, he could see Sui Chen-zi's law in the place. He could see the shadow formed by Sui Chen-zi's law in the air above the stone monument, and that shadow was bowing to Su Ming at that moment. He seemed to be congratulating him and waiting to be given orders. That action was one of obedience. He was obeying Sui Chen-zi's last order, to submit to the person who was chosen by the art created by his one thought. What is the law set by Sui Chen-zi? Su Ming sent his thoughts to the shadow. The first rule remains supreme. When not contradicting the first law, the law will protect and wipe out the people here. It will protect the people from being killed by a Kang's soul, and wipe out all those who go against the law. Sui Chen-zi's ancient voice traveled into Su Ming's mind. The first rule. Su Ming seemed to have come to understand something. The first rule is that a Kang can use its divine essence as a price, and I will help it kill the people here. However, if the person it wants to kill is someone who had failed to possess it, then no matter what price it wants to pay, it will not be allowed. The rule will allow this person to leave in his own way. Su Ming nodded. He could discover some clues about this from how the purple Ikang had been unable to kill him previously. If there had been no rule, the purple Ikang could have had its will descend in this place and kill him off. It would not have needed to wait so passively. He no longer inquired about Sui Chen-Zi's laws, but instead looked at his stone monument. In his eyes, the monument was made of purple crystals, but since the surface was rough, no one could see it. In fact, even if they used their divine essence to check it, they would be unable to find any hints about it. Only he who had control over divine essence and had obtained an Ikang clone, becoming one of the people who could gain a share of the benefits here, could see the secrets of the stone monument at that moment. Is that person Su? He's the person we came here to capture alive. This is he. A buzzing gradually rose from the 90,000-something people talking in the area. What happened just now? Why were we suddenly forced out of the world in the stone monument? Damn it! I was just about to reach a breakthrough. I was just one step away from it. 300 years ago, a similar thing had happened. At that time, he was the only one who did not come out. 300 years later, the same thing repeats, but this time he emerges right after. I absolutely refuse to believe that he has no connection to this. Just what did this Su do in the world of the stone monuments? He could make 10,000 stone monuments disappear, and could also make those 10,000 stone monuments appear again. The volume of discussions gradually increased, but Su Ming looked as if he could not hear any of it. He looked at his own stone monument and saw a purple leaf within the depths of it. At the instant he understood. He shifted his gaze away and looked at the near 10,000 stone monuments that had just appeared in the area, and he saw that each of them were made of purple crystals, and there was a purple leaf within each one. When he looked at the purple leaf, a feeling that he could blend perfectly with it rose within his heart, as if he only needed one thought, and those near 10,000 stone monuments would disappear. With one thought, he could also make those near 10,000 stone monuments reach 1 million feet. In fact, when he closed his eyes, the near 10,000 stone monuments would become his eyes. I see, so it's like this, Su Ming whispered softly to himself. When he swept his gaze across the other 90,000 stone monuments in the area, he nodded. When he looked at the other 90,000 stone monuments, he saw 9 different colors. The number of stone monuments that belonged to each color was 10,000. These stone monuments were all formed by crystals made by their respective colors, and within them was a leaf of the same color. When Su Ming saw all the stone monuments and swept his gaze past those tree leaves, wills that repelled his presence immediately spread out, blocking his gaze from looking at them. There were 9 wills in total, and they all belonged to the 9 different colored groups of stone monuments and their leaves. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. When he had possessed the purple Ikang, he had always had a question in his heart as to why he was possessing the purple Ikang. Based on his understanding, the purple Ikang had the 100,000 stone monuments in this place. It was a test when they wanted to make their stone monuments reach 1 million feet. With this kind of understanding, he pondered over it for a long time, but could not find his answer. As he came to the end of his train of thought, Su Ming realized that if this was truly the case, then the purple Ikang was definitely the strongest among the 10 souls, because it controlled the growth of all the stone monuments. Among the 100,000 people, there were about 90,000 who were in its control. When he was possessing the purple Ikang, he saw it summon nearly 10,000 rays of purple light. Once he possessed it, those scrambled memories surged into his mind. As he saw what really happened, he understood something. His assumption before had been wrong. The purple Ikang did not control the initial growth of those 100,000 stone monuments. In truth, it only controlled 10,000. Ikang had 10 souls, and each soul possessed 10,000 stone monuments. Only then could balance be maintained. When Sui Chen-Zi's law chose his stone monument for him, it was already purple. That was why, on the first day he arrived in the land of the stone monuments, he naturally became one of the 10,000 stone monuments the purple Ikang had. Su Ming also realized that besides his, there was not a single stone monument that had surpassed 1,000,000 feet in the area that was purple. Perhaps it was due to all 10,000 of the former purple stone monuments shattering 300-something years ago, but Su Ming could remember clearly all the locations and names of the stone monuments which had surpassed 1,000,000 feet when he first arrived in this place. When he looked at them at the moment, he found that all of them were there, with not a single one added to the pile, and not a single one missing. This gave rise to a question. Why had there not been a single person who had managed to make the purple stone monuments surpass 1,000,000 feet since the time he had come to this place? Su Ming found his answer within the memories of his Ikang clone as well. The person whose name was carved on the last purple stone monument that had surpassed 1,000,000 feet had suddenly died in the world outside 2,000 years ago, causing the stone monument to return to several tens of thousands of feet. By the looks of it, the purple Ikang had intentionally caused around 100 stone monuments to reach 900,000-something feet in one go that year to receive the test. It must have panicked because no stone monument of 1,000,000 feet had appeared. That was why it had intentionally made things easier. Su Ming remembered the people whose stone monuments had grown to 900,000-something feet during that time. Most of them should have been purple. However, clearly Zhou Kang's stone monument was not. These 100,000 stone monuments are divided into 10. The stone monuments of each color can reach up to 10,000,000 feet. Before I possessed Ikang, I thought that there would no longer be any stone monuments that would reach 10,000,000 feet, because I alone have earned the right to 10,000,000 feet, but by the looks of it, my understanding was wrong. Su Ming shook his head. The memories within his Ikang clone were incredibly jumbled up, and he would need time until they fully fused into his mind. That was why he did not immediately seek to find his answers within. But this is even better. My Ikang clone will become even stronger with the help of the power of the 10,000 people, and I will kill all those whose stone monuments have surpassed 1,000,000 feet in the world outside. If that is the case, I can prevent the growth of the stone monuments of the other colors, so only the ones that are purple will continuously become stronger, making it much easier for my Ikang clone to devour the other 9 souls when the time comes. Mo Su? While Su Ming was deep in thought, a voice tinged with uncertainty reached his ears. At the sound of it, Su Ming looked over and saw Zhou Kang not too far in the distance. They had not seen each other for 300 years. Zhou Kang did not look too different from before, but the ancient air around him was even stronger. When he saw Su Ming, excitement appeared on his face. This excitement was not due to him having a deep friendship with Su Ming, but because he obtained an answer that verified what his wife had said was right. Big Brother Zhou. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he spoke amiably towards Zhou Kang. What happened? Why didn't you appear from the world in your stone monument for hundreds of years? Were the 2 abnormalities before and after because of you? Was my wife's guess correct? Zhou Kang asked in excitement, his voice quivering. He longed to learn the answer. Even if that answer could not bring him freedom, it was the thing that had puzzled his wife all those years ago. Even if his wife had died, he still wanted to know. Su Ming looked at Zhou Kang. If he had not told him of his experience in the past and his wife's guess, then there was a high possibility that Su Ming would not have taken the path of the 5 illusory echelons. If that had happened, then while Su Ming might still have chosen to possess Ikang, the difficulty of the possession would have been so high that it was very likely that he would have failed with the slightest mistake. In fact, if Su Ming was to possess Ikang again, he was not entirely certain he would succeed. Just as Su Ming was about to answer Zhou Kang's question, he suddenly frowned and lifted his head to look at the air above him. At that moment, after a series of guesses and considerations, plenty of people from the 90,000-something of those in the area became aware of who he was. You're Mo Su, the one who is wanted by the 4 great true worlds. Damn it, it's you. If you didn't provoke the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout on this place and had them place a bounty on your head, why would we come to this accursed place and lose our freedom? Bastard, I might be unable to kill you here, but you also lost your freedom and can't go out. You will also have to face the possibility of being selected to die. I'd like to see just who among us will die first. Sinister words instantly rose into the air. The cultivators who said these words were the ones who came to this place during the past 300 years, and they knew that there was a rule here that forbade them from attacking. However, the grievances they had suffered during the past 300 years made them immediately throw out scathing words once they recognized Su Ming. Almost the moment those sinister words were spoken, booming sounds came from the air above. Hundreds of figures appeared at the same time, and as they descended to the place, their faces filled with different expressions of confusion, uncertainty, surprised delight, shock, and many other types of emotions. These were newcomers, but Su Ming was not looking at them. He was still looking at the air. Bastard, if it wasn't because we can't attack in this place, then I would definitely kill you. You're the one who caused us to fall to such a state. You deserve to die. The ones who had thrown out biting and sinister words at Su Ming just now were looking at the hundreds of new people descending to the place with pleasure within them in regards to their misery. They continued venting out their frustrations with curses. In this place where they were not allowed to fight back, besides using cruel words to curse others, there was no other way for them to vent their anger. Even if flinging verbal abuse brought no physical harm to others, if they did not do this, what else could they do? I curse you that your entire family dies. I curse you that your race will die a horrific death. I curse you that your lover will be abused by others. I curse you that your bloodline will end. That's right. Everything is because of you, you damned bastard. If I get the chance to make my stone monument reach 1 million feet, I'll go and search for the people who are acquainted with you in the world outside during those 1,000 years and kill all of them so that I can vent my hatred. The voices rose and fell without stop. These people sounded as if they had descended into madness, and their verbal abuses grew stronger. The hundreds of years' worth of oppression made it difficult for them to remain relaxed and calm. Once they witnessed the deaths of those in the area again and again, they placed the fault for all of this on Su Ming. Su Ming looked as if he did not hear any of it. His indifferent expression caused the insults and curses to become even stronger. In fact, an even larger amount of people started throwing rebukes and slurs at Su Ming. They wished that Su Ming would retaliate, because only then would they be able to find a hint of pleasure and be able to bury some of the despair they felt in this land. They were pitiful people, because if a cultivator was reduced to a state in which they could only shout and scream, it was certainly a miserable thing. In the mid of their slandering, Su Ming looked at the air calmly. At the instant the hundreds of newcomers descended in the place and their bodies landed on the ground, the hundreds of purple stone monuments in Su Ming's eyes started shining with a brilliant light. Under that light, names started appearing on hundreds of stone monuments. The light continued shining brightly, and those hundreds of stone monuments immediately rose. This was the initial increase of height based on the person's level of cultivation. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, one of the stone monuments among the hundreds of new ones reached 30,000-something feet. Most of the remaining ones were only 20,000-something feet tall. It was rare for a stone monument to start off at 30,000-something feet in this place. Immediately, some of the people's gazes fixed on an old man. The old man's face was gloomy as blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He wiped away the blood and quietly sat down to meditate. He completely ignored the gazes looking at him from the area. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at the air. A wave of killing intent as well as hatred showed up in the depths of his eyes. It's him. Su Ming cast the old man a glance and smiled faintly. Peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. This person is an old monster at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. By the looks, he's injured. Could it be that he came to this place to hide from his enemies? Zhao family's progenitor. He's Zhao family's progenitor. What happened outside during these hundreds of years? How could Zhao family's progenitor be forced to this place? In the mid of the people's shock, most of the hundreds of people besides the old man looked around them with complicated expressions. Once they saw the 90,000 people in the place, they were first taken aback, but as they swept their gaze across the crowd, their eyes landed on Su Ming, and some of them immediately revealed surprised delight. Mo Su. He's Mo Su. I remember him. He hasn't changed at all during these 1,000 years. He's the Mo Su that can give us our freedom. A man with an incredibly hot temper lifted his head and laughed at the sky. Within an instant, he charged towards Su Ming. His movements were seen by the 90,000 people in the place, and their gazes turned into ones of mockery and derision. Those were the expressions of people watching something for entertainment. They could already imagine the moment of the person's death. Mo Su. The man traveled incredibly quickly. He closed in on Su Ming in the blink of an eye, and as he laughed ferociously, he lifted his right hand. But just as his hand was about to strike, Su Ming averted his gaze from the air and cast him a flat look. Just that one gaze alone instantly caused booming sounds that were akin to thunder exploding to rise in the man's heart. He had a strong feeling that while Su Ming's gaze seemed calm, it possessed a mighty pressure that he could not fight against. This mighty pressure surpassed all manner of power and stood above all things. In fact, the man had the feeling that he had become a servant, and his life was in Su Ming's hands. With just one thought, he might be reduced to dust and vanish into thin air, no matter what cultivation he possessed. The mighty pressure pressing down on his soul turned into a sharp pain that morphed into fear, and he shuddered in midair while letting out a shrill scream. His body plunged down, and as it swiftly withered away, his screams of pain echoed in the air, but he did not immediately die. Clearly, Su Ming did not want to kill him. This man was a person from a purple stone monument, and Su Ming was the master of the purple stone monuments. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the hundreds of newcomers. Their expressions changed, a telling sign that they were shocked and frightened by this scene. Even the gloomy-looking Zhao family's progenitor instinctively cast a glance in that direction, noticing Su Ming. At the instant he looked over, he recognized Su Ming. With a slightly complicated expression, he shook his head. Zhao family's progenitor looked away once again with a gloomy look, as if he was waiting for something. Ignoring the screaming man, Su Ming looked at Zhou Kong and said softly, "Big brother Zhou, your wife's and your guess was correct." Once Su Ming finished saying these words, he swept his gaze over the people who had been flinging verbal insults at him just now. "You are pitiful," he said calmly. "If you want freedom, then I will give you freedom." He spoke in a relaxed manner, and as he did so, he lifted his right hand and pointed forward. That finger was directed towards the old man who had cursed Su Ming's entire race. The old man's lips curled up into a cold sneer. They could not attack each other in this place. If Mo Su dared attack him, then he would definitely die, so the old man was not frightened. Instead, as he laughed coldly, he continued speaking. "Not only will I curse your entire race, I will also curse your—" Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The instant Su Ming pointed at his body, he started disappearing, starting from his feet. "This is impossible. You." The old man's expression was filled with shock. Fear took root in his heart and body, but he could only speak up to that point. At that moment, his body swiftly turned into dust, as if his existence was forcefully wiped off. "You too." Su Ming pointed again, and another cultivator that had thrown slanderous remarks just now was instantly reduced to ashes as he screamed shrilly. This scene completely stunned all the people in the land. To them, this was a terrifying event, something past the boundaries of their imagination. Since Su Ming had killed, but he was not at all punished. This caused the people's fears to immediately become much greater. "And you too." Su Ming lifted his finger and pointed once more. Immediately, another person disappeared with a shrill scream. Because of that, a commotion instantly broke out in the land. As everyone moved back, the people who had cursed Su Ming just now immediately fell into madness. Some of them retreated, while others charged towards Su Ming with a glint in their eyes. At that moment, a thought had risen in the hearts of all those rushing towards Su Ming. Could it be that they could attack in this place now? Yet at the instant they activated their divine abilities, a great will swept through the place. All those whose divine abilities landed on Su Ming were wiped off once that will swept past them. Fear, shock, disbelief, and various other emotions rose within the hearts of the tens of thousands of people during that moment. They could not believe what they were seeing. All those who had insulted Su Ming just now and had not died immediately entered the worlds in their stone monuments to hide. The fear in their hearts turned into despair, as well as surging hatred and terror. They could not understand why Su Ming could kill. And, by the looks of it, he was not attacking with his power. Instead, the law in the land seemed to be obeying his words. As long as he wanted to kill, the law of the land would wipe off those he wanted dead. At the moment Su Ming saw the people scattering and some of them reaching for their stone monuments, making it seem that it would be difficult for him to instantly kill all of them. Su Ming opened his mouth and said flatly, "Wipe them all off." The shadow in the air which was formed by the law of the land and which could only be seen by Su Ming bent his back and bowed. Then the will of the law immediately spread out. Shrill screams of pain traveled out of the mouths of all those who had insulted Su Ming. As their bodies were about to shatter, their expressions filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, all the cultivators in the land felt their hearts shake. As their expressions changed drastically, 9 wills with an ancient air and a boundless presence descended swiftly from the air. Each of those 9 wills were on equal grounds in terms of power with the purple Ikang, and that power was one that could instantly kill a person. With anger, the wills descended and rushed towards Su Ming. These 9 wills, these 9 other souls from Ikang's body, sent out an intense wave of displeasure to Su Ming's soul in regards to him killing their tributes. They had a promise between each other that they would not kill each other's tributes, or else there would no longer be any cultivators who would come to the place, and they would no longer obtain what was necessary for them to heal. That was why once Su Ming attacked and killed their tributes, they descended in indignation and started interrogating him. "Why did you break our promise? Why did you kill our tributes? Purple, you have to give us an explanation. Purple, they were my tributes. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, then even if I have to pay a price, I will make the law here kill several times the number of your tributes in retaliation of the number of my tributes you killed." Su Ming did not back down a single inch in the face of the wrath from the 9 wills in his soul. He instead sent his own will and had it crash against the 9 wills. "Your tributes offended me." Su Ming's will did not compromise even the slightest. Instead, the voice from his will echoed unyieldingly in his soul. The 9 wills instantly stopped their interrogation, as if they were thinking about what Su Ming said. "Should not those who offended us Ikang be killed?" Su Ming's will became even more fierce and unyielding. Several breaths later, the 9 wills roared once again. "They should be killed. Those who offend us Ikang should be killed." "I see, so that's how it is. Then they should die. They're only tributes. How dare they offend us Ikang? They should die." As the 9 wills roared, it did not matter whether the people who had thrown verbal abuses at Su Ming just now had scattered or entered the world in their stone monuments. They vanished without a trace while screaming shrilly.